And welcome to the Western EU Division 2 tiebreakers. That is right, it is all tied up once again. 3 teams all fighting it out for a spot in Division 1. They want to join Ooredoo Thunders up there. Who is going to do it? Well, it's going to be one of either Alliance, Manaspa, or Hustlers. Who's it going to be? We're going to find out. My name is Ahmad. I'm joined by T-Panda and Kezu as we jump into these tiebreakers. Now, just so you guys are aware, we're going to start things off with Alliance versus Modespa. Then it's going to be D2 Hustlers versus the winners. And then Hustlers are going to play up against the losers. So we're going to have all 3 games regardless because we need to know spots. And that's where everything is going to be standing for today. So, T-Panda, talk to me about these teams and, you know, where you think the dust is going to settle today.
We kind of touched upon the topic on yesterday. We had some preliminary thoughts that Alliance could potentially be the strongest, but I don't think Manaspa is going to fall too short of that. So I'm looking at these 2 teams specifically, none taken away from the Hustlers, but if you need to put some kind of raw power ranking, it's probably Alliance, Manaspa, followed by the Hustlers. But these are best of ones, right? So you can't really think of a full series duration of where everything can happen mid-series. It's got to happen early on. It needs to happen in the draft. And these teams are just going to be pushed to the edge in every single decision that they're going to be making.
Yeah, and I think that's especially important when you're considering, like, you know, Manaspa. These guys have been super inconsistent, you know, like they've taken games off. They're the only one of these 3 teams who have beaten Ooredoo, the top team, and yet they're also the only team that has lost to Ivy. So these guys are all over the place. And when it comes to best of ones, you know, I'm not sure. Do you want the team which might kind of coin flip it, or do you want someone more consistent? For example, D2 Hustlers are statistically the strongest. They have had the least 2-0s when it comes to being beaten. They've taken a game off every team that's beaten them, and yet they've also 2-0'd the most, so one might think it's them. But then Alliance also haven't lost a game since February 10th, so there's a case to be made for all these teams, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Alliance, to me, they've had the best improvement, and I know that there's a little bit of spice. They want to beat Manaspa because it was, I think, the opening series where he dropped the, was it minus salary or like dash salary in the ultra. So I think, like, you know, they're kind of ready to slap them back into the ground if they have the chance. I think, like, if you're, I will put it this way, if you're an underdog team or like an outmatched team, then I think you would be happy to be this coin flippy team, because then maybe, well, you show up on this day and you just get to, you know, clap your opponents. But these 3 teams, I don't think they're that far apart from each other in terms of skill. So if you're the inconsistent one, I feel like that you have to be a little bit scared at least that, you know, maybe today some people woke up on the wrong side of the bed, or I don't know, they're still tired, who knows.
And that reminds me of the Biolama interview as well, where we talked about them being underdogs in TI and now being the team that is expected to win. How does that change their mentality and their preparation when they feel like they need to succeed and they are not happy with anything less than that? So it definitely puts a lot of pressure on some of these teams that have high expectations and these teams that have only just formed for this tournament, and now people want them to deliver the results.
Yeah, it's a huge change in expectations for Manaspa and Alliance. But I want to talk a little bit more about Hustlers because, you know, they're the team we'll be seeing later on in the day. You know, they're not our first series, so I'd like to get a bit of discussion on them first and see what you guys think about this team because, you know, I'm kind of interested. I'd like you to elaborate on why you think we might have to... was that the team you were talking about counting out, T-Panda?
Well, yeah, I mean, Hustlers... If you compare like team statistics and individual statistics, we don't see a lot of those names in top 5s. Instead, it's filled with Nande and Wish, and then we have the occasional Charlie and Chuan added into the mix. So in terms of cores, Shad's a great player. Mirage has been popping off. I think he's been looking better and better after every single game he's played. But the united front, I think, is where you have to draw the difference between the Hustlers versus Manaspa, Hustlers versus Alliance, that they have still, I think, more to prove that they're up for that Division 1 spot. And between these 3 teams, I'd love to see them getting 2 spots for Division 1. But Ooredoo Thunder's already closed it out, so it feels kind of painful that 2 of these teams are going to remain in Division 2 for the next season. And it just might end in the first round of tiebreakers. And then you start to think, is this the consistency story, or did they just have better luck? I mean, you don't really want to bring the luck factor, but if it's only 1 round of tiebreakers that are going to be played out, you got to start wondering what happened today.
Yeah, but I mean, they've had a whole season to prove themselves, to get the wins under their belt, and, that's what it comes down to. I think these teams are very close in skill, but I don't know, I find it interesting that Hustlers have the best record when it comes to wins and losses out of these three teams, but also the worst record when it comes to individual statistics and performances. I mean, Kezu, as a player, what does that say to you?
So what, they have the least losses, but their stats are worse than the rest, or what's the deal with their players?
Yeah, so their individual stats, like, damage, KDA, that sort of stuff is worse, but yet they have the least losses, and they've also beaten both of the teams that beat them. They took at least one game against them.
You definitely have a couple people that I think don't mind dying on this team. I think Daivalama is a crazy motherfucker. He's just gonna go in and like not really care. I think similar with their type of support. I would also say that they're a little more about the whole team rather than like if you look at Monaspa, I think of Wish and Nan. They both have like very standout games where one of them is like I would say like more so the hard carry, whereas I think for D2 Hustlers, Shad, he's been playing a lot of heroes that enable his teammates. So his stats are going to statistically just, I think, be worse. He's playing Venge carry, he's playing Liking carry. I don't know what else he's played. He's played Nakes and not the best Nakes games just to like help his Leshrac. So I think they're more about like this whole team cohesion, I think.
Interesting. Well, we will be seeing more of Hustlers coming up later today, but let's jump into our opening series. The first best of one we're going to be seeing is going to be Alliance versus Manaspa. Both of these teams trying to get the early win here because, of course, if you lose this opening series, this opening best of one, your chance of going to Division 1 are already like halved or thirded, or I don't know stats, but it's going to get real difficult because you're going to basically hope that it goes round again and you get another chance, and that is just not something you want to hope for. So the pressure's really on. Alliance, so they have been on a bit of a winning spree recently. They've been getting the 2-0s, but some of their matchups have been easier. But do you think that momentum's going to help them coming into these tiebreakers, Deep Panda?
Well, having that big streak definitely helps, and I think I was watching Alliance's one of their tweets where Leon Arthur was discussing about, like, I think it was like a 20-30 second video where he just discussed like with all the support that they have. I think that's the big difference between the two teams, is that they have this huge fan base that also kind of helps that momentum build up, and they know they have the support. Does Manaspa have as strong of a support behind them, or are they just performing to show people they're up for it? With Alliance's side, they've found some winning well, I wouldn't say win conditions or keys to victory, but a combination of chemistry being built up in a short span of time into success in winning series and leading into this day super confident. I'm sure Alliance is not going to be, I think they're untiltable today. That's a big statement to say, but out
That's
of all
bold,
these teams, I think that they are the most stern team that we're going to be seeing today out of the three. So that puts them in a very favorable position.
That's very interesting because I'm not sure I'd agree. I don't know. I feel like they're revisiting their demons from the start of the season where they got beaten by Manaspa with the whole dash salary thing, And as you say, they've got the fans behind them, which means, they've got the fans to disappoint. Manaspa playing without expectation, maybe helping out a bit. So I can see your point, but also raise a counterpoint. Kezu, as we jump into the draft for this first game, just talk to me about Manaspa and the kind of Dota they like to play.
Well, Monaspa, they're going to play really aggressive. They love their strong lanes. Nande is going to be the greedy man. He's going to rush a Midas if he's allowed to. So this is also something that I feel like you should consider. And then their mid game is really aggressive, but a lot of the time it's also over aggressive. So I think there's like two things. First of all, you could set up your heroes in a way where it looks kind of juicy for Monaspa to go on you, but you're kind of doing it on purpose because you want to turn the fight around. And second of all, like you should be ready to punish these guys. When these guys dive you, very often I think it can turn into a good play for you if you're just ready with TPs, if you have the resources available and the vision. So for Monaspa, that is the one thing that I want them to tune down on today, is their over-aggressiveness.
Interesting. Yeah, or at least to see Alliance punish it if it does come out. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think Alliance will. I think Alliance will be very, very active in trying to kind of get the better out of Manaspa when it comes to over-aggression. They'll have done their research, that is for sure. So you know that any weaknesses you have, Alliance, you know, they have the support staff to be able to analyze that and respond appropriately. And of course, it is worth mentioning that Alliance are kind of playing their own meta a little bit. They've developed new heroes, which other teams aren't playing as much. The Centaur, this Mirana, two heroes which they've had a massive amount of success with. And you kind of just have to first ban the Centaur against them, which is kind of crazy. I can't think of any other team in any other Div 2 which has this kind of respect ban coming out against them.
It doesn't happen to anyone.
Well, I mean, at least Alliance, they played this same draft against Ivy. They're one of the teams that first faced Murano Riki. They took that game against the lineup with Lesh and Treant, Tusk, Hoodwink, and TB, where this was the game where S4 popped off on that Tidehunter. 4-man, 5-man Ravages throughout the entire duration of the game. And it started off with that first good Ravage where they baited out Overgrowths, they baited out Metamorph, and they were about to lose Charlie's Ursa, but at the same time, they were trading off abilities where Ivy's like, oh, we have to commit to this now because we've already burnt our ultis, and they start chasing. They almost kill the Ursa. The turnaround from the Ravage, and we could really see the Mirana and the Riki shine in those situations where they're locked down. They get that single target damage to follow up on it. And Alliance, they could live off of the energy S4 was giving with those big ultis. So I'm expecting something similar to follow up in the draft, what they already have with these two, because we see single target lockdown. We need single target focus damage as well from the core side. And Manaspa, they know that is most likely going to happen. We will counter that with a single target stun. We go for the Beastmaster, which they've had relatively okay success. They've played only one game of it, and that was against Ancient Tribe. And that was a win.
All right, 1 out of 1. That's 100%. Easy win.
Yeah, but these Muranas and Rikis, Alliance first faced Murana 4 times, 100% win rate, and the Riki, I think it was also twice 100% win rate, so undefeated in first phase.
Wowee. Well, my mind is almost automatically going Alliance. Please ban Tinker. Don't let it through. It's too good with the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I mean,
at least the TB and the Zeus bans do direct toward it.
Yeah, I mean, my good old friend of Manaspa, that has to be their best hero. That's the one hero that I don't really care what my draft looks like. I don't want to see the Roboman on Wish's hands, because I'm pretty sure it's by far his best hero. It's their best hero. And I think here, like moving forward for Alliance, usually when you first phase 2 supports from second pick, so they're going to be the ones opening the next phase. They need to know right now, they already need to be thinking ahead in terms of what they open. And usually there's one of two ways. You either ban 3 heroes for your incoming pick, because some mid heroes or whatever, that's all they need. Like for instance, let's say Bad Rider, I think you ban Queen of Pain and you would be pretty happy. Or you use the one hero you see. In this case, you see the Beastmaster. He's an offlane core. So you could pick some carries with confidence. There's some that still don't feel as good, because of course they can be counterpicked. But it's usually like one of these 2 ways. Ban 3 heroes, pick one that you feel good about, or choose your counter matchup already, here being the Beastmaster.
Trying to scroll around the ideas that Manaspa could be looking for. The last series we saw Carry OD come out of nowhere, which was surprisingly good. It worked out well.
Yeah.
And then they've also played out stuff like 3 Lycan into 1 Faces for it. And you're like, can this work? Because they have no direct synergy unless you have the auras from Lycan and the Axe buff. You can bite the Void if you want to. But they utilize the Tiny in that case, where they have the Tiny and the Lycan running around and doing stuff. And that could work with a tri-melee core around the Beastmaster. Alliance doesn't want to pick stuff like the Enigma, for example. Not looking like a good game for that. But the Tidehunter is still an option for that AoE lockdown, kind of slow things down for a bit, allow them to reset and look for those single target lockdowns. And with the bans of the Bat Rider, the Ember Spirit, they're like, Chuen can't get himself a super good hero that he has massive impact on, because that Ember Spirit, he's popped off game after game after game. He's been really good on that hero, so you don't want to let him have that. But now it's just down, do they ban the Tinker or not? Because
yeah, that's what I'm wondering. That's what my mind's been on this entire time. It's like, they're going to do it next, right?
Yeah,
Why are they taking so long?
That would be very comfortable from the side of Alliance if they let it through and they trust the Riki Marana to be enough, because Smokescreen's still not going to cancel out the blink, you know? You can still blink out while you're on your rearm. So Is it just the Mirana Arrow, a casual Starstorm flying in from somewhere? They do have a bit of vision, but not enough vision, and they're actually going to let it through.
Wow, okay. We'll see if Manaspa want to go for it, but yeah, they do ban out the Prophet. I didn't actually realize that was still in the pool, but that has been a Manaspa favorite. Nande's been doing absolute work on that Nature's Prophet, setting records.
I mean, there is... So the DP pick is, in my opinion, it's fine. It's not something that impresses me super much. I do think it helps the Ricky a lot in the early game, and it's like a semi-flex between mid and off lane. I do think that Death Prophet doesn't really play the same game as Ricky Mirana, because they're very map-based heroes, right? They want to like play the map, play for pickoffs. And Beastmaster can be quite annoying for DP, because if you think about what DP hates, it's like being slowed, having summons run at you, and single target DPS. And Beastmaster, like, he enables that a lot, right? You get roared during your BKB, and you give attack speed to the carries. So I think Monaspa's response here with the Drow is pretty good, especially when we consider that Alliance banned out Nature's Prophet. They would have very likely loved to have that hero themselves on the closing pick. And now Monaspa need to kind of look for, I guess, a Spartan 5 that is going to help you get through this lane, and maybe also body like a little bit for the Drow.
Yeah, they've loved to pick that Primal Beast here for position 4, but Beast plus Beast, double Beast lane, I don't know if that's the idea they want to go for. And of course there's the Rubik, but Spartan also plays it, so they could flex the Primal Beast into the draft, but I don't think they want that anymore.
I mean, he is Beast Master. He's not a beast himself. He's the master of beasts. So
true.
Get a bit kinky down there in that lane.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm not personally the biggest fan of Rubik 5, but I've seen Monaspa play the Shaker 4, and it actually has looked pretty good for them. They like, so you cheat your way through the lane either by Fisher blocking or pulling waves. I mean, we've all seen it. We all know how it works. And then you just kind of play like on this long range later. So all of the heroes, they have this like non-committal to them. Like when we think about how it's going to play out in like the mid game, Shaker's going to play on high range with Fisher. Drow, of course, is high range. Beast just has his summons, and then Rubik similarly plays on high range, which is pretty good to have against this Alliance draft. So I'm kind of liking this one as far as response.
I'm also curious what this Alliance want to take here, considering they've got the AoE. They still kind of lack the single target damage that they're looking for. I'm a bit worried if they want to pick up that Shadow Fiend, which they've gone for in the second phase multiple times before. But he just gets bursted. Like the moment you get hit by Fissure, you're pretty much sealed at that point. So yeah, they're gonna leave the carry for last.
Yeah, they need some catch. They need a bit of team fight, and they will throw in the Pangolier to give them that control they need. Is this the pick we're really looking for here, though, Kezi?
Well, I'm a big fan of Pango, but I would have preferred a carry, personally. Because I think the carry pool is going to get starved a bit more now in the bans here. You also already saw your matchup. So they must have thought that, okay, Pango, we need this hero. He would get banned otherwise. Maybe it's too hard to get this more team fight from the other picks. But I think Beast, once again, can be annoying for Pango. You can get roared and click down. Drow has high range. And Shaker Fisher, you know, it can also be a deterrent to you in fights. So I still think Alliance are getting what they want, but I don't think it's currently ideal against what Monaspa have. So this last pick of Alliance is going to need to hit the spot for me.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's very unusual not to pick your carry here when you see not only your carry matchup, but also your lane matchup as well. You have all the information, and then you have bans to cover it, but instead they go in for the Pangolier, which I also agree is, like, it fits well in their draft. It gives them what they needed, but also, yeah, everything you mentioned about Monaspa's draft being very... I mean, even the Rubik's excellent against Pangolier, because you can just steal the roll half the time.
Out of the last 6 games, 5 times they've picked S4's hero last. So looks like a S4 DP and potentially Chewin with the Pango in mid with the idea. Because do you want to put Pango into the off lane and put Chewin with a mid DP? At least you get the XP advantage. But at the same time, I'm a bit worried about, can this Pango do much against this Drow in the lane? It's probably double melee at that point with...
Yeah, I think you'd be sacking both your heroes, because I think not only will Pango get dumpstered, it also means that Ricky is going to feel pretty bad, and he can't really rotate mid for a DP that much, so it should just be the offlane DP with the mid Pango.
I'd also like that more. Well, what does Wish want to play?
Yuck. That one.
That's a best of one hero, right?
This feels like Manaspa are just securing their lanes with this pick, honestly, right? Like, they just want to roll it. My god.
Question is that a mid Viper? Because Skylark's the only one who's played Viper, and he's played a lot of Viper. So I don't think we're going to see a mid Beastmaster. There's a small chance for a mid Drow, but then you'd play a carry Viper and an offlane Beastmaster. Like, mid Viper versus the DP makes sense, because you get yourself a good lane. You don't let the DP just snowball out of hands.
Seems likely, but they can always flex if they need to, if this last pick is a real gotcha, but I don't think it can be, because it's just going to be the carry hero. It's going to be
Viper is going to go mid. He's going to take a pretty big dump on his Pango. The CK pick is good. It was one of the few heroes I was thinking of. I think you needed another hero that helps like this Pango go in, otherwise it will be pretty tailored. Pango rolls, gets roared, dies. So you need another hero that goes in, helps you a little bit. CK is going to pressure well bottom against the dual melee. He sets up the arrow against for his Mirana. And eventually this Monaspa draft, it is I think that draft is pretty good. Like, you can play mid Viper, especially when you have a Drow aura, you have a Beast aura, you're going to have the other Beast auras with lifesteals and stuff. So for Alliance, I really think Charlie actually has to pop off on the CK, which he can. He's set up for it, but he has to in order for them to take this game.
Yeah, I also feel the same thing. Like, Alliance, they need to stretch this game out a little bit and not have this CK just fall flat early and have no comeback. I would actually approve the Midas here on this CK this game and just kind of stretch out from that, exit from the laning stage, try to mirror move, try to farm it out, and then take the fight against Manaspa. But Manaspa's lineup, it's pretty damn strong. I really like their draft that they're going for here.
Yeah, I feel like if Manaspa come too hard out of the laning phase, then they're going to be rolling them, and I'm not sure that Alliance have that much to answer them. It's going to be tough with these heroes to keep it even. Can they survive the onslaught of Manaspa? Can they survive the best of one and keep their Div 1 hopes and dreams alive? It is on the line here for Alliance and Manaspa. Let's jump over to our casters and find out their thoughts on this first game. It is OD and T.
Thank you very much, Nomad, and indeed a very exciting set of games that we're going to have today coming up. With this draft done, T, first game to be played, Manaspa versus Alliance. There's some scary stuff already. I think kind of, yesterday I was talking at least. I kind of feel that Alliance are probably the favourites in this tiebreaker, but first best of one here, going up against Manaspa, who have some pretty scary heroes, especially in the early stages of the game, T. This could be a bit of a challenge for Alliance.
Mate, honestly, if there was ever a team you wouldn't want to play in a best of one, it is Manaspa. Like,
absolutely.
Out of every Div 2 team, they are the aggressors. They are the teams that, or the team at least, sorry, that picks these Beastmasters, these Drows, these kind of overwhelming nuisance heroes. And I just look at this draft, it's like, this is a pretty good best of one draft. It's like, lane should be good, other than maybe the Beastmaster lane. It's aggressive. This DP flex hasn't really been that strong, because no matter what lane it goes to, it's going to be hard. So, yeah, it's going to be a scary game for Alliance, just because how aggressive Manaspa really wants to be.
Absolutely. But would you say at the same time, like, if Alliance, they're able to sort of withstand the laning situation and the early game against Manaspa, will Alliance's draft just be able to carry out this game as long as they don't lose their cool early?
There isn't this innate CK illusion killing hero.
Okay.
So I think if CK can scale into the game, then he'll always be a threat to Drow. And it's more on the Pangolier and the Death Prophet to be the aggressors, to make the fight quite chaotic. Because Manaspa, if Beastmaster isn't able to stand up front, there isn't really that kind of wall to get through. So, yeah, I think Alliance will happily play out this game later on. It's just, can they get to that point? Because I think their lanes should be pretty weak, right? Mid Pango against Viper, you'd favour the Viper. Off lane DP into a Drow, you'd favour the Drow. So I think Alliance has a lot of work to do to kind of survive this onslaught to then be able to play out their draft.
All right, well, let's see. So they're all going to be very, very exciting here. Manaspa, Alliance, D2 Hustlers. Only one of these teams can make it to Division 1. And we'll see who it's going to be. Well, the results of these best of ones we're going to have here today.
Yeah, and don't forget, if you don't qualify for Division 1 in Tour 1, then you suddenly can't go to the second major, which means all your TI hopes are on a third Tour success story where you get to the major, do all this, top 3 shenanigans and stuff. No team wants to do that. especially on their pursuit to get to the next TI.
Let's see. I mean, out of these lanes, which do you feel sort of the most volatile, where like Alliance have to be the most careful not to feed away early kills because of the strength of Manaspa's duos or the mid lane?
Oh, I mean, already Spartan's kind of doing the opposite. He's trying to die in top lane, to be honest. But no, I feel like this bot lane is the most important one. I think Beastmaster, Earthshaker, not really got a lot of kill threat, but this CK into Mirana, right? It's click and stun, right? I throw my CK stun, you throw arrow, they can easily die. But it's all about level 2 advantage in this bot lane. CK is still yet to get there. But no, I think this bot lane is the most important one for Alliance. It's the one on paper that should be going their way, and they do need to find a couple kills to prevent Beastmaster from entering the game with confidence. Dude, Spartan is just constantly playing on a sliver of HP.
Yeah, he's teasing with them. He's got a nice full stick at the moment, pretty much. 9 charges and a Pharaoh Fire, so ready to go for those trades to the death if Alliance do start to battle him up top.
Region-wise,
Yeah, what we got?
I'd say region-wise, S4 and Ponlo have just a little bit more region in regards to the tangos. And Drow didn't actually bring out any more region. Oof.
Spartan just trying to make sure that S4 and Ponlo use a lot of their resources on harassing him. At the same time ensuring that he doesn't die playing around the stick charges.
I remember in an interview with Nande, he was basically saying that like he really enjoys Spartan's gameplay because he's so aggressive. He tanks all the deaths in lane, so he always free farms. It's like, sure, that's some good logic to go for.
Yeah.
And I guess it's working out right now. It's 12-3.
No, for sure. I mean, you know, it's very close, but you can see already the 3 cores of Manaspa edging slightly further ahead than Alliances in these laning stage. As expected with the draft outcome. This is going to be a tougher time for Alliance in the first few moments of this game.
Yeah, I really think it's on Chuen to be able to kind of step up on this Pangolier. Sure, he's getting punished a lot in the mid lane, but when he hits 6, he's still going to be able to kill off this Viper with the correct support rotation. I think if Ricky and Mirana both collapse on mid, they can kill off this Viper, and as soon as Viper dies a couple times, and then the Pangolier gets to enter the game, that's when it's going to feel like, oh, wait a second, Alliance can get to that mid-game timing. So I'm really looking at how the Alliance supports are able to alleviate the side lane pressure to then unlock this Pango's game. But right now, as you're talking about the CS, we're not really going to see that map movement from Alliance right now because they are going to be locked into the side lanes of how aggressive Manaspa is being.
No, absolutely, yeah. Just focusing on making sure that each of their respective cores don't get kind of shut down
Killed,
completely
yeah.
in the lanes, or yeah, exactly. 4 minutes in, yet to see any bloodshed. So.
It's a very passive start to the game. Like I'm looking at this like top lane. Like Drow didn't buy any additional regen. She shipped out a wand. Spartan only brought out 1 pack of tangos. So they really are just playing on stick and wand efficiency. And yeah, it's a product of like everyone's just chilling. Everyone's just hitting creeps, and
No, for
I
sure.
think this favors Manaspa just a little bit.
I mean, both teams, with the importance that this game holds, you can feel that risks aren't going to be taken early on. Playing very safe, just focusing on the creeps. Not wanting to be the first side to make a mistake. Especially, any time a game starts to reach sort of the 5th minute and nobody's died yet, you don't want to be the first to die.
Yeah.
At bottom lane, Hans Kent is going to be able to kite Desire here with the leap to the side. The stun's back up from Charlie. Skylark, he's going to be the first to fall. Hans Kent will manage to get in and get that first blood. Desire also going to take a heavy bit of damage on the way out the lane. He's going to try and turn and trade back with Charlie, but Charlie holds his ground. He's not going to be able to, though. Desire will survive as Charlie ends up going down there for the attempt on taking down the Shaker.
Oh. Already Manaspa have been very cheeky of how they play in that lane. To prevent the CK Mirana feeling strong, they were always hugging the creeps together, so they couldn't ever get a clean arrow. So they were playing the lane quite nicely. But then, yeah, sure. After it, CK just steps up a little too much. Doesn't respect the fairy fire. Yeah, he's got tricks. He should be fine. Yeah.
It's getting a little harder to sort of stand around in this top lane now with the double Wraith Band out on Nande.
You know Manaspa's focused up because they didn't tip or anything. Like after
That's
Charlie
true.
died, normally they'd be a bit, gun-ho with like, oh, let's throw a cheek one out. But no, they're really just lasered in right now to this laning phase.
see in the mid. I mean, he's a few creeps away off the 6. I mean, Wish is going to have his 6 now. Is this sort of at a point? Can Chuen still play this lane, or is it getting pretty risky for him to hang around solo against the Viper?
So I think for Chuen, it's like I said earlier, as soon as he hits 6, I would love to see some supports come to mid, and then you kill off this Viper one time. Like, already, CS and Denies are heavily favoring Viper. Like, there isn't going to be a natural way that Pango can solo kill him. So I really think you need to just bring in the numbers. Like, if you look at the Viper, he's got a Wand, a Fairy Fire, Raindrop, plus a Wraith Band. Like, he's got so many cheap forms of survivability. It's going to offset Pango's kill potential in a 1v1.
Top. Gonna see them try and go for Spartan. They'll be able to try and get the lift up onto Ponlo, and that'll actually set up for Manaspa to take down Ricky. S4's trying to stand his grounded, but Nande and Spartan may be able to collapse back in on him as the Siphons start to come to an end. S4, he's trying to get another Siphon off, but can he get a Crypt Swarm off in time? It's going to be up in a second. There it is, Nande. He's going to get taken out. S4 will manage to get the kill. The TPs are coming over. S4, he's immediately TPing out himself. He'll get away. He'll live. S4 gets away with the aggression there. Getting in, taking down Nande, and getting out.
That was proper nice from S4. And now because of this, perfect moves from Alliance.
See them make a play here, Chuen. A couple more bounces, and he should be able to have Desire taken down. Nice jukes, actually, from Desire, causing some issues. And in fact, that's going to mean that he's not going to get the kill. And tower hits isn't enough. He's bottling up. That last tower hit, it will do it. It will take down Chuen. So some nice movement there from Desire, making sure that he doesn't get soloed by the Pango.
I don't know if he hit the shield crash there, but that was... I really liked how Alliance made that play, because it's like DP's diving top, Earthshaker then wants to go mid because of bad TP from Viper. So then Chuen instantly goes for it, but yeah, just not hitting the spells there.
Skylark playing very aggressive here. I mean, he's trusting in the fact that he's got this armor from the Helm of the Iron Will, keeping him alive against the right clicks from these two. He'll be able to throw out another set of axes. The arrow's already been used by Hansken. Another stun is there. Doesn't roll quite high enough damage to kill Skylark. Needs a couple more hits from Hansken and they will be found. So Hansken able to take him out. Skylark, he's playing pretty deep on that lane on his own. So a risky position gets punished there by Charlie and Hansken.
And this is the perfect example of how one TP can ruin the team's early game, right? Viper goes to top, Earthshaker then goes mid for the free XP, which leaves Beastmaster alone. So because of this one S4 kill on top lane on Drow, pretty much every single, like 3 heroes on Manaspa shifted position, which then led to Alliance being able to punish it. So I love the fact that Alliance, after one play, was able to identify some weaknesses. And sure, the Pango did make this cool play middle, but what can you do?
Talking about people leaving lane, Charlie's been left on his own down here. They try and set up with the roar onto him. They don't have any further control, so Charlie will manage to step back. Hansken, he swung back over and he's ready to help out. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Wish and Spartan, they're looking to cut off the, Chuen trying to join that bottom fight, or that bottom bit of action that Alliance may have looked towards. Manaspa, they're going to start diving. They know that there's no backup coming in now with Chuen out of the game. Charlie immediately TPs out. There's no place for him still on this bottom lane with the number of heroes that Manaspa are bringing down here. Hansken also able to TP out just in time before the poison takes him out. So Alliance, they will be able to cut their losses out there at the bottom, make sure they don't lose 2 further heroes. Of course, as a result of that, Skylark will be able to apply a heavy bit of pressure to this tier 1 tower now.
Yeah, and they're going to need to take this bot tower. This DP lane has already outed the Drow. You rarely see that nowadays. The 3.9k net worth on S4. Safe lane tower fallen for Dire. So, yeah, this Beastmaster falling behind the Death Prophet's kind of map pressure. And often Beastmaster is the one to take the towers first, is the quicker of the pushing heroes. So, yeah, I think Alliance should be pretty happy with how they've entered this game. But still, Manaspa will be hitting the team timing, like, imminently within the next 5 or so minutes.
See top, S4 continuing to feel very strong.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Going to be getting the mech, of course, going for those Greaves for the team as quickly as he can. And yeah, if his gold is to be considered so far, we can expect a quick timing on that.
Yeah. The only downside right now is Ponlo has heavily sacrificed his game by hugging this the DP for so long. He just hit level 4 at minute 10. Like he's probably going to need to still the tone from his Mirana to get himself back into the game, because he's not got a lane to play right now. Like every part of the map from Alliance is getting shoved out by the cores. So this Ricky is having a little bit of a starved game. Nice. Killing off the Beastmaster creep. Good old CK stun into Arrow, 100 gold going to way of Hanskin. Yeah, I think Alliance right now, they really are kind of stemming off the aggression from Manaspa. And I think Manaspa are just going to be a little bit uncomfortable because they're used to naturally taking the towers and feeling like they're in the lead at this point of their games.
No, absolutely, yeah. Alliance have dealt very nicely with what on paper could have been a very difficult laning stage. They've played it cool, and S4 having a very solid opening to this game so far. Good pressure on the top. Now he's ready to swing over to the mid. Use the Exorcism to apply a bit of damage here to the tier 1 and see what sort of response they'll get. They do get Manaspa pretty much turning up in full force. We'll see if they're actually able to slow down this push though, because the tower's still falling. Getting very low, this tier 1 in the mid lane. Manaspa, they've got pretty much the 4 of them here, and Alliance, they're going to just go straight in. Chuen leads him with Rolling Thunder, Arrow connections there, they'll jump in with the Starstorm. And bringing Wish out of the game, but S4 does get hit heavy by the Viper Strike. It's too much damage for him to withstand, can't keep himself alive with the Siphon. They got the Roar out to the side. Desire comes in with a nice echo onto the 2 of them, but not enough damage. Ponlo still able to jump down to the low ground. Blink Strike away to break away from the stolen Siphon of Spartan. Still, the chase continues from Manaspa, and Spartan, he'll actually be able to get the hit in there with the Fade Bolt. Still manages to be able to take Ponlo down. Manaspa, they do lose the tower, but they are able to get a couple of kills, one of them being the big one, taking out S4, the most farmed hero on the map right now.
Oh, I just love Spartan's inventory in that entire fight. It's a stick, it's a windlace, and an observer. Like, he got a couple kills, so he's going to treat himself to, I think, some tranquils, but...
I mean, that's the thing. Look at his inventory, as you're saying. He's 2-0-2. You know, he's got the best KDA on the team so far. He's just showing, you know, he doesn't need the items. He just got to have the skills.
Oh, what a mad lad. No, honestly, he often plays with such a starved inventory. Like, he really cares about, you know, sentries, resources, and these things. And sometimes it's at the detriment of his own game, and it can be an issue, but it's just funny to see sometimes. It's just Spartan such a unique player to others, bless him. And, but no, for Manaspa, it looked like it had been a really atrocious start to the fight, especially with the Viper getting caught by the arrow. Just the fact that they were quicker to bring in the numbers. You know, Charlie wasn't really in the engagement, having to leave at the tail end of it. So, yeah, I think for Manaspa, good thing that they identified that they could take the fight, that Alliance wasn't in this insane timing. And, yeah, Alliance have to be careful. Like, just because they had a good exit to laning phase doesn't mean their draft on paper is meant to be the team making all these plays.
Should be fine here. Yeah, he's going to get the heal off from S4. Max popped. We'll see Desire and Skylark playing around this area. And I know that Charlie is looking to farm. Hard hero to kill now, though. Charlie with the armlet done.
No, really love this itemization from Charlie. Like, you want armlets for the additional armor against the drow. You want to be able to tank up from the aggression of Manaspa, and he needs to be able to join the fights. Like, if he went for a greedier item build to try and scale, he would have basically been a creep this entire game, and Alliance would have had no real map play. So yeah, I really enjoy the fact that he has just itemized for this let me join the fight when S4 calls for it, I can be there. And this tier 1 tower was maybe a little bit slow from Alliance in reality for what they were trying to achieve, but next time you'd expect them to be able to bring all the numbers required.
See, I mean, what sort of objective do you think's next on Alliance's mind? Are they going to go for another push onto the towers, or will they be sort of thinking about trying to get a Roshan in against Manaspa?
If anything, they need to just dodge the fight for now. I think you need Chuen to get his Diffusal Blade, so he can pressure the Viper or the Drow that he gets on top of, apply the slow, and then you also kind of want Ricky to be able to find some farm to get that 15-minute shard. At current rate, it's going to be coming in around about 16 or 17 minutes, but...
Oh, Chuen wants to go for this.
I mean, Desire is heavily out of position. Yeah, this is an absolute freebie. Oh, Hanskin tried to steal it. Ooh.
He was thinking about it.
He was really thinking about it, to be fair, yeah.
But yeah, Chuen getting that kill, that's going to pretty much give him the money to get the Diffusal Blade out. Ponlo scouting out the action around this tier 1 as well, making sure that Alliance have good information in regards to how much Chuen and Hanskin want to stick around.
What? They just... Okay, sure. He just smoked and it instantly... Okay, fair enough, whatever. Like, was that a miss? I can't tell. That was very confusing.
Ponlo's just been rather annoying for a minute.
I mean, did Manaspa even realise what happened? Oh, okay,
well,
one smoke down.
It's just like, oh.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh, I only bought one. Okay.
No, he's like, I dusted, guys, don't worry, no one's here. Smile. Oh, now they see Ponlo.
Now they see. Now they'll get him.
Ah, it was
There we
all
go.
a bait. All a bait.
He was getting away with being quite sneaky for quite some time around this area. They finally take him out.
Really good smoke kill there from Manaspa. Very clean, very clean.
It worked out in the end. It's a dead Ricky.
Yeah, and you know, Desire's very lucky. He got the RNG, got the Tumbler's Toy. We've already seen it in the mid lane engagement with that Echo Slam. But when you pick up Tumbler's Toy, you can actually go for your Shard earlier on the Shaker. You don't feel forced to go for Blink. And honestly, I'm a big fan of Shakers just not going for Blink first. I think the Shard option, utilizing Aftershock with your spells, it feels so nice.
West 4.
He's very...
Is he going to get away with hanging around as
lonesome.
long as he is? It looks
No,
like
he's
he might
not.
be in a spot of trouble. He'll be able to get the silent sound of the two of them, but against these 4 heroes, nothing to be done on his own. S4 taken out there. I think he did have a +1 up there moments ago, but they'd already bailed out. S4 had been left behind and didn't stand a chance on his own, despite obviously the good timing he's got on the Greaves. That won't be enough to save you from that sort of situation.
No, not at all. I think if you're trying to find a silver lining here for Alliance, the other cores, CK and Pango, have been able to keep up with the net worth. All 3 Alliance cores are now in that kind of middling 7k window, just like Manaspa. And if anything, it's the Beastmaster who's had the hardest time entering this game in regards to his economy. I feel like for Alliance, they're going to be hitting a timing soon, where Charlie, he has Echo Saber. Potentially, he might want to join the fight. He might just use this to farm further, get the BKB, and then that'll be the big timing where Charlie's like, I want to enter the game. I want to win a fight outside Roshan, use that Axo to then take the Aegis. But yeah, I think for Alliance, they honestly can make plays. And yeah, you already see them smoking up. They have got a lot of timings, but unfortunately, as you see from the minimap and the trajectory that they're going on, not really going to be bumping into anyone straight away, unless they wrap back down into Spartan. But that's what Spartan wants to do right now. This is Spartan's life as a support.
There we go, ready to take the fight. And indeed, Spartan, the one to fall. See if Alliance can set up for more. Train getting a nice angle across with the Rolling Thunder. The arrow won't connect, though. So Manaspa not losing anyone beyond just Spartan here, off the back of Alliance's attempts. Ponlo still scouting out further action. He's got the sleep dart set up onto Nande. But Ponlo, he'll pay the price for that one.
He just disappeared.
And not in the good way, as a Ricky. He wants to disappear, but not like that. He's dead.
Mate. It's all the smokes that Manaspa's been forcing into Ponlo. He's a bit delirious. Poor lad. No, but to be fair, he's got that shard timing, and when the Rubik's dead, you throw out the dart, you hit the arrow, you can continue finding these quick plays, but it's always difficult in that location on the map when you're going from top side of mid lane into the bottom side. It's so hard to actually take the engagement deeper because then you're running into their high ground vision. It's uncomfortable. So I can see why Alliance kind of was like, yeah, sorry Ponlo, you're on your own here, boss. And also it kind of helps this Beastmaster. He was already thinking about Skylark. He was microing his boars, his summons, just to try and get in front of that sleep dart target. And that's going to be something that Alliance has to be careful for. It isn't going to be the cleanest Ricky Murana game, because there are summons and stuff for Manaspa to play around to cover from that initiation.
A very close game so far, though. 6-9, 18 minutes, less than 1k gold.
I will say it's incredibly boring when I look at the POS 1 and the POS 2 for Manaspa, and the inventory looks like a mirror.
That's true. Very similar builds.
And they have basically the items in the same slot, other than maybe like one Wraith Band. It's literally one Wraith Band difference. Oh, we really need Amdra. I'm not going to make a patch show. It's just Viper and Drow. You rarely see them on the same team, to be fair.
I mean, you rarely see 2 people on the team buying Hurricane Pikes, right?
Yeah, that's also pretty true.
The
It's
double
like
Hurricane.
maybe... Yeah, to be fair, you don't really see Shadow Fiend plus Drow. Yeah, no, Shadow Fiend Viper. No, you don't really see that. Yeah, that's nice. Anyways, Manaspa, they really don't want to... I feel like this is the point of the game now that both teams realise that if they are to lose a fight or lose even a key hero, Roshan will fall. One team has Beastmaster, one team has DP plus CK, even the smoke screen, like it's difficult. But I'd love to see the teams try and butt heads at this point, especially for Manaspa. I feel like their draft really is dictating it, as Alliance just got hit by a 3-man stomp by a Centaur, so currently Alliance are losing to the jungle as they are pushed. We didn't see it on camera, but Hansking, S4 and Chuen all got hit by the Centaur creep.
Ponlo. Oh, the heals. They will save him. He's able to jump up to the cliff, but they've got the vision up there, so Spartan snipes him out with the Fade Bolt. See Chuen jump towards the pit. Oh, he's stuck! He's stuck! Oh, no! Okay, he's still able to get out with the swashbuckle, but a bit of an awkward time there with the Rolling Thunder, and Chuen, he's stuck in the pit. He's gone. He's dead. You know, they've committed with the exorcism, but Alliance, can they still take this fight? They're 3 versus 4 here. It's a bit of an awkward spot now for Alliance. Skylark, he's managed to wrap around, gets the roar off onto Charlie. Jump forward, lovely silence from Nande there. From the high ground, catching Charlie. Charlie trying to get away. And see if he's able to escape this. He's still being chased down by Wish. A little bit of toggling here with the armlet. He's going to opt for the TP out. Charlie will survive. So pretty big there for him that he was able to save himself. Was very, very close to dying. But has had to TP back to the base, of course. So we'll give a bit of space for Manaspa to look towards this Roshan, head into the pit. And, you know, it happens to the best of us when we're on the Panga. I've been stuck there before, T.
I mean, it is just a magnet for Pangos to get stuck to. But already Manaspa identifying no Exo, no CK ultimate. They're straight away into the pit, and this is already falling.
It's quick. Nande grabs the Aegis. Manaspa are going to be feeling very happy after that sequence of events.
What an awkward chain of events for Alliance. Like, you didn't see it on camera, but they got 3-man Centaur stomped. And then after that, Ponlo walked up to the high ground and insta-died. And then you had the Pangolier jumping into the wall. I don't think I've seen 3 more awkward plays at potentially the most pivotal point of the game for Alliance.
That's going to hurt.
It really does hurt, and it was so unfortunate for Alliance. I'd love to know their team comms after that Centaur, because maybe they were like laughing a little bit about it, and then suddenly everything else was kind of like a domino effect.
I don't think you can laugh in this sort of game, T.
I mean, it looked pretty funny, mate. I won't lie. But I really hope that they were able to focus up from that, because unfortunately it wasn't the best attempt from Alliance to try and win that fight. Everything felt quite disconnected, unlike Manaspa that really just positioned nicely.
On low. Quick to get the dart off. Again, good gust from Nande from the side. Catches Alliance. Hansken will survive there with the smoke. We'll see Charlie try and wrap around for the backlines. He's going to take an Echo Slam to the face here from Desire. See if Chuen can control Nande long enough. He's got the diffusal, but not quite a perfect angle to get any further bounces across with the Rolling Thunder. He's got to run. This is not the fight that Alliance wanted to take. They don't lose anyone, but not able to take anything away from Manaspa there.
This shard from Zhao is doing absolute work. Like, the supports even show for a second they're getting hit by these frost arrows. On top of that, this double Hurricane Pike. This CK, when he initiates, he's trying to kill the squishy heroes, but how is he able to lock down after that initial stun? And I think Desire, he's been pretty on point, just protecting these cores, just throwing out the visuals of the Echo Slam. So yeah, right now Manaspa, they've hit their timing, they've hit their stride, they have the Aegis, and they are currently positioning in a way to unlock that aggression without any real punishment. But if it was Manaspa, they are destined for a deep dive soon.
Well, Fisher, catch on to S4. He's got to be careful. There was the stolen arrow heading the way of S4 there as well. Nearly caught him. Got to be prepared for that sort of play coming out from Spartan. You get hit by that, you're almost certainly going down.
I love the fact that Nande's actually going for the Manta style on the Drow. Let's see if there shouldn't be any aggression here. It should be fine. I feel like against CK, it's always such high value to have ways to just disrupt that initiation. I'm trying to leave this area for now.
Ooh.
Oh, dropping a fairy fire.
Fairy fire on the ground for distraction tactics. Ponlo, he's going to be the first to fall in this action. Chuen is going to turn his attention over towards Wish. Wish, good Hurricane Pike. Jumps across the wall to get into the pit and away from the Rolling Thunder. Nande's being closed in upon, but he has got that Aegis. Even if he goes down the once, he won't. He's actually able to keep it protected. Gets up to the high ground. Spartan also still alive. Back in the pit. Skylark, he's got the roar onto S4. There's the Fisher into the stolen arrow. They've locked down the Death Prophet. S4's out of the game. Charlie manages to TP out just in time. Once again, Charlie being very good with the knowing when to call it and get out of the fight. A second time a TP will save him. Overall, though, Skylark being lost on Manaspa, but S4 losing his life as well. A 1-for-1 trade, and they weren't quite able to bring down Nande even the once. He got so close as well.
It was a sliver of HP. I didn't get to catch exactly how much HP the Drow had, but it was just like one right-click difference was all that was needed. Oh, Christ. Yeah, so unfortunate for Alliance, just not able to get this pick-off, but to be fair, is expending your 9-second BKB on the Death Prophet good for an Aegis that was expiring in a minute and a half? I feel like for Alliance, they wanted a lot more from that engagement. But they just weren't able to localize the fight. Manaspa did a really good job just kiting out, from there, Radiant Triangle into the river, then to the Dire Jungle. Like, they really dragged out that fight. So Alliance felt like they had to continue chasing. And yeah, that alone was probably, Alliance's biggest weakness there. The need to always find that kill. And yeah, just didn't really come in the form of what they wanted.
Oh, for sure. We're seeing some like good usage of the Hurricane Pikes, to play around the terrain and make sure that Chuen just doesn't really find these easy opportunities to get him with the lockdown with his ultimate.
It's actually so annoying, I think, for Alliance to play this game because they rely on pretty much Charlie to dictate who's gonna die. Like, everyone else can set up an engagement, Pango being disruptive, Ricky Morana hitting an arrows combination, but it's on Charlie to go, this is the hero I'm going to kill. If they die, we can win the fight. And it's very difficult just because of the positioning of Drow Viper. They both, like you mentioned, the Hurricane Pikes, they position so far away that once you even get onto them, like, you've had to sift through, like, a Beastmaster, some fissures. Like, it's not an easy moment right now for Alliance. And this was the concerns in the draft, was Alliance's mid game against this aggression from Manaspa. They need to overcome it. They need to get to, like, the 40-minute mark where they can play a completely different style of game. Because this is Manaspa's window to take racks, to do whatever they need.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Manta about to be complete on Nande. So now that initiation I was mentioning for this CK, when he jumps in, all Nande has to do is pop Manta. And now it's a 1 in 3 chance that CK guesses the correct illusion, or the actual hero, sorry. On top of that, Viper has BKB. So yeah, Manaspa incredibly strong right now in the form of Alliance's aggression. And you can already see that Alliance are just trying to skip around the map, not take the fight, and get to their next item. Like, Chuen, sorry, is going for a Shiva's Guard, for example. Like, how you don't often see that. Blink Diffusal into then straight away Shiva's Guard. Like, he understands the importance of trying to win a fight in the next, 10 or so minutes.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I'll take that.
Yeah, we'll see how much of a difference that makes in the fight. As yeah, he will almost certainly have it for that next one. Just a few hundred gold away from the recipe.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I'm trying to think about the reasoning why. It's like, oh, hold on, we got a slam. Oh, bye, Ponlo.
Well, there we go. Easy one for Desire. He'll take that.
So it's like with Shivas, I feel we've already spoken a lot about kiting from Manaspa. So of course the move slow from Shivas will be very helpful. The additional armor against Drow, when you're rolling around with the double ranged cores just right-clicking you throughout your roll, you die pretty quick, so you do need armor. So
There we go.
I think it's a pretty high value item, but yeah, Alliance smoked up.
And they'll get him with the jump. Now commit the BKB to get that kill onto Desire. See them look towards Spartan. He'll try and swashbuckle up the high ground. Actually gets bounced up there by the Rolling Thunder. Still, they'll commit forward, but the roar's there from Skylark. As Spartan, he's just baited them in. A perfect bait there from Spartan results in the death of both Chuen and Hansken. Spartan with the outplay.
Absolute outplay. Swashbuckling perfectly to the low ground of the high ground, knowing he's going to get bumped up to the high ground to force the Pango to go deeper.
I mean, yeah, because that was the big break thing. He probably could have swashbuckled to the high ground. But, he would tell you that he intentionally cut it short there.
He will say
so
that,
that
yes.
Pango commits with the Rolling Thunder and then continues to chase up to the high ground, thinking that they'd have a chance for the kill. They didn't. And now Alliance, 2 heroes down.
In reality, he just did the wrong range. But no, we shall commit with this. He knew what he was doing. He was a hype player. But these are the small plays that you need. Alliance falling victim to the need to find the kill. Once again, I feel like that was the storyline of the 1.5 minute Aegis fight in the top side. Now the same thing for this Rubik. They're so hungry to get something on the map, and it is their downfall right now. Manaspa just not leaving each other's side, just walking around 4 or 5 heroes at a time.
Let's have a look at this. We're going to see how long Roshan's going to be up in a second. What do we got? It's 2 minutes, so it's a longer one. So Manaspa will have to hold on to the lead a little longer if they want to just hold off and before they push high ground to get that Roshan. It's not going to be a shorter respawn, which would have definitely favoured them.
I love the variability of Roshan, honestly. Like, some teams get like the 13 seconds, other teams get it like the 3 minute, and you're like, oh, come on. It really is quite a fun concept, at least.
A concept, will it change in the new patch team?
I was just thinking about that. Yeah.
Is that something you could change, or do you think it's kind of balance-wise, this is sort of the best spot to have sort of the map boss in terms of respawn and the randomization?
I like the randomization. I think
Yeah.
if anything, Roshan should be stronger. I think it falls too easily. So that would probably be my change. And I mean, I'm always a fan of spicing up maps and locations of things anyway. So, but no, I also like the timing of Roshan. That's clean. Just everything else
What
that
about
can
a
be
bit of
changed for
chaos?
fun.
You know, 1% chance that right-click insta-kills from Roche. Anyway, you get the Gust here onto the three of them. Chuani's going to go with the Rolling Thunder to try and fight back into this. Over in the mid, though, I see them controlling Skylark. He's able to get the roar off. You know, Charlie went full in onto Skylark there to take him out, but couldn't quite do it quick enough during the stun of the Chaos Bolts. The roar's still there, and that means Charlie, he's going to lose his life in that trade.
Yeah, Charlie, he tried to dictate the tempo of that fight, but
See to the side.
unfortunate not to work out.
S4's going to pop the Ghost. Going to put the Exorcism of the BKB there. We'll get on top of Nande. Nande being glimmered. S4 continuing to do his best to stay on top of the Drow. Nande's in a lot of trouble. He's going to turn with a multi-shot, but he'll get taken out. Alliance. They found two. S4 trying to chase forward for more. There's the slam from Desire. Trent getting low. See the disarm from the right-click passive hit. Also causing issues for Wish. Alliance. They've taken 4.
They're doing
Smart,
it.
he's off for the TP out. They got anything to stop it? They don't, but they'll be more than happy with this one. Alliance getting the 4 kills. I mean, S4 had some clutch plays earlier, started the game really strong, and now at this point just dictating the team fight, popping the BKB, the Exo, charging in with this Blink Dagger, and they just couldn't deal with it. Gets on top of the Drow, and S4 just completely ruins them.
Yeah, this was actually a really nice read from Alliance. Like the fact that Charlie throws himself in, but Manaspa used a lot of resources to actually kill off that CK, right? Multiple BKBs, the Beastmaster goes down, and then Alliance said, wait a second, guys, they have nothing. Let's just go.
And now
we're
Roshan's
mentioning
up.
this Roshan respawn. Yeah, now it's up. This is like, okay, we're gonna see the highlights here, and it's uncomfortable for Manaspa, at least in the engagement. But you already see CK how he starts the fight, but Nande and Wish both use BKBs, and another fight has started.
Alliance, they're happy to try and take a fight outside of the pit whilst they, before they turn their attention not back on finishing Roshan. Manaspa, they have got everyone back up though, so maybe now Alliance can't quite get away with this Roche as much as they maybe felt that they could have. They'll indeed make the call to back off. They don't want to try and force the Roche now that Manaspa's all back in the game.
Yeah, not having Exo, that's probably your key tool to actually take down Roshan, so that not being available. But honestly, that previous fight, I love the fact that Alliance was able to identify their ability to go. You mentioned the blink on the DP, Panglier's doing a lot of work with Shivas, multiple swashbuckles. So yeah, but I think both teams need to be super careful. Like, neither team has this hearty lead to lean back on. Like, one mistake and this map can collapse for either team. It really is who finds that initiation. And for Alliance, I feel they need to kite out the BKB Hurricane Pikes from Manaspa, then look to capitalize on the fight. So if anything, Charlie needs to be like a sacrificial lamb in this game. He needs to kind of throw his body in to bait out all these defensive tools from Manaspa, and then let the Pangolier and the Death Prophet just wreak havoc in the secondary fight.
We go Alliance. We get spotted out by the Hawk. Manaspa know that they're still hovering around the Roshan.
All right, the last time Alliance was here, it was an awkward situation that occurred.
That's
this
true.
time around, they need to clean it up. They're going to try and win this game, win this best of 1. This Roshan is critical for the future of this game.
They're starting on the Roshan, Manaspa. Teasing with it a little bit.
Quick update, by the way, on the Viper and the Drow. Just look at the items real quick.
Have they continued? Yeah, they absolutely have. Identical inventories
Identical
right now.
items. And the thing is, it's perfectly fine.
That is not an error on your screens. Do not adjust your monitors. This is what's going on. The same builds. And it's working. It's absolutely the build for these heroes in this sort of game. Both very tricky to kill with both having the Manta and the BKB between them. Roshan down to half HP. Manaspa, they're getting away with a lot of damage onto Roche.
This is a big wraparound from Alliance. Is it too slow, though?
I mean,
S4
if
drew a
Manaspa
large-
full commit to kill Roche, they'll take it before Alliance get back in, but they're kind of slow on committing to finish it.
This is so awkward. It's really playing to Alliance's positioning right now. They now hold the high ground.
Yeah, but look at Desire. Desire's watching for a jump. We'll see already the jump's being made by Alliance, though. S4 in with the BKB and the Exorcism straight towards Skylark. Skylark will turn with the Axis. Charlie trying to get past two of his own illusions to actually get in on the fight on this. He'll get caught by the Roar. He's just going to get straight up destroyed. That's Charlie out of the fight. Desire makes the jump over towards Ponlo. Catching the fish on both Ponlo and Hansken. With Charlie gone and the Exorcism soon to end, Alliance, they've got to back off. Hansken, he'll manage to TP away, but a bit of an awkward fight. Honestly, once again, Charlie was just trying to get past everything to get in on a target, and he couldn't. He was sort of just stuck, sort of scrambling around on the low ground, whilst Manaspa could reset themselves and get into prime position to just turn and shoot him down.
Yeah, Roshan fights are just not Alliance's friend right now. Like I like the idea from Alliance. You know, Podlo was doing a lot of work throwing these constant smoke screens into Roshan's, like threatening Manaspa's ability to take it quickly. You had this beautiful wraparound, but I think the initiation was a little bit off. Like, of course, CK jumping in probably would have been the best option, but Death Prophet jumped in first. In doing so, it kind of installed the run away from the engagement concept to Manaspa, and that alone allowed them to once again disengage the high ground. So Alliance, they wrap around, they control the high ground, they run into the river, but then they give Manaspa the high ground and take the fight there. So again, it's Alliance. They've had 2, 3, maybe 4 engagements now where they really are just chasing Manaspa, and it doesn't help out, especially when Drow Viper can disengage, turn around, and then just artillery from a better position, and that's why we're seeing CK go down time and time again.
Yeah, Charlie, he had a decent start in terms of farm, but now at this point, we're seeing with the KDA 1, 3, and 4, he's just not really getting to play his game in these fights. He's just not getting the chance to pop off.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And luckily for Manaspa, the Drow and Viper are going to go for different items now. Drow's looking for Skadi. Viper's looking for AC.
A strong push here from Manaspa, of course, at this stage. Buildings are not an issue for them. They take down the tier 3 up top. Nande still a healthy 3.5 minutes on the Aegis.
They roared the illusion.
They got the illusion.
I think they've been so used to Ponlo just jumping into the fight that they Ponlo's kind of conditioned them to treat every illusion as a real hero now. Oh, and this is now the awkward part of the game. Now look at Charlie. He's ulting just to farm, but already Manaspa pinging out the triangle.
Yeah. He's got to get
Charlie's
out
having to run away.
He should be fine. Blinks out, and with the cover of the Moonlight Shadow, it'll be a bit too tricky to catch. So Charlie makes it away.
Well, Beastmaster's been left alone in mid lane.
Now that'll be a freebie. They will pop a lot for it. The Exorcism comes out from S4 here for that kill. See if they can turn that into anything else, but yeah, unlikely they're going to be able to run down to the tier 2, so it's going to be the Ghost on cooldown for a couple of minutes now.
How poetic. The Fairy fight is still in mid lane by the tier 1 Dire Tower. The one that Nande dropped at the Roshan fight has now somehow moved to here. I don't know. This Fairy fight is going on an absolute journey. Oh well, let's see if that one moves across the map anytime soon. I'll keep you updated, Owen, don't worry. Yeah, unfortunately for Alliance, they actually couldn't really achieve anything after the Beastmaster kill. There's no Roshan, there's no natural tower to move to. Alliance are moving towards top tier 2. I think Manaspa should just give this up. Beastmaster respawning in 20. This tower should fall, it's already half HP. If Alliance continue to try and make aggressive plays on the Dire side of the map, that's when they should be careful, because Exo is on cooldown for 90 seconds. But actually Alliance are just respecting the short respawn here. And probably disengaging from this siege.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
TP's coming in from Manaspa. Well, the Fisher setup. They'll drop the slam. Get that guaranteed takedown on Hansken.
That's a bit optimistic, but yeah. Nice punishment from Manaspa there. I do respect Desire's Earthshaker in the fact that he doesn't care about slam. Like, a lot of players would hold slam for a meaty 2-person slam, 3-person slam. But no, Desire, he sees a kill, boom. Slam the Ricky, slam the Mirana. Who cares? And it's probably it's mainly a product of this shard. Like, the shard actually gives you multiple ways to play out fights.
And do you like this from Skylark? It's going to go straight for, again, the Octarine done next.
Yeah, to be fair, I think this Octarine build is pretty fun once you get to 25.
Yep.
You have the Primal Roar cooldown plus an Octarine, and then on top of that, you then maybe get like the Spell Prism, which they didn't get, so unfortunate. What can you do? No, I like it overall. I think mainly it's just the cast range. I think Aetherlens on Beastmaster feels good, especially when his one job is to roar the Pango, or at least roar the CK from a defensive position.
Here comes the siege again down the mid. We've got the setup here. The arrow. Spartan able to grab Nande, keep him in a safe spot far away from the reaches of Alliance. Still heavy damage done to the tier 3 tower. We're seeing each time that Manaspa approach the base of Alliance, it's very hard for Alliance to be able to stop Manaspa getting something. You know, a lot of damage is done every time with each of these push forwards from Manaspa.
I do love the old fake back smoke. This is a pub classic. You know, you hit the mid tier 3, you step back a little bit. Boys, let's go smoke. They're going to run into us. Luckily for Alliance, they didn't fall victim to the most enjoyable call in Dota. They just hugged the high ground. But Manaspa very well positioned to take any engagement if Alliance are to leave their base. Oh, S4 actually completed the overwhelming blink as well. Didn't see that one. So now he's going to be a big boy when he enters the fight. He's going to just blink slow. Plus the Shivas, Manaspa, they have to be so careful. When BKBs are down, their movement speed is going to be potentially non-existent.
Absolutely.
From all this nuisance from Alliance.
Yeah, Nande's positioning's got to be top tier. You know, as the Drow, that's the one they want to close the gap upon. Nande can play the edge of the fights. He's going to feel super strong, but yeah, S4 can sort of jump in, get on top of him, and cause havoc against the Drow. Not going to be too much fun for Nande to deal with.
The BKBs at 7 seconds on all cores, actually, from Manaspa. So they're one fight away from having the shortest BKB. And once again, Alliance just smoking up Spartan. Ooh, tanking it.
He'll take the immediate jump from that attack. We'll see Skylark put the BKB on his way out. Wish still holding on to his. He's been caught by the fear of the Siphon, but now pots the BKB, continues to retreat. Skylark, he's going to get left behind under the tier 2 tower. Pono tries to jump forward for Wish, but Wish already up to the safety of the high ground. He'll be fine. Alliance, they get the 2 kills. Haven't quite got a creep wave with them. Creep still being held around the mid lane, so they'll head back to start bringing that over. Maybe by the time it's brought over to the tower, though, the exorcism is going to fall short. We'll see if they stick around to put any damage onto this tier 2. Doesn't look like they will. So they get a couple of kills, but still not quite in a position to be able to achieve anything after that right now.
But at least Alliance is showing us how they can win fights. Yeah. It's that one critical smoke into we found you, we killed 100 to 0 you, and the Pangolier and their Prophet, they need to be chaos heroes. They need to make Manaspa think about their positioning and think about retreating to a safer place. And that safer place is just not going to appear. And on top of that, Charlie then can make these cool plays where he jumps on, especially when Beastmaster doesn't hit the Primal Roar on the correct CK. That's when he instantly dies. So I think Alliance at least are kind of learning how they should take these engagements now. They've kind of had issues in the last maybe 10-20 minutes, but I think this fight in itself should be an indicator that Alliance can successfully take fights. And for Manaspa, they need to respect positioning and vision so much. Like their draft, it does fall. Like it falls to chaos. Like I think we mentioned, it's like the 5-10 minute mark in this game. It's like 20 to 40 minutes. Manaspa should be vibing so hard, and then eventually Alliance will have so many items that this Beastmaster can't be the only front line, and Manaspa's draft will start falling off. And we are seeing it very slowly here. But still, both teams haven't been able to build a big lead. Haven't really been able to have a large grasp on the game. We've seen this before from Desire.
He'll slam a support every time. This time round, might not get him the kill. In fact, it might just get him killed. As Alliance collapse back in upon him. Trent looking to move in under the tower. Wish has to put the BKB. Turns with the Viper Strike. Skylark wraps around with the Primal Roar. They've got the lockdown to keep Trent controlled throughout his ultimate. Now they turn their attention over towards S4. He tries with the BKB TP out, but the damage is too much here from the Drow. As Nande able to make sure that S4 will not get out alive. I mean, the slam didn't end up doing much, but in sort of the long term, it did end up baiting Alliance in and causing the death of two of Alliance's biggest cores there. S4 and Chuen going down. So I think Desire, he'll cross that off as a success.
Yes, that's worth it. Manaspa, it's 1 minute respawn, both have buybacks. They need to run down the map and maybe force these buybacks out, because it means the Roshan fight in a minute's time will be even harder for Alliance to fight with confidence, knowing they don't have that second life to lean onto. I think Alliance,
Let's have a look.
The best of one is going to get into a little bit. Really trying to force their hand.
I mean, what's likely to come out here? Will both Chuen and S4 buy back?
I mean, there's no BKB on S4, so it's an uncomfortable buyback nonetheless. They might have to.
They've got themselves in on top of Nande, but Nande's able to step out to the side. There's the first buyback coming out from Chuen. Still the pressure coming in from Manaspa. They know there's still 20 seconds without S4. The melee rack's been taken out on the top. The fortification comes out from Alliance. 15 seconds. S4 really not wanting to commit the buyback. And that does mean they will indeed lose 2 full sets of racks here that Manaspa's able to take.
They're even pinging bottom. Wait, please. Now this is a Manaspa play if I've seen one.
They want to keep it going. And Nice block there, Wish. Gets him to block the arrow connection. Still the Chuen's in with the Rolling Thunder. He's going to get caught by the Roar. The Roar says that Fernande turns attention towards Chuen, trying to do the damage. Chuen's up to the high ground. Chuen will live. He gets away. Charlie wrapping around from the side.
Stolen arrow.
Towards Nande, but there's a long stun here that's hit onto Charlie. Indeed, he's just completely taken out of the whole fight. He'll buy back immediately. Wish turns towards Handscan. Him and Skylark able to bring down the Mirana. Charlie back in action. Jumps in, has the control of the Skylark, but there's the ult coming out for a design. In fact, Skylark's still alive. S4's going to go down. He's out of the game for 80. It's 3 down without buyback.
This is over. It's over.
I think this is game T. As with that's it. It's this game one is this best of one. It's going the way of Manaspa. They've got the win here. Well played to Manaspa as they will take this first best of one of the tiebreakers. It just became a little too much for Alliance T and Manaspa. They did play this very nicely this game. They made sure that any little mistake from Alliance, it was well and truly punished T.
Yeah, God, this is... I think from Manaspa, they are the best of one champions in regards to their drafts and playstyle. Like, it is so hard to play against. And I think for Alliance, being honest, they made too many mistakes to try and beat Manaspa in this game. I think there was 3-4 engagements that they could have maybe made some big plays. But yeah, unfortunately for them, they are going to go into the lower bracket. And Manaspa, yep, they're the victors right now. If they win one more game, boom, Division 1 locked in.
Oh yeah, they had the perfect kind of best of one draft, and yeah, they just played really cleanly. We've seen Manaspa have some scrappy games, but honestly, when it comes to crunch time, they tightened up their gameplay very nicely, and yeah, multiple outplays straight up against Alliance in this game. So well played to Manaspa. They'll win the first best of one of this tiebreakers against Alliance.
Goodness gracious, I mean, the pressure of playing against this Manaspa draft, you know, under the gun the entire time, knowing that if you drop one fight, they're just going to barrel down your lanes, and eventually it proves too much for Alliance. They crumble, and it will be Manaspa taking the first game here in these tiebreakers, which puts Alliance in a very bad position, and Manaspa in a great position. They now go up to play against D2 Hustlers for their chance to win their slot in Division 1. But my goodness, I mean, what a game here, Kezi. That was just so stressful.
I mean, it was actually a very back and forth game. I think Alliance did pretty well in the early game. Even I saw S4 on the DP, he was owning, he did well in the lane, had some nice TP out, but then I think they went for the mid-tier one a bit too early, a little bit of throwing there. Then they had a really cool smoke around later in the game. But I really think Chuen on the Pango, he had to start the fight. And then here, all these fights, I feel like they're going so back and forth. But when Nande and Wish get to kind of live through this initial roll and maybe the CK jump, the longer the fight goes, Alliance, they'll just get melted down by these two range cores.
Yeah, it was really difficult to be able to kind of just stand their ground in a lot of these fights, and it always went one way or the other. I mean, what were the two conditions for each team winning these fights that we saw, T-Panda?
I think one of the big things that actually leads into the team fights on the side of Manaspa was they always rally multiple heroes, even for the smallest of skirmishes, which means they're trading a bit of farm, but they don't sacrifice too much of it because they're able to double down on all these fights they're taking. They might trade off a core, but they're going to get a core in return for one of their cores to get a kill. So that kind of trades off the farm that you're missing on. And it actually came down to this final fight for Manaspa. Spartan, Rubik, Stolen, Arrow. He locked down 2 or 3 heroes. We saw Charlie getting arrowed there. He was stunned for, 6-7 seconds? And then you look at Spartan here. He throws in another one, connects onto S4, and even if he's topped on with Echo Sams and everything, that arrow stun duration, he is gone. There's no coming back from that. Just beautiful ending there from Spartan.
Yeah, very nice, stylish plays towards the end, and Charlie just unable to stick on that drow and finish her off when she's on such low HP. We saw so many of these fights which were just coming really down to the edge and falling on the tiniest little outplays, the tiniest little movements, but that's what it's about in best of ones. I mean, did you feel like, Kazu, this was both teams playing to their maximum potential, or do you feel like the stress is getting to them a little bit?
I mean, I'm sure there's nerves for both teams. I do think that it wasn't as easy for Alliance. I liked a lot of the plays they went for, but there's just some mis-execution, which can happen.
Yeah.
I do think like down the line for Monaspa, it is more simple for them to play. You press a roar, or if Alliance ever mess up their initiation, I feel like their fight is just kind of over. I think Charlie had to do some heavy backpacking in this game if they were to win, and eventually it's just too hard.
All right, T-Panda, give me an MVP. Who stood out to you?
Well, on the side of Manaspa, I think one of the highlights definitely has to be Wish. The way that he was able to reposition Kite in fights, the constant, I would say, 95% efficiency on the Hurricane Pike, except for the for the one individual fight.
He's the real MVP, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, he
Same.
is definitely the MVP. But like that one Hurricane Pike player was like maybe he's extending a bit too far, and that was actually, I think it was Nande instead of Wish. So I can actually correct myself and say Wish had 100% uptime on this Hurricane Pike successfully. So I'm gonna give it to him without a doubt. Like the itemization, kind of laughing a bit with the identicalness with this Drow. So you could say, oh, but Drow's got the same items. He's also worthy of an MVP. It has to be Wish. Like this guy did a lot of heavy lifting this game. Spartan would be my second, with him actually winning the most important fight, winning them the game. But throughout start to finish, it has to be this guy.
Agree, Kezi?
I would agree. I think the AC on Viper is good as well, on in terms of his items, just to help his team out more later. And then, I would say Spartan is the one that you can throw within the mix. Also in like the early fights, he stole a Siphon. He was like tower diving this tier 1, giving them some bonus kills, buying good items, playing well in the fights, ending with a positive scoreline for him, which doesn't happen too often. So he's a next up MVP for me. As here we have the real MVP once more. Here he comes.
So beautiful. So beautiful. And now the real
He was
MVP,
too beautiful, he crashed the
is-
goddamn screen.
Which is you, the viewer. That's right, the Black Mirror looking back on you. You were the MVP all along. It was inside you. And here we have the schedule, of course. Our next game coming up is going to be Hustlers versus Monaspa. So if Monaspa can take the win here, then they are going to secure their Division 1 slot. But the Hustlers, statistically been doing very, very well when it comes to the wins. Will they be taken down by Monaspa, or are they going to be able to keep the fight going, keep their dreams alive, and go to a third game? And also, for Alliance, there's still a whisper of a chance if Hustlers win this next series and the Alliance can try and fight back and force another round of tiebreakers. It's a possibility which you actually saw in the last EU tiebreakers for Division 1, Kezu. I'm sure you remember that fondly.
Yeah, I do. It was... actually, it was pretty hype. I'm not going to lie. The games weren't all incredible, but the situation itself was pretty crazy. I feel like it could happen again. Why not? I think D2 Hustlers have what it takes to kind of beat Monaspa. I do think they're on... they must be feeling great. I also think that they played overall pretty well in this game just now. So momentum is on their side, but never count out the Dalai Lama craziness to just take you over.
Yeah, that is very true. And I think one big highlight, too, on the side of the Hustlers, they've got the entire Alliance fan base now rooting for Hustlers to win so that Alliance has a second chance to play against the Hustlers because, it's just how it is. It's out of Alliance's hands right now.
Fan power again. I mean, when we're talking about the unbreakable tiebreakers, you got to remember D2 Hustlers, they beat Monaspa. Monaspa, they were able to beat Alliance. Alliance beat Hustlers. So, throughout the DPC, these teams did exactly that. If it repeats itself, then we'll be having the same situation as in Division 1. But let's see what happens. We're going to throw it over to a break. Then we're going to be back with game number 2 of these tiebreakers. We'll see you shortly.
No damage, just save me. Let them go on me. Save me, I BKB, they will die.
I have Exo, bro.
They're going, look. Nice. You can roar this, I'm gonna kill him. Nice. He's dead after
Back
back.
to Gunner Phaser. He's not
CJ behind! CJ is out on him.
I don't have money. I'm hitting CK.
We need protection here, we need.
I parked you, Nade.
Nice! I'm fine. I'm stuck,
You're not
bro.
dead.
I'm
I
stuck.
can echo now.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice. They're dying.
Phaser in one.
Ricky dead.
CK. Bravo, guys. CK.
GG,
Yeah, let's go.
Hello and welcome back to the Division 2 Tiebreakers, where we are on a quest to find out which team is going to be joining Urdu Thunders in Division 1 next season. It's come down to 3 teams, Alliance, Manaspa and D2 Hustlers, but now it may just be down to 2. Manaspa took the first game, which means that they have to play up versus D2 Hustlers, and if they can beat them, then they secure their spot. If they don't, then anything could happen. But talk to me a little bit about this D2 Hustlers team, T. How are they doing?
Honestly, pretty good. They have been a formidable force in this division. I think if I was to power rank these 3 teams in the tiebreakers, honestly, I'd put D2 Hustlers first, Manaspa second, Alliance third, if I had to quickly do all 3. I think Hustlers have been the most consistent out of the 3, and they've shown some nice kind of concepts. And when I think about the Hustlers Manaspa series that they played in the DPC, Hustlers were... Oh, it was filthy. They were so good in that series. So I am leaning Hustlers a little bit going into this best of 1 already.
So do you feel like this is kind of like a matchup in which it especially favors Hustlers being the kind of cleanest team out of the 3, and Manaspa being the kind of least predictable but also the most aggressive team out of the 3?
Yeah, along those lines. It's also Hustlers are used to playing long games. When you think about their match games, 50 minutes, 54 minutes, an hour, 58 minutes, right? Against Manaspa is another 50-minute game. So if anything, Manaspa's power spike is 0 to 40. And then after that, it's like the Wild West. And I think Hustlers just consistently know that
long power spike.
It is. They're aggressive. Actually, you know what? Let me rephrase it. 0 to 30, all right? And then after that, that's when other teams normally win against Manaspa. So yeah, I feel like Hustlers, their playstyle just really mirrors quite nicely against Manaspa. I just think Hustlers do have the slight edge, unless Manaspa come in with some insane, aggressive draft like they did in the previous one.
Yeah, and I think, there's always a potential for curveballs, especially in the draft as well. That Viper maybe was a little bit of a curveball. Can you see any of those coming out in this series, T-Panda?
Potentially. On the side of Hustlers, they took a map every time they lost a series, so they've gone 2 O's, 2 1s, and 1 2s, not a single 0-2. In terms of curveballs, they're particularly looking for these I wouldn't say cheesy picks, but they have this variety of situational picks they can bring out, and I think the Tinker is still got to be one of those that is highly going to be contested. Hustlers need to keep their eye open that if Manaspa are looking for that particular hero for themselves, and they've gone for these very different, flexible idea drafts where they're not locking in a particular player in the first phase. They might not just have Skylark in first phase. They might just have their carry coming in first, like the Drows that we've seen a couple times coming out from Nande. And with the side of Hustlers, I think this could be Mirage's day. He's been showing from day to day why one of the guys, he's the second only mid player without a Liquipedia page, but looks like he's been a guy who's been around for a while and just dominating, because I think that's a statement in itself.
Yeah, the red names are always a bit of a question mark, but Mirage has come into this region, and even from the first series, I remember, he was just there to turn up, to prove that he belonged, and he's done fantastically, in my opinion, as a kind of breakout player. I think the mid lane is a very interesting one because, we do just have such a vibrancy coming out of that mid lane, so we are going to jump straight into the draft for game number 2 and find out who is going to be getting the edge here. Now, looking at this first phase, we are going to be looking at kind of the Treants, possibly even Leshrac, also Rubik as well, and the DP being the most contested heroes between these 2 particular teams. And of course, I imagine we'll get the leader band out as well, T.
Yeah, also against Manaspa, Hustlers picked Io twice in a row. And then after that series, Hustlers was like, lol, we don't care about Io ever again. So maybe that was some team read situation, but that's also, it's cool to see teams go up against someone and go, this is a concept that we're going to do against this one team only. And it works. So it'd be cool to see if Hustlers have other ideas to deal with Manaspa. And on the flip side, has Manaspa, after that type of series loss, have they understood why and why other teams weren't able to replicate that same style of play from Hustlers? So again, this is really quite an enjoyable best of 1, just because both teams really have so much information on each other's.
And that was also 10 days ago when they played that, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they bring it up again and just be like, hey, we're just going with what we beat you with already.
Remember this.
So right now, in regards to, so you get the first pick, Leshrac, you want to take that away from Hustlers. The other second picks that they've done has often been, Beastmaster, Lesh, or DP +1 has been their go-tos. So we'll see if they veer away from that or not.
Yeah, they must be tempted by DP Treant as this opening duo, but again, the IO could be a consideration. IO was the fourth pick for them in their first game versus Manaspa, and then their first pick for them in game number 2, along with that Leshrac, because that is just a very strong combo. But they did get Lesh in both games, so that might be what Manaspa's doing here, taking away the Lesh to kind of reduce the likelihood of Hustlers going for it.
Yep.
And they'll open up with the Undying.
It's cool. I mean, we don't see Undying first phase too often, especially on second pick, because it's not like this flexible hero that you're kind of confusing your opponent with. But no, I respect it for mainly the best of one logic, right? It's like win lanes. It's how Manaspa kind of edged out in that previous series. Like they have a draft that comes online quicker. This is the same thing with this type of opening. Undying will secure any safe lane pretty much, and then Viper, it's incredibly flexible for Hustlers. They've played it on carry for Shad. They've played it mid. They played it only carry, actually. I take that back. They haven't even flexed it so far, but I could see them flexing it to offlane very easily. But also imagine this is your safe lane, right? You're entering a best of one and you're Skylark. It's like, boys, what am I playing into? What's this cheeky best of one safe lane I'm having to beat? Undying Viper. Like, oh, it's filth. It's filth.
Yeah, at least on the side of Hustlers, if they do want to flex that Viper into the offlane, that would mean that the Violama, who's been the primary blink initiator of the team, would be playing a more damage control based hero. Like, at least itemization wise, you'd be looking at stuff like the Rod of Atos, and just pump out that bit of extra oomph that they need. Like, I think that this Viper hero is exactly that. But Shad playing the 3 games on this Viper, 2-1 from the safe lane, leaving the option open at least. But for Mirage, if they play this Viper as a carry, I believe you want to get another core that pairs up with him fairly early into the game, and you have a playmaker basically to work around with. It's also kind of adds scaling to the Viper, so it doesn't fall off too early, like the Skylark Viper that we see from time to time. It takes so long to get this hero back into the game after having a dramatic bad start. So already with Manaspa playing a tad bit around those cooldowns, thinking about the shapeshift, they still got some very good answers in terms of aggression and defensiveness, but also, like, I think it's a all-rounder when you have these two. The downside is you just don't have the supports brought up this early, so Hustlers can already see ahead into the future maybe a bit.
I love Manaspa though. It's like they enter 2 best of ones game 1. There's Beastmaster game 2. That's Lycan. It's like it's not the coolest of playbooks. So it's just one playbook. It's just on the same page. It's just push us out or push ourselves into Division 1. It's fun. I think the Lycan, at least, it's if it is a safe lane Viper, you can just drag the waves on Wolves. And out of Skylark's heroes, it's probably one of the more comfortable ones to play a really weak lane into. And once again, I think for Manaspa, they've clearly proven they want to be the aggressors in these best of ones in the DPC. So yeah, I don't mind it at all. And they just need to make sure they cover the weaknesses of their lineup, which is they need heroes to start the fight, and they need heroes to just kind of poke to continue enabling this Manaspa lineup that is going to be very kind of fluid as they sweep across the map.
Yeah, but I think they need to make sure they get rid of some of these, like, big control-y heroes. It looks like they are just taking away the big scary carries, which could maybe like burst or get that early scouting on the TB and control up the Leshrac.
Yeah, they're just respecting the Viper flexing for sure. And I also like the fact that Manaspa isn't falling victim to, it has to be Shad playing, he's the only one that's played it. It's like that logic wouldn't help out in the situation. So just ban out the heroes that you actually care about as a Lycan player, because you already know you can play Lycan into Viper by playing this creep pulling shenanigans that I've mentioned.
What I would really like to see on the side of Hustlers with this Undying and Viper would actually to bring out the Hoodwink, because you've already got the Tombstone providing all the vision. We've seen how powerful Alex can be on this hero, and just lock people down with Bushwhack. Also you have the Break available, which can be very efficient against this Lycan towards the later parts of the game. So that Hoodwink actually gives you that extra scaling into the late game team fights too. So it's not just about the early game pickoffs and the mid game kind of lockdown that you're looking for. It also provides that extra scaling.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, any AoE lockdown against Lycan is always going to be huge. Definitely something to consider.
Just trying to think about. I was going like, do I go for a really dumb suggestion, or should I just continue thinking with some clean logic?
Go ahead.
Well, no, we'll stick to some logic for now. We'll go for dumb suggestions down the line. Happens around you, no man. Shadow Fiend ban as well for Hustlers. Yeah, I think. Oh, actually, no, I like the Shadow Fiend ban just because of the track record of this Viper for Hustlers. It's been in conjunction. They've done it before where it's like Viper, Shadow Fiend, mid lane, safe lane, and both of these heroes kind of counter the same thing. So like Leshrac doesn't have fun going into either of these heroes. Like I think Hustlers when they last did it was against like a Death Prophet, so you just prevent that hero from having a good time. So Manaspa respecting the flexibility of this, but for Hustlers at least it's Primal Beast, Snapfire, very counter-aggressive heroes. Like these are heroes that after laning phase they just prevent you from playing your Dodo. And same thing with Ricky, right? At like 50-minute with Shard, even before that was Smokescreen. So yeah, a lot of just counter-aggressive heroes. And Tiny keeping it a bit ambiguous. Of course, right now it's the 4 or the mid. I love that a lot, and it's good against Manaspa's heroes because when they go to join the fight early on, Tiny happily thrives in these very cheap skirmishing fights if the game's in an even state.
Yeah, I always like to see Burst versus Leshrac as well, because it's one of the only ways you can actually get the better off him. If you just take him out early, then you can have a very good start to the fight. You got to be able to punish him if he's out of position. But I know what would happen in the China region right now. You know, the D2 Hustlers wouldn't have picked Tiny. They would have taken the Mars because, you know, you've got a wolf and a goat. Both animals hate being in cages. You get the Mars, you pop them in there, you peace out. But that's not really been a pick in this region, has it?
Not really. It's been a pretty underpicked hero for sure. Oh, Manaspa going back for the Shaker. Fair enough. I mean, Hustlers, the cool thing with Shaker is like if there's no innate map pressure where it's like one death rock, for example, in the previous game, then you can pick Shaker with confidence because you know you're not going to lose your entire map by like minute 15 and not have a game. So yeah. Shaker, it's like Shaker Lycan as well. Now think about this like offlane duo. Lycan grabbing waves with wolves, Shaker fissure blocking towards your tower. This is not a lane where Undying, and let's say it is Viper, will be able to ever punish. Like this is not a lane where it's like, haha, their offlane is removed from the game. So Manaspa basically identify the flexibility of Hustlers and go, we're just going to pick one of the most defensive offlanes possible that just won't play the lane at all. And we get to see a Warlock!
Yo! What's up with that?
God, Spartan's like, no, nowadays is like, please man, just pick me some type of hill. I need to survive a potential Viper lane. So it's like now Manaspa have Earthshaker Lycan to dodge the lane. Some really scuffed, underpicked, out of meta Warlock just because of a hill to survive a potential Viper lane. They're getting a bit spicy in these best ones for sure.
Yeah, and this is the first Warlock of the EU DPC Division 2.
And the last.
And probably the last.
I mean, literally, the tiebreakers are about to end, Nomad, so it's no flame, it's just some logic.
Yeah, okay. We can take it as such, but I mean, Manaspa are a team of records, right? You know, you've got Nande being the second most kills, least death, Wish is second, and then also most deaths, Spartan is first. So he's clearly just trying to keep up that record, make sure it doesn't get beaten. Gotta respect it.
What I like about Manaspa on the side of these two supports is when you compare them to the cores that they have. Very mobile, very all over the place, and then you have two supports with super long cast range. The Fatal Bonds, the Golem can be cast from a million miles away, the Fissure can be cast from a million miles away, you build a Blink on the Shaker too, so the supports can, in a way, stay safe while still providing for their cores, and then they have a massive amount of burst damage for this. Leshrac just got amplified by a fuck ton, and I'm really liking the idea here, because this like the one-of-a-time occasion where this Warlock could actually work, because it's added up with this Leshrac. I really like the idea Manaspa has here.
I'm gonna go for the flip side just to give some fans some other storyline to look at.
Devil's advocate.
Devil's advocate. If Manaspa don't get a Leshrac who has a good game with Bloodstone and gets to play up front, but Mirage has often done that, so you can expect it to happen. But if it doesn't, their draft is atrocious. Like Warlock Earthshaker can't do anything to help anyone out if the cores aren't running forward. Like as soon as Manaspa's lineup stops going forward and is delayed, then it's like, wait a second, we have to wait for the one turnaround Golem play. We have to wait. And I like the D2 Hustlers pick with his Tide Hunter.
Yeah, same.
It's Warlock will do nothing against this hero in the offlane. So now whatever carry Manaspa picks up needs to be just some casual free farming offlaner that just goes, yeah, thanks, I'll just farm against Tide. So some Morphling type carry or something. But for Naspa, it's like, I feel if Lesh or Lycan at any point are stunted in their early fights, mainly Lesh, I could see Manaspa really struggling to ever enter the big engagements because, like, wait for the Echo, wait for the Golem. And even when they hit that, where's the explosive damage after? It's more Lycan models in or Leshrac walks in. So I like the quirkiness of the draft, but I can see it having a really big issue if things don't go their way.
Yeah, there's always a trade-off, especially when you're buffing up your cores so much that you kind of have to live around them. If you don't have those cores, what do these guys do? That's exactly correct. And one thing that I was kind of curious about was Manaspa banning out the Ursa in the second phase, which allowed the Tidehunter also to go through, because he got himself a better lane now. And I really can't just think of any other hero. Maybe the Spectre could work out. Spectre Warlock is an old school classic, but the type of heroes that you want for the lane. Okay, see, they banned the Spectre. Never mind. Let's not go that route then.
I think Ursa ban in second phase is just because Lycan eventually doesn't do anything against him. Also kill threat, and Leshrac as a core hates playing up against cores that just jump on top of you and kill you off. So it really was a respect thing towards their opening.
And Shad is a pretty awesome Ursa player as well.
Yeah.
We've seen some great performances out of him.
So I can
The
roll
thing
it out
is,
for sure. 3 seconds.
the thing is, if they did went for the Ursa like 15th or 18th, they still could have gone for DP, which was still in the pool to counter it out. But
I would
last
guess
phase,
it's going to be the carry then, since Nande is talking so much.
Yeah, I'd expect this for sure. I mean, I feel like if
pull off the Shad like and carry.
if they're not picking up a carry here, I think Manaspa have really put themselves in a very difficult position to vibe hard in this game to win it. What is
Yeah, but at the same
available-
time, for me, like Manaspa's draft, the one thing they're missing if they want to play fast is like some hard initiation, you know, like some catch, which is more than just a shaker fisher from the trees. Oh wow,
Okay.
Not the OD.
I mean, I thought Morphling was like a more like a stable option. It gives you scalability into late game punishment. You also can take over Tiny or Undying to provide that team fight your team needs for Manaspa. But instead, Nanda, he mentioned he loves this OD carry, and this is relatively good game for it. He should free farm the lane. It will give you some mid game aggression, but yeah, I feel like for Manaspa, it's going to be a treat to watch if they can execute it, because it is just go, supports behind, like throwing in a shit ton of team fight, and that's why Hustlers, they look at this draft and go, sure, if you're not winning this game by, like I said in the pre-show, the 30-minute mark for Manaspa, you normally lose. So Hustlers just double down and go, aight, we're chilling, we're free farming.
Yeah, you got the Mirage Viper to secure the early game for you, the Davai Lama, Tidehunter to just be that brick wall, and then a late game brick wall as well in the Medusa. Will the wall hold steady though, or will Manaspa be able to smash through it? I do just want to quickly ask about the OD into the Tidehunter matchup. I mean, how is that something we know about? Is that a thing, T?
It's not really too much of a thing. I mean, OD shouldn't do too well in that lane. I mean, you'll just farm, you'll just be fine. Tide will also farm quite nicely. What was the pos for again for the Tidehunter game, the team? I actually forgot straight away.
Tide, it was Tiny, right?
Tiny, right?
Okay, in that case, I think the OD should farm quite nicely, unless there's some weird like gush into Avalanche toss play back, but OD should farm quite well. I think for Nande at least, he went like Midas into Ags, and he played a utility style carry. He didn't try and go for like Witchblade and right click on his OD. So if he's doing that again, he is playing for his Leshrac to be the true carry and Lycan to be the build and carrier. So Manaspa are still aligning for that skirmish run at you, but yeah, Tide should honestly do fine in that lane. It isn't like some, wow, OD's gonna really wreck this Tide.
Jeez, really even odds as well. T-Panda, very quickly, your thoughts on this match?
I think Hustlers are going to take this one, and I think like the buff coming from the side of Alliance as well. Like they want Hustlers to win this one, stretch it into a third, give them a chance to play it out. The Medusa is a bold idea. At first I was like, I don't like this Medusa against the OD, but the fact of the scaling, going further into the game, Manaspa's weakness in the mid game, I think they got it.
Alrighty, let's find out what's going to happen in the second round of the tiebreakers. We have OD Pixel and Kezi to take you through the second game.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, we're just about ready to get going with the action here between Manaspa and D2 Hustlers. Kezu, what's your sort of thoughts on the drafts then? We're getting some fun stuff. Spartan bringing back the Warlock, Desire again getting to play the Shaker. Hustlers, though, on the other hand, they're going to rest on the fact that they feel that this Medusa, Shad, he's going to be able to carry this game out. Manaspa, they're not going to be able to end it sooner. Who do you think's got the right take on this game?
I like Hustlers closing 2 picks a lot. I think the Tide is very good as like you play against these 2 heroes that rely on running in with the Lesh and Lycan. You're just this big fat wall. Similarly with the Medusa last pick, also very good. I thought they would perhaps go Medusa or Sniper, just something that can stand its ground or keep high range. Medusa has a good matchup against OD. Maybe there's something in this game where you still build the Ags on OD to like just take the Medusa out of the fight, because they're going to rely on that later and you just spam Astro her and try to kill her team. Maybe that's one thing to go about it, but I gotta say I like the Hustlers draft, and I don't know why there's a Warlock, but maybe Spartan can surprise me and show me why I'm stupid and I don't understand the hero.
We'll see what it can do. And at the least, obviously, something that the carry is going to be happy to have by their side in terms of the heals that Spartan can pump out in the laning stage. And, you know, down the lines, there's some pretty nice, you know, theoretical fatal bomb combos in terms of AoE damage that his teammates are going to be kicking out in the fight.
That's true.
So could get some big damage off in the team fights.
The 5-man Fisher into Fatal Bonds into the OD ult. I'm happy to see it. I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Definitely some potential if their spells line up nicely. And from what we've seen so far today, Manaspa looking very much to be on top form. Very impressive showing in that first game against Alliance. We'll see, though, if Hustlers are going to prove to be the stronger side today, though.
There's something about these lanes that is somewhat interesting. So I think mid, this should definitely be a very Viper favorite matchup, like even some 70-30 against the Lesh. But something, as we have a quick pause, so I get to talk a bit more, that's nice, is this top lane. OD is a very strange carry, that's why we don't really see it so often. The hero being set up with a healing support is actually kind of interesting to me, because the hero doesn't have any built-in HP regen. You don't really build any of these items because you don't buy Meteor Hammer anymore. And Nande loves to rush Midas. So him having Spartan on this Warlock, I feel like this OD, he's got a free farm. He has a good lane against the Tide, unless there's some tossback. He's just going to be being chilling, and he's going to rush a Midas. And yeah, I think Nande should be set up for a good game.
All right, well, we'll see how well he is able to play that lane. And then on the other side of the map, will it be a slow start for Shad in the lane, or is he going to be all right against the Lycan Shaker?
Yeah, he should be similarly, I think. Yeah. Both carries should just be free farming. They're just going to pull some waves. He's just going to farm on the tower. He has an Undying. So I would say most heroes are going to be very happy. The one thing that could swing a lot is just this mid matchup.
We'll see how that plays out here between Mirage and Wish. Of course, a lot to play for on these games. If Manaspa get the win, they will be going to Division 1. Hustlers, I need to take this game and then take the next one that will occur against Alliance for them to have a shot.
Heroes are indeed missing. I'm happy that Manaspa are keeping us up to date.
I mean, and what overall is there? It's sort of the build beyond the Midas for the safe lane OD nowadays.
I mean, it's a bit hard for me to say because no one really plays this hero. No. So I feel like when you're carry, you're probably more inclined to go some right-click build. But I feel like that doesn't play that well into Medusa. I feel like you would perhaps help your team more if you just go this Ags into magic build where you just take out the Medusa by just spam astraling her. And like you take out this one wall and then you help your Lesh and Lycan that way to just like deal with the rest. Kill the Tiny, try to kill the Viper in the shapeshift. But we'll see. Maybe he knows better and there's some Midas Witchblade build where you play like with Pike and Blink where you play long fights that way. But I still feel like the Ags is just, it just looks too good.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, for sure, because obviously, as you say, the Midas that you will be getting regardless first, you know, going down sort of a farming, right-clicking route, is there ever a time where you have a good matchup against the Medusa or, you know, beyond sort of 20-plus minutes, the Medusa's just not going to care about you?
I mean, maybe you do with like, but you're going to need a lot of items, I think, to do so. Like, you probably need a Pike at the same time to then, like, try and kite out the stone gates and stuff like that. So perhaps you need like too many items that it's too slow, whereas you can just go Ags and maybe then still transition if you want to. So I feel like it's just a safer choice. Nope.
Looks like they're having some internet issues or something here, Hustlers, unfortunately.
The XDs are being dropped.
Hopefully they're able to resolve themselves pretty soon. Apologies for the delay, ladies and gentlemen.
Just gonna have some wave pulling going on. Probably, I mean, both the side lanes, as we said before, they're gonna be played out, I think, fairly similarly, because neither off lanes can really pressure that much. So they're just gonna play to get as much as they can. Maybe deny a few creeps here or there by pulling some waves. But yeah, I think the eyes are really gonna have to be like around this mid lane, minute 4, 5, 6, because I've seen this matchup get out of hand very quickly between the Lesh and the Viper.
Go back and play. Top line, Llama taking a fair bit of damage here. Still get bullied completely away from this wave. But indeed, you say Alex will manage to get the connection with the pull. No interruptions.
You know, just a classic wave pulling. They even have 2 range creeps here somehow. Like, perhaps that was a bit left from the first wave. So there's going to be a lot of creeps denied. I don't know if Llama can actually hold them there for that long. Since Spartan is there doing a good job to actually, you know, hit him a bit.
He got every single... I missed the range creep, but he got all the other CSs still.
One creep is heading off into the tier 2 tower. Unlucky for him.
Looks like Nande didn't have the easiest times getting the
Skylark.
the tower there. Well, it's going to be first blood there. And call there. Tombstone down. Not the place to be. Easy first blood there for that duo lane.
He tried a little too hard to pressure the Medusa there. I think it's nice to like get these little chip-ins, right?
Sure,
like when you have the opportunity, but yeah, you need to be careful against this Undying. Just lowers your HP, Tombstone gets dropped, suddenly a snake deals like 150 damage. Yeah, not the play, but definitely a nice job here by Hustlers.
See again, this top lane creeps getting dragged all over the place. I mean, who's this favouring? So these lanes being, this top lane being a bit of a mess.
I think the messier, the better for Radiant. For the Tide, he's just gonna be chilling. I think Nande, he's gonna free farm anyway, but the more you can get on Tide and the more like small and nice you can chip in here and there is very good for you for the Tide lane. And on top of that, if they do well, it means that the Tiny is freed up to move. And if he can move to mid, he can double down on the swingy mid matchup between the Lesh and the Viper.
Yeah, Mirage already with that edge, of course. 13 for 6 against the 8 and 1. And that lead, top Spartan, he'll end up getting taken down. Hustlers getting these early kills.
They're doing good. Even here it's a double wave. We'll see if Nande gets to push him off of it. It would be a very big deal if he could. Because Llama, he just wants to kind of chill here and then drag them again. Might be a bit
They've
too
got
hard.
Astral in a second, so Manaspa might be able to make a play. Spartan's trying to bring the creeps away from the tower first before he starts to help out. The Astral won't be enough to kill off Davai Lama. Still forcing him back a little bit. Spartan standing his ground against both of them.
Why play the lane when you can play in the jungle?
The top lane really is a complete mess. It's all over the place, the creeps hit. I'm seeing them meet left, right and centre. CS-wise out this top lane, what we've got 13 and 7 for Nande. And Davai Lama 13 and 0. So both cores able to get something from this.
Nice glyph. Just to mess more with the CS, get some more hits off. And yeah, like from here, this is the type of timing where you're already winning this lane as Viper, as we can see from the CS. But now every time you just have this vision on Wish, you're just gonna keep clicking him. And if Alex can get this level 3, where he has then 1 level in Avatos, he should really be looking around this mid lane, especially with the siege creep incoming and like on the next wave.
We'll see what Wish does here, but yeah, he's going to have to maybe just consider the walk back to base. Very low on HP. And we'll stick around to get a stack done for himself. This is going to be a complete free farm Viper here, Mirage. Level 6
Yeah, there's going to be double free farm pretty much, because Medusa is going to be the same. Sometimes lineups can look weird when you have like two of these cores that are very similar in terms of playstyle. Like Viper and Dusa are both kind of single target agi carries that are kind of slow and, you know, just play on range. But I don't really see them getting pressured that much in this game. Sure, there's a Lycan and a Ledge that are gonna run at you, but both of them are... I mean, Skylark is doing pretty well in this lane, even with the First Blood, but they're playing into some definite counters in the game later with the Medusa Stone Gaze, Tidehunter Ravage, so I really think that D2 Hustlers are off to a good start.
They might have a chance for Angel here. And you can see Desire was trying to get the wrap round, and Angel knows that he drops down the tombstone to make sure that Manaspa can't set up for a play on him. Invisibility. Alex has got the invis. See if that allows him to catch anyone by surprise with that potential toss combo.
Midas Rush is soon complete on OD. Nande only needs 300 gold, so yeah, he's more than happy.
See, Alex is looking for an opportunity to set up, but Wish, he's playing smart, not stepping too far from his tower.
Huh, I'm a bit surprised he didn't go there. I think with the Avatos into the Viper, he would probably just die because Warlock can't really help, but choosing to play it safe. Don't blame him too much. He's still just applying pressure by just being around. I guess he doesn't really have to even commit. Like, we can see how scared Witch just has to be, as now, poof. See you later, Spartan.
They'll get Spartan out of this one. Not quite the big catch onto Wish they would have hoped for. Top lane as well, Divine Llama able to pull some attention. Was farming the creeps pretty deep between the tier 1 and the tier 2, but TP's out at a point where Wish has disappeared from mid. Make sure that Wish isn't able to punish him there for that deep farm.
Well, they did lose the siege, so Wish actually is not going to take too much damage on the tower. He's not too happy as he's still level 5, but he got himself some stacks. He's going to get level 6, so there's going to be a bit of recovery for him. And I think for D2 Hustlers, they should be looking to use their Lycan soon. Like, he has level 6, I think he's closing in on the Dom, perhaps he even finished it already. And top lane, Nande, he's just going to be chill on his own. I think you shouldn't really use too many resources there. So playing through the Lycan is definitely something they should look for.
Let's have a look. Skylark wrapping over towards the mid lane. They are fully aware of this. They'll go for the smoke move top. They know that there's quite a few members of Manaspa playing around bottom. So at this point in time, Nande completely on his own. See if they can get him beyond the tower and take him down before any TPs start to come in. Alex will already show, so Manaspa know that this play's been being looked towards, and unlikely that they can get this play now. So
bottom lane.
Mirage is going to have to take the walk back towards mid. And D-Shad caught in the trees. Desire trying to find the wraparound control, and they're going to be able to block him in. Manaspa, off the back of sort of a lot of movements happening on the map, they end up the ones being successful. They take down Shad, and quite a bit of time that was spent by Hustlers swinging up towards the top lane, and as I say, Mirage then having to make the walk back to mid where they get nothing.
No, that was very nice. Like, Nande, he steps up. You know, he doesn't like just run into the range of the creeps. He pulls them up north into his tower, so he's safe. He doesn't TP out because he knows that his team is about to make a play bottom.
Yeah.
In return, they just kill Shad. That was, yeah, very nicely done by Manaspa.
Manaspa still keeping the 3 of them down here. I mean, and for Hustlers, they've still got pretty much 3 of them around this top tower. Nande will stay deep in the trees again. They do obviously have the threat of the Ravage to play with as well if they want to try and dive in for the OD, but Nande definitely making it tricky for them to make the call to go aggressive. Alex is going to start hunting through the trees now, and we'll find him. Nande, immediate Astral and a TP out. He'll get away. Hustlers should be able to put pressure onto the tower here, but unable to kill this OD.
Well played, really. Like some of these individual plays right now from Monaspa are really stellar. The fact that he didn't die earlier, now he gets the Astro into the TP out, because you want to keep a very like open map if you're Monaspa. Your Lycan needs to keep farming his side, Lesh needs to recover. So him staying up here, being semi on top of the net worth and just like chilling and not dying. Now he'll just farm top again when it comes in. It's a great job as Shad. Just taking a bit of poke, didn't have his mana shield on.
Should be fine here. Now, Angel even popping down the tombstone at the threat of Shad getting continuously chased down by Manaspa. Hustlers, they'll bring in the numbers to fight Manaspa here. Spartan looks to be the one to be left behind. Actually, Wish is going to just help play aggressive and make sure that even Hustlers, turning up with Mirage as farm as he is on the Viper, top net worth at the moment, they're not even going to be able to get Spartan. Spartan walks away, and Manaspa, they get a kill out of that.
Yeah, it was a very nice centaur stomp in the back by Skylark, who was microing the centaur. Now, they got the mid tower to semi-low HP from D2 Hustlers. Nande is chilling top, as he's just farming, because they all had to rotate out. And now, from all of this as well, like, look at the bot tower. It's being hit by summons. Once again, Undying is forced to TP here. So, yeah, Monaspa they're doing all the right things right now.
Yeah, and we'll see Desire. Yep, he's out in time with the TP. They can't kill him quite quick enough. And from Nande with the itemization, he's pretty much doing what you were saying you wanted to see him do. And if he can get this Ags at a good time, this is something that's going to be pretty strong this game.
For sure. Like, when we talked about it earlier, so we liked the things Hustlers were picking because it's like these wall-type heroes that make it hard for Lycan and Lesh to run in. But now you suddenly have this OD who can play from high range and constantly take out one, maybe both. And now suddenly that really leaves this tiny Viper and Undying like super volatile and susceptible. And it also fits to like the OD playing longer duration fights from high range, which is really cool with this Lycan form and the Leshrac and the Earthshaker. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just loving this. They're playing great.
2k lead. Low kills at the moment, 3 for 2. Naspa having the edge. Hustlers. Last few plays they've attempted to make haven't quite been successful. Not being able to get the picks against Manaspa that they'd hoped for, especially with the early moves of the Viper. A Viper that's now getting looked towards. Smoke movement from Nande and Spartan. We'll see if they go with this with the Golem. We'll see if they've got enough damage. Can be the setup. So Mirage try and stand his ground. Ravage comes out, but the dodge is there with the Astro. It does catch, of course, Spartan. As Spartan will go down. And Mirage is going to be able to live. He won't. The Golem will manage to take him. So they get the kill, but this time round it does cost Manaspa a bit. They'll lose 2 heroes.
That's a very strange play. They do end up getting the kill, so that's it's not the worst trade. Usually when you're in this position right now, they should be very happy with like farming a kind of a flat line. I think Monaspa definitely overstepping their welcome there a little bit. Maybe they thought they would kill him faster, but nice dodge by Nande on the Ravage as well. And yeah, I think he won't be going for that sort of play in the next couple of minutes. He's going to be like, yo, Spartan, I want to farm my Ags, you do you.
Absolutely, yeah. And if he can sort of stay out of action, he'll get that Ags at good time. He's already got basically half of the gold sorted for the Aghanims. Point booster and 1k gold on top of it. So it's going to be good speed when he makes the pickup. Now Wish closing in on the Bloodstone. See, in terms of builds, Davai Lama is just going to make sure that that pipe's there as soon as possible for his teammates. They've got a bit of a better chance against this, incredible amount of magical damage that Manaspa can lay down in a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, Wish has also fully recovered his entire game. He was so far behind. Now he's even ahead of the Viper. I think for D2 Hustlers, they have lost a lot of their early game momentum because a lot of it was relying on this Viper doing well mid, which he did, but they didn't really translate it into anything. And now Monaspa, they're pretty much owning the whole map. Like, what is D2 Hustlers supposed to do? Their heroes are very slow around the map with the Strike Core, and you have a Tiny 4 who, obviously, Alex is nowhere near close to a Blink Dagger. So they just have to farm.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Each moment, the gold lead continues to grow for Manaspa. Really touching towards the 3k gold. Bloodstone done for Wish. We'll manage to take out. So see this top area that Hustlers, Davai Lama's been able to sit up here pretty safely. Ravage is going to be back again in 10 seconds, so they'll have a chance to set up a responsive fight if Manaspa do try and make moves towards the Tide.
Like, I'm trying to think for now what you want to do if you're on the side of D2 Hustlers, because I think Manaspa are fairly happy with like maintaining the map as it is. Skylar can even look to like block some ancient camps every now and then with his wolves, pop like some Lycan form to get some cheap kills, slowly pressure down this tier 2 bot tower. But if you're D2 Hustlers, I think that you don't have too many aggressive plays. Perhaps you can wait for this pipe on Davai Lama, get towards like this Manta style on Dusa to keep, you know, chipping out the waves, but your aggressive capabilities, they're not really there.
Bottom. Davai Lama and Alex turning up to hold the tier 2. Desire. He's getting aggressive onto Angel in the mid. Angel will pop the ult and drop the tombstone. Try and chase Desire out here, but the backup's coming in. Skylark ready with the shapeshift, closing in on the
Gives him the high
Undying.
five.
That's got Shad by his side, and TP's coming in as well from Hustler, so they'll be able to hold the sort of area, maybe even try and set up a fight themselves. Tombstone's been taken down. There's the threat of Spartan preparing to drop a golem if Hustlers try and commit too deep into the action. So Hustlers can't really step forward as much as they want. Davai Lama's got his eyes on Skylight, but starting to fall low on the mana. Struggle to get the full combo off and doesn't want to commit a Ravage around this area too far from the team. So nobody goes down, but again, Manaspa just, with each moment, they're getting that much more out of the map than Hustlers.
Yeah, very awkward right now. A lot of like this mid standoff, which I don't think either team really likes to be in that position right now. Both teams are not really like super ready to just straight up run into the enemies, at least like in too deep of a line, because Desire, he wants to get his Blink Dagger. Medusa has to continue to farm. So I think for D2 Hustlers, they just need someone bottom to just keep pushing out this wave, just keep farming until eventually perhaps Manaspa run too deep into you or they force a Roche. I think until then, there is just no aggressive play. And until then, Manaspa just keep racking up the creeps, get this gold lead, and when they have this Ags plus Blink, I think for them it's snappy time, it's go time. Smoke it up and get into this D2 Hustlers draft.
Gonna get the setup onto Davai Lama. A lot of damage coming out from Nande, and looks to be way too much for Davai Lama to deal with. A few hits now at this point from Nande, and it takes down the Tide. He's ready to play with the Ags now with a double Astral, level 12 as well, so big damage ready to get dropped with the Sanities. I mean, Manaspa, they're looking very tough to make any sort of move into. It feels like this game already for Hustlers is kind of falling into a situation where they're just sort of looking at Shad and saying, Shad, please carry us.
It really is. And that's for him. He needs to be given the time to get there, because I think Manaspa now, like I was talking about their item timings, they have Overlord into drums, they have the Axe completed, the Shaker on Blink, they can force a Roche, and they can continue to just starve the whole map. So even if this Medusa gets fat, which he might, he's going to be playing against like 3 insanely farmed core heroes.
Oh, absolutely. Manaspa's kind of approach to the game, as was in the first game of the day, we saw from them against Alliance, it's been very, very clean. They have come very well prepared today, and you know, as said at the start of the day by T, you know, Manaspa, this is the team that you've got to fear in the best of ones, and already in game 1 against Alliance, now at the start of this game 2 against D2 Hustlers, we're seeing exactly why.
Yeah, this Roche is gone. They're just, I don't know, I feel like for the past 7 minutes, they've done all the right things, apart from maybe small mid engagement. They have good vision, they're making the right moves, they're building the correct items. So if Manaspa can keep up this pace, yeah, I'm very scared for this Medusa.
Dire are scanning.
We'll see. Davai Lama's got the pipe, so a little bit of protection for the team, but obviously not going to do anything for himself against those right clicks. That pure damage from Nande, as we saw before. If Nande gets his hands on the Tide, he'll still just shred through him. They've got their eyes, there's the jump.
Dire's top tower.
The Astral to open with. Second one as well. Let's see with the ult, they're ready to think about continuing for this fight. Angel set up the area with the tombstone, though. Makes it a bit harder for Manaspa to fight into. Spartan, he'll get left behind on this one. Well, they'll let him live a little longer with another defensive Astral from Nande, trying to save the wall up, but there's no escape. So they hold the area nicely there, Hustlers. Make sure that Manaspa aren't able to fight into them this time.
It's a very nice job by Hustlers. So I think the only way that they can fight, or if we look at their draft, they need to fight in like very close areas. Like they have a lot of area control. They have a tombstone, a ravage, then maybe you can try to combo it with a stone gaze. Whereas if you look at Manaspa's draft, they want to like fight in more, like way more open areas where Lycan can chase you down and kite from the trees, where it's easy to reach some astrals here and there to like keep kiting. So around these high grounds and these closed off areas, Manaspa have to be really careful. I legit think it's the only win condition Hustlers have when it comes to team fighting.
Talking about being careful, it's again time for Hustlers to be careful. There's a smoke coming for them. Ults are at the ready. And they'll find Angel. They'll settle for him. Maybe they'll be able to get more. Actually, Nande, he's got the catch onto Davai Lama. They'll be able to turn this into 2 quick kills. Pressure coming in with the bottom wave. They'll also look for this tier 2 tower as well. And with only 3 heroes alive, unlike the Hustlers can do much to put a stop to this push. And this tower should be going down.
This tower is definitely dead. I wonder if they... I feel like you can even stay here with like 1 or 2 heroes, like poke into the tier 3, force the glyph, maybe force some heroes back. Because right now, they lost the tier 2, but they're still farming on the map. So I really like that they're pushing forward here. Like, if they don't bring enough heroes back, you can just keep chipping until you feel like, okay, job's done, they TP 3-4 heroes, now we chill.
Only 6-6 right now, 21 minutes in. But in terms of the moves that we're seeing, Manaspa just looking to be a step ahead so far. BKB's round the corner for Wish, so whilst that Aegis will expire in a couple of minutes, he'll at least have the BKB done in time before it goes away. So that already this Lesh is getting to the point where it's going to be tough for Hustlers to burst through.
Yeah, for sure. Like, they're all very happy. I even think right now, for Manaspa, there's like a halfway GG play in their book right now. If you can use one of these walls, like you send it to this Medusa in the top area, and you try to just smoke there with like a... I even think OD Shaker plus 1 smoke is enough. You get into this Medusa. If you ever find the Hustlers draft scattered, people will die. And whoever comes to help that person, they will die as well.
Shad. Skadi very close. So that next item done. His farm, of course, still there. Comparable with the cores of Manaspa. But for both Davai Lama and Mirage, they are falling behind. So it really is, as each minute passes, looking more and more like a game that, for Hustlers, they're really going to be sitting on the shoulders of Shad and hoping that this Medusa can turn this game around at some point.
Yeah, he has to do some heavy lifting. And yeah, I've said it before, even with his high net worth, there's a lot of things that are annoying to play into. Fissure into Totem Stun with the Shard. There's aggressive Howl. These double Astrals. And not only is it annoying for you, but Nande, he's going to steal like 1,000 mana maybe from like 2 Astrals once you have Skadi. So yeah, this OD ult, you better watch out with the other heroes.
I mean, that's true, yeah. Well, you do the maths on it. That's... It's big numbers.
It's a lot of big numbers. It's a lot of numbers.
See what they want to go for next, Manaspa. That's the Aegis gone.
I feel like you might need this blink on Davai Lama. I know like there's a lot of waiting going on. I think right now they can look for some scrappy fights as they're trying to smoke up with the tiny Viper. But the bigger engagement, you need this dagger. Try to blink, ravage, follow it up with a stone gaze, have Viper hit some heroes, maybe get 1 or 2 scrappy kills and then back off from there. It's just too hard. Like, I don't want to be Davai Lama in this position right now. I feel like I can't do anything aggressively, and if I get caught alone, the OD just chomps me down in 3 hits.
Smoke up from both sides. Davai Lama stepping up to the front. We see Manaspa. They're trying to get some deep vision round to the side of the fight, so they've got a good observer to take a team fight around in the mid lane. If Hustlers step out. Hustlers seemingly aware there. I'll make sure that they don't get baited into any action down the mid.
I'm playing it fairly safe. I would. There's only one small thing I would like Munaspa to do a slightly different. It's Skylark using these wolves to scout a bit more. Like a lot of these heroes are just so slow by nature with this Viper tied Medusa, and your lineup is very fast. I think you could really like be scouting out a lot of good information. And Dalai Lama is getting some poking on him.
See Nando, what's he getting next? He's getting the bot snacks, making sure that he'll be able to split up the map and still have that availability to join the team at any required moment. Get TP'd over towards one of the walls that Skylark's sending in, or setting up some action for.
Yeah, I must say I'm really liking their itemizations on Monaspa's side. I wonder what Spartan is gonna buy. He has like 2k gold saved up on this Warlock. He has a Veil already, which is cool. I feel like he has pretty much free reign to buy whatever he wants. I feel like you could buy, I don't know, you could buy Vlad, Solar Crest, you can Rush Refresher if you're a fancy boy. But in terms of the other itemizations, like all these Boots of Travels, it just counters these Radiant heroes so much because they're so slow and like clunky in these teamfights. You can outplay them very easily. You have Upheaval, fast move speed now with double travel and Lycan form. So yeah, I still think Monaspa, they are checking off all the boxes that, you know, of what they have to do.
Not a whole lot happening really on the part of Hustlers.
No, second Roche is gonna be the name of the game soon. As
Yeah, Monaspa, they'll get ready to look for a fight. I mean, Hustlers have sort of just been farming as four around this area. Monaspa, they're ready to push them out of it. They take down Angel. See if they can get more of the Astral. That'll do it to take out Alex. They'll get both of the supports. Skylark, see if you can check out the situation around the triangle. It's just, yeah, Hustlers very much falling into sort of the rhythm of trying to just play a slow game and take any sort of attention they can away from Shad so the Medusa can farm. But it feels like it's just allowing Monaspa to get so much. They're just in full control of the game, and they've got a massive lead already. Just 27 minutes in, already in the double digits net worth lead for Monaspa.
yeah, and now, yeah, 83% probability. I'm not surprised. So Skylark, he's even fighting off the Viper with just his summons. Yeah, this is not amazing. He even has an AC completed on Skylark. He is insanely massive. They're all massive.
Yeah. No, they're really, I mean, yeah. There's, you know, Wish and Nande being pretty much as farmed as Shad. And, you know, Shad's had a lot of room. You know, he's had a lot of room. He's had a lot of freedom to hit the creeps, and he's a Medusa. Yeah. But Monaspa's cause, they're keeping up with him.
Yeah. I like the switch up from Shad's item build. He had this butterfly queued up. So if we think about it, long fights, and whenever, they're just going to kite him. He's going to be Astral, pulled down under, or ignored. So buying defensive items, I think, is not what you need. Instead, he queues up the Daedalus, has the Chrysalis now. They even find a DD rune. This is one of the best timings they can ask for right now.
All right, they're immediately going to see if they can do something with it. Smoke up. Shad, the first hit onto Spartan. Alex is in with the combo. Spartan.
That's one.
He'll take the fall here. And Roshan's
let's
up.
check Roche. Let's go.
Yeah, they could head into this. They've got Ravage and Stone Gaze to keep themselves covered if a fight does head their way. Indeed he is. A little bit of ratting from the Shaker. I mean, Monaspa, they're going to have to get over it quickly if they want to do something about this.
Well, that's an insanely big deal if they get this Roche, which they are.
They're going to get it. There's DD on Shad. That's going to help them do it. That'll be Roshan going down. Aegis into the hands of Shad. There's a shard available as well, of course.
Wow, that's a super big deal. Him getting this DD, him also swapping out like his item build for the correct one, now getting Aegis and a shard for the team. Yeah, suddenly this is like some insanely big swing, like no cap. Even though you're down 11k gold, you're going to be feeling a lot better after this play just now.
Yeah, he's going to give the shard over towards Davai Lama. Get the shard on the tide. What Spartan?
No, bye-bye.
Well, a little cheeky there, tries to get some high ground vision. Actually able to force back down out of the base, so we'll live a little longer.
Ravage.
Won't be able to get the ult out though, because Davai Lama's in with the Ravage. BKB's out in time though from Wish, commits in over towards Mirage, but Mirage pots the BKB himself, turns towards Desire. Stone Gaze as well from Shadows. Hustlers
Blink.
push back against Manaspa. Nande after the Astral comes to an end, able to blink back to
They got him.
the high ground, but they get the third catch. Triple kill from Mirage, as that's the fight that Hustlers were waiting for.
What monsters? Oh, Nande should be alright. Has blink up and 1. He's staying.
Yep,
Yep, he's staying.
He's staying. He gets the kill. All right. Nande there. Yeah, 3 teammates
Kill 'em
dead
off.
on minimal health. You know, most people would blink out. Nande, he's done the maths. He's like, all right, this will do it. This will kill the tide, and he's absolutely right.
Alright, so Manaspa they gotta relax. You don't have another one of those mistakes in the bag. Maybe
Sure.
one more for an even game. You do this twice, I think you lose. Because Hustlers, they're owning now. They're winning these fights. They gave the shard to Tide, which now allowed him to also get this follow-up kill at the end. Spartan he's heavily out of position. He needs to take a couple deep breaths, chill a bit. They need to take long fights. They can't have this Warlock sit at the forefront and like get tossed in a third time. Let's not have that happen.
We'll see as well, you know, from Nande, what would you want to see him do? Does he just buy the bots, or do you just try and get that refresher picked up ASAP?
Let's see. I think you go bots. Like you
still
go
want the bots
bots, you
first,
just
yeah.
like you play this like faster map type style, play these longer fights, and then you get the refresher as like a last item. I think like for now these 2 Astrals, if they just play fights properly, I'm sure they should be fine. It's just that right now they're getting outplayed.
Hustlers, hungry for more now.
Mid-wave being farmed.
Skylark hugging his tier 2 tower. See Wish getting this way pushed up towards the base of Hustlers, so might warrant some sort of reaction
Radiant's bottom
from Hustlers to deal with this pressure. This tier 3 is starting to fall pretty low.
I feel like they should pressure this bot tower a bit more. Like Hustlers, I've said it multiple times now, their cores still, even now, they're very immobile. Like they don't want to like have this weird pressure coming in at the bottom side. Like Spartan is in the right spot as is Desire, but I need a core to be here. Like Skylark should rather be like on this bottom half of the map, which now is here as well. So doing the right thing, because they can just constantly force Hustlers back. Like if they don't want to fight, they can just force them back in different ways than straight up running into this Medusa and Tide. Because right now with this Aegis, I think they're too strong.
On top,
Okay, Tiny TP'd out.
they've got the beginning of a setup onto Shad.
800 mana gone.
See if they're able to keep chasing. Use the Fisher, but they are still aware that obviously behind Shad there is backup. Davai Lama with the Blink Ravage prepared if they do overcommit onto him, so they'll hold back. Full halberd done on Skylark, and we're seeing sort of multiple answers as well to the Medusa. Because you like this from Wish, you know, Aghanims it's very close to being done on the Leshrac.
Yeah, it's gotta be pretty good, right? Is he missing anything? I mean, Shiva is very good for them as well, but I don't really fault him for the Ags. Perhaps it's also something that Nande wants to build later, as yeah, they popped a Lycan form, right? I think that's just want to move around the map faster, just making sure it's still working. But yeah, this game is definitely creeping more and more into the Hustler side right now. Aegis is expiring, so perhaps this is something that they've been waiting for. So this next fight is crucial for both sides.
Yeah, well, we're still yet to sort of see Manaspa hit their big combo. You know, if they do sort of let this Fatal Bonds Blink Echo, it's going to be huge amounts of magical. Also, you know, if there is Wish in the front lines with the Nihilism, just increasing all this amount of damage that the enemy's going to be taking, you know, some of them will pop.
Yeah, for sure. But the way you set it up is by taking like these slower fights, right? And for Manaspa, the way I've looked at like their last 7-8 minutes of gameplay, I don't know if they have the slow team fighting in them right now, but if they can identify this, then we might see it. Like they need to play with these Fissures on long range, throw in some Astrals and like, you know, have the Lesh in front and chill. You know, play a slow natural fight. As, oh, hello, Wish. BKB forced.
BKB. Look at the opening stun control onto Alex, but a force staff gets him away from the combo. Hustlers smoked up and maybe ready to play now that BKB's down on Lesh. Spartan doesn't want to be caught on the front though. Be careful. Nande ready with the refresher. Did commit for that over the bots, so we'll have the big double ult.
I hate this Leshrac shard. It's just like running through a minefield here because he's just pumping out these stuns. I do like that one of them is once again going into the bottom lane. Like for Monaspa, I don't want this lane to ever be free. Because they can always just have a Leshrac here or a Lycan who can TP to the fight. You don't need to stack with 5. Hustlers are doing the right thing by forcing here for sure. I don't know if Wish showed bottom, but this tower should just fall. He's still got his TP on cooldown. Shad is feeling chill. And yeah, they're looking. They have a decently aggressive ward here behind the tower.
Well, there's the jump. Alex is in with the toss back into the Ravage. It's a perfect
they
catch.
got him.
A perfect catch there from Alex, finding Nande. And with that, it'll be an easy tier 2. It's Nande out for 70 seconds there. It felt like Manaspa were playing it careful, sat back, but Alex just stepping a little... No, Alex finding Nande stepping into that vision of the Observer and immediately punishing for it. It's a full minute without the carry. And Spartan also in trouble. He's caught by the side of the Gush. Will get forced just far enough to survive. Fortification coming out here from Manaspa, but they're going to have to try and hold here 4 versus 5.
Oh, Lycan is saying hello bottom. Have to check soon about what Hustlers want to do here.
Wish. He's going to start getting in aggressive. Still 30 seconds, no OD. See who's going to TP back to deal with the Lycan problem. It will be Davai Lama. He'll come in for the defense. And this will mean that Hustlers overall will start to back off from the push. They'll take the tower. And they'll back off for now. But again, that difference continuing to be closed here by Hustlers.
Ooh, okay, if you're Monaspa, they need to fight this Roche. And you can still fight the same way as you did before. I think Shad is closing in on critical mass. I mean, he's hit it already, but if he ever gets like some BKB Linkins or another item where then they don't have this mechanism where Odie can put him under, I honestly think the game might just be done at that point. He's queuing it up now. So Monaspa, they've only got 1 or 2 more fights in them right now. And this is the most important one, being the 3rd Roche.
Oh, the Golem. It's going to catch a couple of them, but the Golem won't last long. Instantly taken down there by the damage of Shad.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, that's not good.
Skylark, he's going to be able to go for Angel. Nice gem on the ground, but Hustler's still managing to hold this area. Fish will come around in return. Alex gets the toss back. Skylark, he'll manage to get the disarm off onto Shad. They're able to separate from the Medusa as well during the Stone Gaze. That's what I said, apart from Wish. Wish actually gets caught by it. BKB comes out with a Viper Strike of the Skadi damage from the control and the slow from Medusa. There's no chance for a walkaway here for Wish. He's out the fight. Nande turns, drops the ultimate, will burst
another one.
The second one. That will get the clean up on both Alex and Mirage. As Wish, he's in with the buyback. Nande giving the chance here for Manaspa to keep hold of this fight. Desire drop an Echo Slam, doesn't do much at all, and Davai Lama able to walk it off, but only until another Astral comes in play from Nande. As Manaspa, they'll manage to take this fight. Great positioning from Nande. He's able to get the job done.
Now it's... Yeah, that's just their Roche, it looks like. Okay, well played by Monaspa, you know, trying to... I feel like they kind of baited the 2 Hustlers to like come back into them in like this more open area. Undying dies first, then they just kite them so nicely with the Astrals. It's what we talked about earlier. It took a while for them to execute it, but now they get the 3rd Roche and they got a Refresher Shard. This is very big for them. No, 1900 bonus mana on OD. Jesus.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I mean, Nande's been playing this very nicely. As you said, not the carry that you kind of expect to see, but making it work here, Nande. And of course, this is all pre-BKB. You know, he's gone for the full greed build, the Midas Ags Octarine Refresher, nothing to kind of keep himself safe outside of the Astral Blink potential.
Yeah.
So when he has that BKB online, he's going to be a right to. And look what they just found as well. They just got the Timeless Relic for him.
Yeah, that's a big one, and a super obnoxious one if you're on the side of D2 Hustlers. This OD is the entire win condition. I don't care about any other hero on the Monaspa side. If you're on D2 Hustlers, the only thing you need to be saying right now, if you want to win this game, is that we need to jump this OD every fight, no matter what. If you jump anyone else, they will. I'm sure they will lose every fight.
Absolutely. And he's actually going to get the Spell Prism, so he's got the pick between the two of them. And with this Refresher build, the reduced cooldown looks to be favourable here for Nande. I guess you can hold both. Hold the... Well, I know that wouldn't really work. He's deciding. He'll settle with the Relic.
Yeah, it seems fine, right? More of this spell lamp, especially when you already steal like 2 billion mana from your enemies to like your ult deals more, you put them down more in the Astral. Yeah, it's just... the shit's annoying.
See Monaspa. They're ready for the next fight. Refreshers back online for Nande. Double Sanities ready to drop.
I mean, what does he do next? Does he buy bots first on OD? Or this guy doesn't sell his Midas, right? There's no way Nande sells Midas at this point.
I don't know, but he might have to, right? He needs that BKB. It's too risky,
He might, but this guy is greedy. I want to see. Like, sell Midas to get the BKB, or are you super greedy? You get bots first, upgrade to Arcane Blink, and then BKB? What's his play? He needs this BKB. If he goes BKB and he just pops it when they jump, the fight is instantly over for Hustlers.
There we go.
Yeah.
BKB's on its way out. We'll see what he takes out of the slot for it.
I hope it ain't the boots. It's the boots.
It's the boots. I mean, he's got Blink. You know, he doesn't need to walk anyway. He's just got to press BKB, jump in, bam, bam.
Sure.
That's the job done.
I guess so. I mean, I would use Midas and backpack it and keep my boots in. I feel like the attack speed is kind of worthless. He's only playing on the Astrals, but he's the expert here. He's making this carry OD work time and time again, so I won't question him too much. Just a little bit.
Hustlers themselves, they're out with the smoke. Shad's starting to build up a lot of gold for his next item. 4.7k. I mean, where's he going? He's got the Ags queued up. Do you like that direction?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. He bought the shard too, right? So he's going the shard into the Ags to then like reflect the snakes and stuff when he gets astraled and stuff like that. So yeah, I can see that. It's a nice way of, I think, adjusting in this game. I mean, one other thing that could be very good on him is, so like the way we've talked about this game is, in my opinion, this entire win condition is this OD. So all they have to do is jump him and find him. So getting a blink or swift blink on the Dusa would be great, because then if you're Tiny or Tide ever catch him, you're just instantly there. You can Stone Gaze blink in and make sure he, gets clapped from full to zero. So that's another option that he should think about in this game. All right, enemy team has Aegis. We're waiting a bit. Neither team really too happy to get too deep into enemy lines for now, as this Medusa is still incredibly fat if we're looking at the net worth chart.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Hustler's happy to, as you say, wait for the Aegis and allow Shad to safely get his next bit of progression done on the items. Get some of this money spent, but also potentially have this position where he has got buyback available. So the game getting to a very tense point.
Well, he did switch to BKB for a moment, so it's a little indecisive on the Medusa, and I don't blame him. I think either way is a decent way to go about it. Perhaps the next two items is going to be you drop the Dragon Lance for the Swift Blink, and then you still buy this Ags as he has it queued up. So yeah, BKB is definitely pretty good. Just to make sure he doesn't get put under by this OD, doesn't get chain stunned by the Shaker. It's good.
I know, kind of in turn for Shad, obviously also getting rid of his boots. You think he's in a fine point now to play without boots as well?
Not really. The Zero is so slow.
Yeah.
I would prefer if his next item is actually a Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Like, if you skip the boot, sure. Next up, drop this Dragonlance, sell it, buy a Blink. Because I guess, so it looks like he just wants to buy this full Axe, but I don't know, this hero is so slow. Like, not only does it feel bad, it probably also is pretty awkward. Like, how do you follow your team if they do ever catch his OD? They need your damage to get him killed.
Well, you know, Angel, he's got to make that one last charge of the drums count. You know, give Shad that
He
bit
really
of
has
speed
to.
boost when it's necessary.
Radiant are scanning.
Manaspa, yeah, they've really managed to build back up that whole lead that they've had, and even more. 16k advantage. Sure, Shad's still at the top, but once again, Manaspa's 3 cores all looking pretty terrifying. Nande level 25, of course, with the cooldown reductions and such.
Oh, they see the TP.
Got this good ward down in the lane. And in fact, he'll just drop the first sanities. It's
okay.
not going to be
That's
enough to get any kills. He'll get them low. Is able to blink away from Shad. You see Davai Lama step
lane.
forward, see if he can grab more from this, but Fish will
Manaspa
come
should
out in
stick
return.
around.
And there's the Astros back up. They can look to turn back towards this tide a little bit. There's Davai Lama. He's going to get bailed upon. Could his team really offer anything to help him? They've got the 4-star. The Fish is
losing
there
racks.
again. Nande still got further Astros to go with, and there's the second sanities. It's a double kill for Nande. Double buybacks coming out, but Spartan, he's still got the golem ready to drop. He'll drop it onto Shad. He's ready with the second one. Drops it over the way of Alex. Alex getting beaten back down the lane. Will get healed up and saved for now. Spartan dies, but he's already offered up what he needed to do there, dropping the ultimates. The rest of Manaspa, they'll back out. And indeed, that bottom lane, as you had eyes on, Kezu, it's getting dealt with. So Manaspa continuing to get further and further ahead now, forcing out 2 buybacks and taking a set of racks.
Yeah, I just like how they're playing. They're identifying that it's like not too easy to just straight up fight into it. Now they're just being a Chad, like going in, getting all these Astros off. Skylark slowly creeping in the bottom lane, you know, being a pesky nuisance, slowly hitting down these towers. And next up is going to be the tier 2 towers. If Monaspa want to do a similar play, a tier 2 tower and a lane has to fall, ideally the top tier 2, because it's easier to ride a side lane than mid. Other than that, if this game slows down for 1.5 minutes, well, there's going to be a new Roche.
Yeah. No, for sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, Manaspa really tightening up their play here today. Lots of money now, again on Nande. He can get that blink out and... Well, of course, he, you know, with this sort of money as well, he can just consider sort of eating the Aghanims, freeing up a slot that way. So, you know, if he really wants to hold on to pumping the Midas as long as he can this game.
Yeah, he might. Honestly, he just really might.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna... He's performing well. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. If he feels he can, you know, make it happen without the boots, then he's probably right in doing so. And all these items that are also coming out, they're just so annoying for Shad to deal with. They have a double halberd, they have the Axe on the Leshrac, Warlock is gonna play on high range. So yeah, this next Roche is gonna be very, very crucial. Perhaps saving buybacks, smoking around, taking this outpost just to have this opportunity of bringing more lives into the fight is something crucial, perhaps even for both teams.
Losing a fight right now. Very painful for either side, even with the lead that Manaspa have. This Roshan's going to be very, very juicy. Of course, with that Aghanims and Refresher Shard on top of the Aegis Cheese ready for the taking. Shad's going to step into the pit. They will know he's in there. And see us, they look like they want to try and force this.
I think Hustlers have to make this
I mean,
move.
look, Skylark's just with the BKB. He's going to look to try and chase down Angel. Look for the easy kills, and he'll get it. That's going to be Angel out of the fight. Of course, without any buyback, they get the Hex onto Nande. And Nande's in trouble. There's the jump with the Ravage. They're in on top of him. Nande, he's going to get taken down. He's got buyback available to use it straight away. Wish trying to get away from Shad. Shad stand on top of him here, commits it with the BKB, but the cheese is popped. Wish able to heal back up. Nande's on his way back over. Can Hustlers continue to take this fight? They're trying to do it 4 versus 5 now. And with some of their BKBs gone, it's going to be tough. Nande Astral and Sanity's dropped down onto Alex. Alex manages to force her way to the side. Shad, he's finally been able to take down
Viper's
Wish,
still alive.
but Wish, he's also got buyback ready to play with. Skylark and Desire chase Mirage out of the fight. But back towards Shad, Nande gets in on top of him, cleans up the Medusa, double kill for him. Manaspa, they're looking
More
at the
buybacks.
pit. The buybacks, they're coming out from Hustlers, but still, they're going to have to try and force Manaspa away 4 versus 5. They're not going to be able to get to the pit in time. Roshan falls. Everything here being grabbed up by Manaspa. As Manaspa, the power of the buybacks there, very much favoring them around this Roshan fight. And now, even with their buybacks expended, you know, Nande with the safety of the Aegis, they could look to go for the big hit now down one of these lanes.
Damn, Spartan is a pretty big boy now. His Refresher gets gifted the axe from the Roche. And just, yeah, the buyback just coming in crucial. If Nande doesn't have that one, and perhaps even if Wish doesn't have that cheese. I mean, he even bought back too, so like these two buybacks really saving the fight. Else, you know, maybe Hustlers get that Roche there, but, you know, my friends, that's why you save buybacks, especially for these ever so important fights.
Let's see what the next move is to be from Manaspa. And if Hustlers can deal with it, because obviously this buyback situation, it's very scary. Very scary, even for both sides. You know, maybe, you know, if somehow Nande ends up jumping in a bit too deep or gets a toss back, maybe they burn through his Aegis, take him out, and suddenly you're in a situation where the OD's out of the game for 2 minutes. You know, they may have this 27k lead, but they've still got to be very careful when going for the finishing blow, Manaspa.
Yeah, like right now, Thur Monaspa, I don't know how hard they want to just like force into these tier 3s. I would say you just slowly starve out the map, make sure you keep both outposts as they are, have a gem, deward everything, slowly accumulate more and more gold, and perhaps you can like poke onto these towers with some Lash running in, you know, force, like looking backwards so you can get forced out and just slowly play it like that, because I would say they're not really in a hurry. 30k gold lead, just slowly chip down the map, play it cool.
No, for sure. I mean, yeah, they're going to be feeling how strong they are right now.
Dire are scanning.
So what Hustler's move is to be Shad. He's going to be queuing up the Refresher. Next, get a couple of rounds of the BKBs and the Stone Gazes and the team fights.
Okay, yeah. Refresher ain't too bad. Still of the opinion that the Swiftblink and Refresher are both great items for him. Of course, he doesn't have a gold cheat, so he has to decide on one of the two. Unluckily for him.
So Desire scouting things out here from the cliff. Of course, he's the one to hold the Refresher Shard as well, so a couple of rounds of the stun combo from the Shaker could be incredibly deadly for Hustlers. See, Manaspa start to step up here with this smoke. Looking to put the pressure onto this tier 2. See what sort of an answer comes from Hustlers. As Manaspa start to show their hand down the mid. Already to the side. Desire and Nande, they're trying to start off the action. But Nande is caught by the Hex. Still very far away. We'll see Spartan drop the column to try and kind of give some sort of space here.
It doesn't
for
have
Nande to be able to step away. It's going to be protected by now by the Aeon Disc. So that's further Astrals to keep himself protected. Alex jumps in with the combo, but Nande is already out with the Blink Astral. Teasing around with Hustlers there. Still looking a little dangerous when they do moves like that.
For sure. I would say like, Skylark was mainly popping his ult to like pressure this tier 2 towers. Nande, he's just poking a bit, stealing a bit more of the mana. So they weren't really looking for a fight. They were like poking around. I mean, luckily for them, they have Aeon Disc and BKBs to bail out. I do like that Nande has this Aeon Disc.
Yeah.
Because we said it time and time again, he needs to die first. How do you mitigate that? Build an Aeon Disc. Ask for yourself, blink out, pop your BKB. He even has an Aegis now, so he has like 3 layers of save. But even when the Aegis is gone, this Aeon Disc is gonna do a lot.
We'll see instantly Mirage changing up the build. He had the Refresher queued up to go for like the Refresher Hex plays, but he'll change up for a Nullifier. Make sure they've got some sort of an answer to that Aeon Disc.
Great adjustment. And it's just, you need to continuously throw answers at the enemies, like when they do this. They understand OD is the win condition. He's gonna buy an item to... Uh-oh.
He's looking very dead. It won't be. Oh, well, maybe the double
Holy
combo
base.
is coming out. Spartan will finally fall, but the damage has been done in return. The double Sanays have taken out two. Both Alex and Angel dead. Wish is going to continue to chase on for more. Desires him with the Echo. He's able to shut off the escape here of Mirage and Shad. Mirage taken
Oh, he
down.
got halberted.
Both him and Angel will buy back. Fair few seconds of Shad's BKB put to waste there due to the duration of that halberd persisting. Nande back in with the Astrals, but there's the jump over towards him. Ion Disc is back online,
6
of course, with that
seconds.
reduced cooldown. Thanks to the Octarine, and they're able to force him back to the safety of the high ground. Manaspa making an aggressive move there. They themselves only losing one, but able to effectively take down three. You know, Angel and Mirage having to buy back there. So continued damage being done here by Manaspa.
They're just, yeah, they're just playing it correct. They're trading, you know, nicely all the time, forcing out buybacks over and over. They traded their Warlock for a core and an Undying Spyback, so really nicely done by them. There is a window now, though, for D2 Hustlers. The Aegis is gone. Aeon Disc is on a slight cooldown, so they could try and go for that, or you just wait for one of these nullifiers to be done. Dalai Lama was thinking about buying one himself. As we have a Rapier on chat,
There we
you know
go.
what I respect about this game is that both teams are just playing to win. Like, Hustlers are down 30k gold. They're just going into the pit. They're buying the items they need to in order to win the game, not like, you know, some passive shit. No, buying the Rapier in order to come back into this game, this is good stuff.
Let's see if this can do it for Shad. It's a tough game to carry there. 35k down.
They need one of these nullifiers or their refresher on Tide. It's like they need more. Shad needs a little bit of help, either to be able to burst this OD or a second Ravage in the fight. Because I mean, look at Monaspa's gold lead. They just have all the items that they want. Now we have stupid Howl talents, which are incredibly strong, especially against this Medusa.
Oh, for sure, yeah, takes away a lot of her damage. Roshan, we'll see when it's going to be back up in a minute. I mean, Asper very much can hold back for that one.
When he uses Howl, will it remove the Divine Rapier damage with the 25 talent, or am I
Yeah.
being stupid?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah, he should
normally
legit
it's the
just
base,
wait
but now
until
it's
this
just-
BKB is over. Oh my god. That's way too good. He has only one way of dispelling it. Honestly, if you're Shad, I don't know if their neutral item stash has like a dispel in it. Yeah, he should take the flicker. My lord, he needs
That's
that.
true,
This
yeah,
Howl is...
the Howl
Look
will
at his
destroy him.
damage. Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see how much. I'll try and keep an eye on what his damage actually gets shut down to, because it should show on the numbers.
Looked like he went from 500 to 150. But we'll see it again when it happens the next time.
Actually, that's quite the reduction. That's going to feel pretty bad.
Yeah, he's gonna tickle them.
So as you say, he's got to be prepared to get that off him somehow.
Next Roche, once again. Next objective is spawning for us.
Hustlers, I mean, can they try and make some sort of risky play to stop this? I don't think they can. This is going to be a free
I guess they
Roshan.
can't.
Probably one of the games this entire Division 2 that we've seen Roshan being taken down the most. What was that? They're the fifth death here for Roche this game.
Yep. He's died plenty of times. So honestly, he might die another 1 or 2 times. I don't know. At this rate, it's not that easy for Monaspa to like really end. They might keep going for some of these like more splitty plays where they go 4 top, Skylar goes mid with Silver Edge, hits it like 4, 5, 6 times or however long he's allowed to, and then they chill again. Oh, toss back.
Oh, on disc. I see the golem dropped, and here comes the second one. The BKB's out.
It's a lot of
from
golems.
Shad. Spartan, he'll die.
Oh, he's
Nande
dead.
is also taking a heavy amount of damage. That's going to be the Aegis gone.
Ravage? Can he time it?
See?
Good Fisher.
The Fisher. And the Fisher kept him covered there. Desire made sure that there wasn't any chance for Davai Lama
Oh,
to
he's
get
halbered
down
it.
to the low ground and get on top of Nande. And Shad pots the Stone Gaze, backs off. They're not able to quite make that second attack attempt onto Nande. Thanks to the great Fisher there from Desire.
Okay, Don't underestimate this Medusa with the Divine Rapier. If he's not under Howl effect, he is clapping you into the next game real fast.
I've got the refresher on Tide now. Davai Lama will have that ready to go. So really, there's so much stuff that Nande's got to be prepared to dodge and survive through. Of course, he has got some fair few ways of doing that. As time passes, Hustlers are getting those little extra bits that could trip up the OD in the team fight.
I need some Aghanim shards being picked up here on Monasva's side. I think Nande, he should buy it. People can start moving the Astro unless I'm missing something of why you wouldn't want to. You're gonna get more mana steal as well from this 2,000 mana Medusa.
Yeah, I mean, that's super worth.
Yeah, and Skylark doesn't have a shard either. I feel like he'd be... I mean, his net worth is insanely high anyway, so perhaps he doesn't need it, but it's just annoying to... You know, maybe the one wolf can make a difference in one of the next fights.
Oh, here we go, the big items coming out. Are we getting anything busted?
I want the Giant's Ring on Lycan. I want to see it. Book of Shadows, lame. Apex, Monk up.
Apex. Oh, there we go. And more in. Here, more mana for Nande. Up to, what's it got? Yeah, a mana pool of 4,400 without any steal being made.
Jesus Christ.
That's a lot of mana to be playing with a base, but he's actually decided against it. Prefers the Spell Prism.
Huh. Okay, yeah, he just wants to, I guess, rack up, like... Honestly, this could be a timing. They have this Arcane rune on him. Like, if he can just... Let's say you don't really start a fight, but you Astro like a couple heroes. Uh-oh. That's one Astro.
Alright, look at the follow-up stun from Wish. A second Astral, they're building up that into Eyes in with the Echo from the side.
Double hammer.
Gets straight in onto the two supports.
No buyback.
As Alex and Angel are out of the game, Shad pops the BKB in the Stone Gaze and attempts to push them back off to the side there. Davai Lama pops the Ravage. There's the second one. They'll also be able to throw back the Leshrac over towards Shad, but another Astral comes into play. Shad getting disarmed, will be forced back to safety. See Wish. He's still trying to get aggressive in onto them. Bloodstones at the ready, begins to heal up. Mirage will start stacking up the poison upon him. Shad.
Shad can't play.
He's getting Astraled after Astraled after Astraled. Just continuously getting controlled here by Nande. Down on low ground, there's the Sanity's back up again. The Golem's going to get dropped. It's going to be Hustlers falling left, right, and center. 2 dead. No buyback here on Alex or Angel. Shad's out of the game for 2 minutes. He'll buy back, but that's the Rapier hitting the floor. Skylark will pick it up. He'll claim the Rapier. 70,000 gold lead here for Manaspa.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, there's no way they can lose this game, right? Kezu, this has got to be an impossible game to lose, surely.
Yeah, this has got to be a... there might be a 1%. Yeah, this has to be a 0%.
It's got to be a 0%. I mean, we see the Deso being picked up here from Desire. He's ready to try and close this game
2%. Oh, Undying has buyback.
See Mirage. Now he's going to get a slam to the face. They put the fortification. There's the buyback. Back online for Angel. Shad forced to the side. He'll live. Angel is going to TP in very aggressively. Probably immediately to his own death. Another 4-star to get back. But the Fisher blocks him off. Sanity's is back up. That's him out of the game. No buyback. The Ancient's exposed. It's just Shad and Davai Lama left alive.
Whoa.
But there's nothing that they can do to stop this one as the Ancient will fall. And good luck in Division 2, Shad Dota being wished there by Nande. We'll take that as he's being genuine and being friendly, but
yeah,
it might be a bit of banter.
Friends, right? Yeah,
yes.
They're good friends.
Oh, they are. Are they actually?
They've seen each. I'm sure they're not. Probably not. No. I think this is. She also wrote it twice. I think there's a.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Probably some beef going on.
We've seen this before. Fernando gets very excited when he wins. We had I think who was it? Also, when they were up against Duridu Thunders, we had the reality check
and Alliance
after they beat them.
Insert every other team.
So honestly, well, of course, congratulations to Manaspa. They'll be going forward to Division 1. I'm kind of excited for Nande's all-chat game against the Division 1 teams next season there, because we might get to see it. They're going up there with Uridu Thunders. All in all, they played very well today, Manaspa. They really kept a great hold of the games. This one as well, 63-minute match. Just looking very impressive, right, Kezu? They knew exactly what had to be done. And they played through even sort of the tougher situations with some remarkable control.
Yeah, no, they did incredible. Like the way they played out fights. Nande to me is, he stands out a lot. He plays crazy heroes. He plays well. So yeah, Monaspa, great job by them. Nice gameplay. They deserve it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Manaspa with this win against D2 Hustlers, and of course that previous win against Alliance, they will be the second team to move up alongside Urdu Thunders from Division 2 to Division 1. And unfortunately for Hustlers and Alliance, that means they will not be making it up to Division 1, but they will return to Division 2. I'll pass you back to the panel to keep you all filled in with the outcome of this game and what it means for the division.
A spicy, spicy game with a spicy, spicy finish. My goodness, I mean, what an ending to this game. I suppose it's what we expect. But in the end, there's just too many Astrals, too many Eclipses, too much damage coming out from that OD. I mean, who needs a Medusa when you can have an OD in the late game, T?
Oh, this was such a banging game, to be fair. It's like Manaspa's aggression, like they're vibing in the early game. Then you have some like down by 10k Roshan from D2 Hustlers, and you're like, okay, Medusa's online, she gonna do some stuff. And then it just suddenly goes into some like hour-long game where Nande's arcane blinking around Octarine and Prison Shad to the end of time. I know, this game was hype. It's exactly what you wanted from the best of ones, but Manaspa, yeah, they really stuck to their playstyle in these best of ones, and it was refreshing to see. And yeah, overall, it's a banging series.
Yeah, no, really great game, really great game. I love some of the item builds coming out from Manaspa, you know, Wish with the Ags as well. Just constantly disarming Shad. It was basically a game of just stop Shad from being able to play Dota 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was exactly it. Like the stuff that we discussed with the draft, that these supports love playing around these cores, it was exactly that. You've got Wish running in the front, kind of playing the sacrificial guy. In a sense, he does a lot of damage. He's able to stay mobile. You've got another very mobile core on the side of the Lycan running around everywhere. Nande has like full vision all the time, and he will land those prisons. He just made Shad's game impossible to play. You have a Rapier 500 plus damage Medusa who's either disarmed or disappearing off of the map for what, a minute straight? It's like, how do you play that game?
I don't know, man. I mean, you don't.
You don't, yeah. That's what happened, they don't.
Yep. I mean, you know, they held out for a long time, you know. Like, were there any mistakes coming out from Manaspa when it came to breaking that high ground T, or was it really just like the nature of the game? They just couldn't find the opening?
It's the nature of the Medusa on high ground. It's very scary, and Manaspa's reason why they're able to win fights was this constant kite and constant threat, right? It was, we're going to imprison one, Lycan's going to wrap behind and apply that back pressure. And then on top of that, you got Spartan throwing these golems in with his refresher that he bought, throwing his body in to also get another golem when he dies. So I think for Manaspa, their entire draft and playstyle is at its strongest in the jungles, in the lanes, in the open territory. And when you get to high ground, it's a little bit hard to be as quirky. And for Hustler, I would mention one thing where I feel like maybe if they had like one Lotus Orb in this game and they threw it onto Dusa, it would have potentially stalled out some of Manaspa's ability to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Because if suddenly Odie's imprisoning himself, then he's going to have to think about the blink out rather than when's my next imprison. And it could have been an option for them. But of course, it was such a chaotic game. You can forget about it in the moment, and it was pretty much like Medusa versus the world. So it can be difficult in those scenarios.
And that's the thing, right? Like, Medusa's only defensive mechanism this game is a force staff from a teammate or his BKB timer. Like, that was all he had. After that BKB ran out, it felt like this hero was just super vulnerable. You've got a lot of damage you don't get to use. So I agree. Like, the Lotus Orb would have done a lot of wonders in that game. Probably not changed the outcome, but would have made it very different in those engagements.
I feel like we have to give MVP to Nande, you know, even with the chat, you know, making himself the bad guy at the end, it has to be done, man. Like, his damage output in these fights.
The villain reward?
The villain reward, yeah, absolutely. He's a bad guy who we love to hate, because he just did so much damage. He was the guy. No one else on his team really had kills except him. He was getting it done. What do you think? Any honorable mentions for you?
I was gonna meme and give it a Spartan just because it's a warlock, but no, in reality, I think Nande on his OD, I think his laning phase was pretty good. He farmed well. He outfarmed the Tide, of course, and then he kind of got to this point where you never felt like this OD was going to fall off with how he was playing it. Like the way that he itemized, he's like playing this OD as a carry, but he's like pushing his Leshrac and his Lycan forward into the game. And then when you get way later into the game, he knows that all he has to do is annoy this Medusa. So I like the fact that they picked this OD with confidence. They knew its weaknesses and its strengths, and they enabled it. And yeah, he went 17-3 and 6, 60,000 damage. It was a pretty good game from him. He had exactly 500 last hit. So yeah, no, overall, a very nice game from him. I would be surprised if carry OD works as well as it does in Division 1. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's fun to see that they have this spice to their drafts.
Yeah, a bit of a curveball they can pull off indeed. I mean, Team Andy, it was a hell of a game. I think overall, it's got to feel bad for Hustlers to be knocked down in this way, right?
Yeah, they got so close and only to fall this one game short, and you don't even get to play the second for the tiebreaker. They still will play the game nevertheless because there's prize pool on the line, so it will still be Hustlers versus Alliance, but still you are going into a series which only has a money bet with a bit of a bitter taste in your mouth, for sure. And is that too much for them? Is that kind of like where it all ends? Their goal was Division 1, and Alliance have the same thing in their mind. They wanted to go to Division 1, and they were like, nothing else will do. But I honestly, if I was a player in either of these teams, I'd be very, very sour, very bitter.
Yeah, it sucks to lose in such a long game as well, but it certainly doesn't stop from Monospa, who had a great performance, and we now get to talk to Mr. Wish from the side of Monospa, the mid laner, the man, the myth, the legend. Firstly, you guys looked so confident in this game. I mean, how do you mentally prepare for best of one tiebreakers and just look so solid?
Hello. I mean, first of all, like, we just really focus on our gameplay, not really on the enemies. Like, we try to fix whatever issues we thought we had, and then we just prepared the drafts, and we were pretty confident going to today overall.
Yeah, we certainly felt that. I mean, you personally have played in a lot of Division 2s over the years. How does this one compare when it comes to, like, competitiveness and skill level?
I mean, I think it's not really that different that it used to be. People think it is, but it's like somewhat same. But overall, like every team's overall strength increased. Like there are not like really one or two teams that's gonna for sure go, but it's like more balanced now. So it's pretty good. But I mean, I still have like 100% win rate to this tiebreaker. So.
Chad. I mean, do you personally have anything to say to the two teams you beat today?
I mean, I think both teams played pretty well. The games were really close, and shout out to them. They played really well. But shout out to my teammates as well. They really worked really hard since we didn't get to go to boot camp for this division, and everybody was really trying really hard. And I think we deserved, and yeah, it feels good.
No, we agree. I mean, out of your teammates, who do you feel like has grown the most through this season?
Through this season, I mean, if we start from games, I think Skylark improved from first to last series. I think he was a completely different player. I think Nande also, he likes to throw, and we're trying to fix that. And I mean, I think everybody improved a lot from start to finish, so...
Great. T Governor, you got a question?
Yeah, so in previous interviews, I think Nande mentioned that you're the guy that tells the team to calm down and to stop rushing in and trying to, throw the game, so to speak. How much work did you have to do in this game specifically to make sure your guys didn't overextend and potentially throw away what was looking like a good game for you guys?
I mean, I feel like I've lost 10 years of my life from first game because... I mean, for 5 minutes straight, I couldn't get the word in. Like, everybody was screaming. Like, everybody's like, guys, everybody's talking. I cannot speak. Like, but 5 people are saying same. Like, everybody's screaming and nobody can hear each other. Like, so I mean, after first game, like, we really tried to somehow calm down. And second game was a bit better with communication. But I mean, I don't know. First game, like, thank God we survived because Not coming back from that.
Because we had like a listening so we could hear your comms in the last fight, and it literally was like Spartan just going go go go, and then some guys going like Lycan's at the back, and everyone's like Lycan. It was amazing. Like,
Nowadays, just like they're going on me, they're going on me, they're not going on me. I'm fine, I'm dead, I'm fine, I'm dead. Like,
yeah, your team comms are the wildest out of any of the teams we've had, by the way, like in Division 2. All right,
One of the worst
nice.
experiences.
At least you guys know. Worst experience.
Team Panda.
Oh, I have one more question. One sec. Sorry, can I do one more question?
A very quick one.
Oh wait, no. It's just, you got another series. Sorry, I forgot we have another game.
Yeah.
Back to you, T Panda. All good.
All right. Wish, congrats on your win here, going back to Division 1 again. I've been watching you since 2018 when you guys still played with Unchained Esports, one of my favorite teams back in the day. You've come a long way. You've been to Division 1. You're now in Division 2, going back into Div 1. So I've got a little game for you, right? So are you with me with this one? So basically what it is you fill the sentence after my prompt. It is called Farewell to Division 2. And it goes like this. So when I finish talking, you finish the sentence. Dear Division 2, we had our fun, but it's time to say goodbye. You played well against us, but...
Okay, so now I have to finish?
Yes.
Okay, so it was fun, but we're never coming back.
We won't be seeing you until...
Never.
Probably some changes in Valve tournaments. Because, yeah.
All right. Our best opponent was...
Ourselves?
Okay, then I can't follow the sentence because it would have been, but they were not good enough at. So we'll go onward. To
we weren't
old
good enough,
and
so that's
new. To
We're
old
gonna have to
and
call it
new.
now, I'm afraid, T-Pad. We've got another series to get to. I know. It was great. That's we do have to move on. Wish, thank you so much. Congratulations, and we're really looking forward to seeing you play in Div 1.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Good job.
Goodbye. Wow. I mean, you love to hear it. The communication, the craziness of this team, it does come through in their gameplay, but in the end, they were able to deliver. And of course, shout out to our sponsor as well, esportsbet.io, because they are putting on a great promotion where you can take a $100 risk-free bet. So if you're betting on WEU or NA in the DPC, then you can take that $100 T and get it back on your first bet if you lose it. So it's risk-free. That's pretty cool. If you're interested in more information, then you can either head over to the website, esportsbet.io, or you can head over to the esports.io, esportsbet.io Discord, and that is where all the information will be, and all the discussions and all that good stuff. So head over there if that is something which you're interested in. But for now, we are interested in the final game of the tiebreakers, and it's going to be Alliance versus D2 Hustlers. It's a bit of a sad match because both of these teams are not making it to Division 1. It's just a match for pride and a little bit of money, but we'll see who wins in this final matchup of the Division 2. We're going to throw it over to a quick break, and then we shall be back with that game, so don't go anywhere.
I will after them again.
They cannot blink, they cannot blink, they cannot blink, they cannot blink! They are dying!
Fight! Where is Dusa?
Get the fuck out now, get the fuck out, guys.
Oh shit.
I failed the Dusa, guys, he cannot hit.
I won't let Dusa play, guys.
Kill it.
I won't let Dusa play.
He's disarmed on this.
Kill Tom, it's fucking me. Kill Tom.
Yeah, it's also.
Kill Tom, guys, it's fucking me right now.
I have 3 heroes on me.
I give it this.
Dusa
This is real, guys.
Dusa cannot play. I won't let him play.
More golems here, more golems!
Kill other
mana.
please. Dusa cannot play.
Cultiga.
I have assist. Go on Dusa. No mana.
Kill others. Everyone. Dusa here also. Kill fucking Dusa. Nice.
They got by.
Divine.
No support, guys. No support.
Okay, reset guys and go, reset and go.
Supports are dead, guys. Don't chill right now. I have everything.
10 seconds only.
10 seconds on me also.
Guys, 20 seconds and we end the game. 20 seconds.
Everything.
Hello and welcome back to the final match of Div 2, and I'm afraid it's not some hype smackdown for a Div 1 slot that we're playing for now, but merely some pride, a decent chunk of change, and, well, that's about it, actually. These two teams have already failed to make it to Division 1, and we still need to play the game to figure out who's going to be taking the 3rd spot and who's going to be taking the 4th spot. So it's going to be Alliance versus D2 Hustlers here in this match. Gazu, welcome back to the panel. What do you expect the mentality is going to be like for each of these teams coming into it?
Well, it's not going to be the greatest because they just barely missed out on what they were hoping to achieve, right, throughout the entire season. But there's still, you know, you want to place higher. There's also, it's a $4,000 difference. And, I mean, you just want to win, right? You just want to, sure, neither of you can go, but I still want to be better than you. So, not going to be great, but I'm still expecting a good game from both teams. Yeah,
no, I think, you know, it's just... These teams play all the time, right? They play in scrims. It's not only officials we see. I imagine the mentality is going to be somewhat along those lines. And, you know, starting things out, both teams with a very standard opening. Don't think we've seen Alliance play with the Leshrac a ton, though, right, T-Panda?
Yeah, it's a 4K game, right? So it's a 4K draft. What I kind of want to see with the Rubiks and the Lashes and the Treants coming out is, again, like this full-on, not Davai Lama, but a Davai lineup, you know? Like, just full-on brawling, get that pre-minute 5v5 fights going on. You know, the protect the tree strat. Everybody's trying to cut down Treants' trees, but they're already protecting it, battling it out there. Just, you know, just go full-on mayhem chaos in this game, please. That's all I'm asking. That's all I want to see.
A therapy game, right? Just punch the punching bag, you know? Get it all out.
I am so when I see this first phase of Alliance and the team doesn't close out Bad Rider, it just gives me like a sour feeling in my mouth because the hero just kind of shits on both of these. It must just kind of mean that some teams just don't play the hero, right? And then I get it. But a lot of the top Western Europe teams, they will probably do that here. They're going to go with the Drow, which... Yeah, I do think it's good against the Lash. You have the high range, high physical damage. You build the shard with the hypothermia. But Treant is still pretty annoying because there's the Treant armor, right? Like against your tower push, but also to like pump up this armor. And we've said it before, Drow Ranger is an incredibly volatile carry hero, especially when picked early.
Yeah. It's it changes the game. It changes the way your opponents like pick against you. You can be sure that at least 2 out of 3 of the next picks are going to have some form of gap close on them. So you're no longer going to be playing this backline of Drow, but you have to be playing the active. You got to get some saves, but you already have the Rubik, which helps a lot. I really love Rubik Drow just as a combo because you can always give her that, you know, extra Hurricane Pike if you want to call it that.
That's a good way of putting it. And since that shard is so heavily prioritized fairly early on into the game, that also applies to the positioning or repositioning of the Drow in fights. So you can draw this hero into fights earlier than what previously was expected. Like, if you did not have this Rubik in the lineup, Drow would still have to play around heroes that are capable of creating a so-called safe space where the Drow can be in. If you exit that area or if the enemy invades, it causes Drow to reposition so you can no longer stand and fight, right? So Rubik helps out a lot with those early mid-game engagements in terms of that. And also, if Rubik has a great game, like in the first 20-25 minutes, that also brings our items in faster. It also makes the Rubik a bigger threat than what it was supposed to be originally.
Yeah, that's true. Rubik's always one of those heroes which you can never really draft against. You know, you're probably not going to pick a Jakiro or something, but ultimately you got to have some spells on your team, so that's why I use that first pick material.
And those games become really hard if you have a Rubik and a defensive support in your lineup and the opponent just doesn't want to take those early on brawls. If their lineup doesn't give them that aggression that they want to push the limit, your supports are going to stay very under-leveled because they can't find kills anywhere or they're getting killed somewhere if their lineup basically just doesn't allow them that extra protection.
Yeah, for sure. So Hedwig's going to come out for Alliance, give them a little bit of gap close. I mean, not really, to be honest. It's not the hero I expected.
It's not too bad. So I think for them, Lesh is predominantly mid for Alliance. At least that's what I believe. So now you have Treant, which Treant doesn't give the most damage. So now, first of all, Hoodwink is going to help you to like have this follow-up damage later. And it also makes it very easy for you to pick your offlaners down the line. Like now you have a strong 4 in terms of laning. You can maybe pick more melee heroes, which you might want because you're lacking heroes that get on top of this Drow or that lock them down for your Lesh to actually deal the damage. So I think this Hoodwink is just Hoodwink just always feels good in drafts. It just like glues things together. So I'm just a fan.
All right, I like this, that Hustlers actually take the routes of the Ember Spirit, because we know Mirage can play the hero pretty well, but it also takes it away from Chuan, which means this Lesh would have potentially gone into the arms of S4. But also in terms of the mid matchup, Ember versus Leshrac, I think the Ember can actually stand his ground pretty well. You can opt to go for the farming route where you just don't go for Searing Chains and you just have Slate and Flame Guard. I think we've seen a couple of these Embers just have 2 or 3 points in Flame Guard pretty early too.
Yeah, like this, it's a volatile matchup. I remember seeing it when I think Quinn and Nisha are like some of the best Leshracs. When they play this matchup into an Ember, they kind of destroy them. It's like some 65-35. But if there's any small mistakes from the Lesh early, or Ember like gets to his 3-4 like in a decent manner, then they're usually pretty fine and happy.
And you've got the supports on the side of Alliance, but the Hoodwink and the Treant, they can rotate early pre-6 on this Ember Spirit and look for a kill. I think that's where the Hoodwink really shines in combination with the Leshrac.
So they're going to go
Classic,
with the Tide Hunter. Yeah, hero they've been falling back on. This is their budget centaur, I feel.
Yeah, in a way. It's like just going to be a pretty chill lane with the Hoodwink. We've talked about this combo before. I think Tundra are like the best team at executing it. You have the Gush, so like the minus armor with the Hoodwink enabling it. You're also going to get this like frontliney tank for the Lesh, Ravage against the Drow, and overall, like when you play into these Mirana stun combos, they're generally just going to go on like one guy. So first of all, that you can't do that on Tide because of Kraken Shell, and if they do it on someone else, you just have the Ravage to turn. So overall, a pretty good second phase from Alliance.
5 seconds remaining.
Like the side of the Hustlers, like the lane most likely is either Rubik Drow or Mirana Drow. Going up against Hoodwink and Tidehunter, that's a lot of damage. So you can't... The Rubik really needs to be active in the pulling and preventing the hard camp pull coming out from the side of Alliance, because that's also going to make it very difficult to get the Drow in a position where she can also farm, but throw in a couple hits instead of just getting run at with a bushwhack into the slows from the Gush, and even a level 3 Gust on the Drow is just not enough to keep these two heroes at bay. You just end up losing the trade-off battle.
Final bounce coming out now for both teams. We have the Faceless Void taken out by D2 Hustlers. We have Alliance getting rid of the Primal Beast. I'm still a little concerned for Alliance. I don't think... I said 2 out of 3 of the next heroes are going to have some cat. I mean, I guess Tide does with the blink, sort of, but it's not the stuff I want to see versus Drow. I still feel like it's a good Drow game at the moment. Am I wrong?
It's an okay Drow game. So for now, I mean, I would say there's like 2 ways that you deal with Drow. You either have like this overwhelming get on top of you, which is usually the answer you see.
Yeah, the pleb way.
Or so for Alliance right now, it's more like, I think at least for now, it's more like this wall that slowly like moves into you. Like it's not like this overwhelming fast type thing, but D2 Hustlers, it's like their damage might be too little that this Tide and Lesh can just keep moving forward, and therefore a Drow doesn't really get to stand her ground. And also Alliance have last pick, so they can still try to swing this matchup a bit with their carry. So this next pick for Hustlers, they need to be careful, because Mirana 4, in my opinion, is not the strongest laner, nor is Rubik, and Alliance have the counter pick. Like this Hustlers draft is very high in the volatility range.
I'm also thinking about that. Like Alliance right now, they'd be happy if they get themselves something like a Slark pick, but the Hustlers, if they want to take it, I think Alliance maybe just bans it out. Oh, no, not the Slark. Sorry. Slark for Alliance, but for Divine Llama on the side of Hustlers, like probably a hero that is, one, prepared to go against that matchup. I don't know if they... Okay, I was thinking Doom, but Doom is actually banned. So is the Mars. So that leaves us with Enigma. Enigma's pretty decent in the lane. He's actually really good against the Slark. I'm not gonna lie. That works out pretty well. Or does he bust out the Visage? Like, could the Visage work for Hustlers?
Looks like he wanted Timber, if I just judge his reaction. He was throwing his arms in the air when the Timber was banned. Visage is cool with the Drow. I'm just a bit afraid for the volatility, and Tide just
Yeah.
like it doesn't break like this potential wall that I feel like is closing in on them in this game. What else?
If
were
they
we
go
talking
Visage,
about?
Alliance is probably just going to pick like Naga or something, and they're going to be cool.
Enigma is a bit too slow paced for me. I'm not
Beast
seeing the
still
perfect
there,
pick right now, at least for myself.
Is Beast in the pool? Beast is actually
still there,
in the
yeah.
pool.
That's pretty insane.
Beast Drow is pretty good.
What's it gonna be, Dalai Lama?
Bango. Okay. That will be.
Not impressed.
Yeah, I was also a bit meh.
But let's see. Okay,
Maybe
they have
he
a
proves
lot
wrong.
of time.
What were you looking for this offlaner to provide them, which the Pango doesn't?
It's so first of all, you needed like a bit more oomph and I think a bit more damage. Not like this. So when you have teams that are gonna like when you're lacking a little bit of damage, when you have like this Ember Marana and now you put a Pango in there, like this Pango doesn't really break anything. Like he adds like some chip damage that Ember already gives you, that Marana already gives you. Honestly, I can't tell you the perfect pick right now, but all I can say is that there's something off with the Pango. That's all I can say.
Yeah, and also with the last pick from Alliance, like if this is offlane Pango, you can get lost with the Bloodseeker from this. The Slark is also pretty good for Alliance. You just don't win the lane anymore. Yeah.
There it is. Slark comes out as predicted by T Panda, and that'll be the final pickup for Alliance there, and give them their carry hero they so desired. Not absolutely free, but pretty damn good Slark game, I would say.
Pretty good Slark game. He should have a good lane. Yeah, it is a bit volatile sometimes when you play against Pango in terms of the laning, but you have 3 with you. It's going to leech seed it up. You're going to be fine. I always love Lesh with Slark because they save each other and help each other a lot like in the game. You also have a Tide. And yeah, I just think at some point in this game, D2 Hustlers are going to try to make moves. They're not going to have the damage, and then Alliance is going to laugh in their face and kill all of them slowly but surely.
Jesus. Well, we've had enough brutality for today, I think. So, T Panda, what are your anticipations?
I'm going all with all fam.
Going all in with all
They're
fam.
all
Okay. going with the all fam strat. All right. I think I agree. I think it makes sense. It just seems to click for Alliance for me. I agree with my panelists. So let's throw it over to OD Pixel and T Governor and see what they have to say about this final game.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, indeed. The final game of this Division 2, D2 Hustlers versus Alliance. Of course, both of these teams, as mentioned, weren't able to make it through to Division 1, but winner of this will get an extra bit of a cash bonus. So always nice to play for a little bit of money here. So, T, what do we make of the drafts? We heard from the panel, they seem to kind of like what Alliance got, and especially what they managed to finish up with, getting Charlie on his Slark.
Yeah, I think when you look at lineups, Alliance's lineup is one that is stable. It can play all points of the game. It has presence, in all points of the game as well. So I think Alliance should be happy with what they have. And on the flip side, D2 Hustlers, it's a very skirmishing type of lineup. The fluidity of Ember Marana, it's always go for pickoffs. Same thing for Drow. When you go for this shard play plus Yasha or something, Dragonlance, you're always joining your team as well. So yeah, I feel like D2 Hustlers, coming off of the back of that loss that prevented them to get to Division 1, they've picked a really fun lineup that can just play quite nicely, but it will fall victim to the eventual wall that Alliance and Kezi was mentioning in the draft that Alliance can build up.
Sure. I mean, and coming into this game as well, considering how we've seen both teams play today, obviously both coming off the back of a loss, but would you say out of these two teams you feel that one of them is playing a little better out of the performances so far today?
It's hard to say, because I feel like Manaspa had such a grasp on both of the games that they played that we didn't really get to see. I think if anything, D2 Hustlers showed us more of a comeback potential. So I think I'd put D2 Hustlers slightly ahead, but from today at least, it's actually quite even between the two.
Well, let's see who's able to pull out the win here in this final game. So get that better spot on the board and get that extra bit of money.
Yeah, and of course for D2 Hustlers, you can't forget that this is the team that doesn't have any organisation support. We've already spoke to Alex in interviews about how for them every result is so important. Getting to Division 1, trying to get that sponsor is critical for their team to support the players pursuing this. So Obviously, not being able to win the tiebreakers hurts a lot, but this series, of course, is $4,000. It's going to help a lot for some of these players in the run up to the next division.
No, for sure.
In no way is this a just tap out type series for this team.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And in terms of both of these teams going forward to playing again in Division 2, do you imagine both squads will come back and sort of just continue to work on the strengths that they've built up in this first Division 2 for both of these teams?
Well, I'd like to think so. I think the best thing that a team can have is stability, as long as the players get along and there is that kind of camaraderie built up within the team across all 5 players. And I don't really know the teams on a personal level, but if that is a thing that they've already accomplished and it's just the kind of the Dota aspect that they're trying to improve on, then for sure I'd love to see both of these teams stick it out and show us how they can improve in the upcoming tour.
Let's have a look at this top lane. Definitely feels like it's pretty strong here, the Slark and the Tree. Very happy to punch into Davai Lama and Alex if they get too close.
Yeah, you don't really pick Pango to win lanes, that's for sure. Like, Pango offlane, it's a really fun offlaner if you get, like, a cheap kill. Like, once you get 1 kill, your lane can snowball because you get Wraith Band, you get Orb of Corrosion, Mana Boots, it's all about the fight. And already, they're getting that kill.
There we go, that's the kill you're talking about there, T. And not just any old kill, it's a first blood.
That's a big one. Like, already look at his stash. He's buying Blightstone, double Mango Tango. Like, I feel like I played enough pubs where some mind control offlane Pango just like kills me once in lane, and I hate the lane.
Charlie, he jumped in for this. Okay, he's got the stick charges, so should be fine.
And a fairy, yeah, he's good. It is rare to see Pangos actually get the kills because it's so hard. You're a pretty level dependent hero as well. It's why you naturally see the hero go mid. But yeah, a little bit of a blunder on the safe lane from Alliance, giving a bit of breathing room to what should be quite a weak lane from Hustlers.
They might get Alex here.
Fairy fight?
That'll save him. Nicely done there from Alex. Sitting very low still up on the top.
Yeah, I'm looking at the resources, and I think eventually Hustlers will have to concede a little bit in this lane if they don't ship out the necessary regen. Because every time Alex shows, Hanskin throws out that grasp, already preventing him from entering the lane. And same thing for Devi. He's not actually entered the creep wave for the last wave or two, right? He's just been playing on swashbuckles and looking for the kills. But still, Hanskin has one objective, and that's just to punch Alex in the face.
Charlie getting some good space to hit the creeps. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we've got Shad 12 for 0, S4 14 for 4. It's a little low. I mean, does this lane get to a point where they'll be able to sort of bully S4 out of this, or is S4 going to be feeling pretty solid down here?
It's Drow into Tide naturally favors the Drow in most matchups. So I think S4 will eventually get kind of pushed out a little bit, unless Podlo and his Hoodwink is able to find some nice setups to pressure the Drow. Hoodwink's a really good hero at enabling melee offlaners to go against the kind of counter picks that normally get played against, just because you have a lot of kiting with your slow, with your Acorn shot, and the stun of the Bushwhack. But yeah, so far I think Shad's having a pretty good time.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
The thing is, the Drow never actually kicks the Tide out of the lane. It just, as long as the Tide has good resource management, you both just kind of exist together.
Nice thought. He's just going to head and grab the wave, so he can take it somewhere where he's not going to have to worry about Shad getting hits in on him.
Yeah, the good old lane pulling shenanigans that we get to see all the time. Yeah, this will be pretty happy now. He gets to farm on the tower, double wave, no issues. Top lane Charlie, back down to half HP once again. Yeah, this lane's going really well for Hustlers. 21 CS to the Pangolier, 21 to the Slark. In no way has this Slark been shut out of the game, and nor have they fed away any cheap kills that easily could have happened against the Trent. So, yeah, really nice laning phase coming up from Hustlers so far.
Yeah, Charlie, still got a fair bit of regen to play in the lane with, so should feel able to step up every now and then still, despite the strength that these two have.
I mean, the cool thing as well is this Ember versus Leshrac in the mid lane. The volatility of these heroes I think 6 minutes is a crucial point for either hero. If any of them gets like a haste rune and has the mana pool, they'll suddenly break out onto the map and start making these big plays. And we're not yet seeing any supports on either team rotate towards this mid lane. So Ember should be able to get the rune by himself, throwing a remnant to one side, actually just going for a kill instead.
Going straight in, and Chuen. He's. I mean, one more sleight of fist. One more sleight of fist will do it. There it is, just on the edge. Mirage with the solo kill in the 1v1.
That's massive, honestly. And then he sees that there's no rune top, so he walks to bot lane. And yeah, I mean, I clicked on him, saw he was about to hit 6. Like, uh-oh, is he going to go for the runes or is he going to go for the kill? And instantly, that killer mentality on Mirage gets that solo kill.
Oh, very well played here. And DD in the bottle. Lovely one to have here for the Ember Spirit.
Already a 700 net worth lead from Ember to the Leshrac, and then the Slark has a 200 or 300 net worth lead to the Slark. That is insane start from Hustlers in their mid and off lane.
Dire structures are fortified.
See bottom lane, Shad and Angel. Pretty low. Close supports from Alliance. Looking to get in on this. They'll get the catch on to Angel, and they'll step in towards Shad. Goes for the Gus TP play, and that will save him. Nicely done there by Shad.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, Alliance realizing that they can't play top lane, so they bring the support down to bot, try and give Charlie as much XP as possible. But look at Charlie. He shows himself for a second and already getting forced out. This is not the start that Alliance wanted.
It's under attack.
No, it's going to take some time here for the Slark to recover.
Yeah, I mean, Divine Armor's
he's got
loving
decent
life.
CS, but you know, it's been getting bullied out of the lane. He's not going to be able to easily find the 6. At least, yeah, unlike to get it before, like Davai Lama with the next few creep waves will have his own 6. And then there's definitely real threat that Hustlers could pose against Alliance on that top lane with a quick rolling thunder.
Yeah, the key difference in these lineups is Alliance, they want to play a strong laning phase, set a formation where it's like, we farm here, and if you enter this, we then kill you. They don't really like playing from behind, where they have to throw out spells to save each other, because Slark doesn't really provide the damage. Tree and Tidehunter are enabling heroes, and then you're relying on Hoodwink and Leshrac to do everything. So when you're playing from behind with this type of lineup, it does feel really difficult, and items are your best friend, so time is your friend. For Hustlers, though, it's like, you get an early lead. Ember and Pangolier, these are often heroes that we talk about in the mid lane that break games in the first 20 minutes, and now that they've both had insane games, there is a window where this very skirmishing and fluid lineup of Hustlers can just do everything. But, you know, Divine Llama might get picked off.
Yeah, good catch there from Ponlo.
Really important from Alliance. Like, the way that I was setting up this this narrative, it felt like Hustlers could have just hit a stride. So any key core kill right now will help Alliance alleviate that pressure. So yeah, nice moves from Ponlo and Charlie.
And with the haste rune, Mirage wasn't able to find anything. Unlucky with the chains connections. And down bottom, S4 able to step in, Ravage onto Shad. TPs are coming in to help Shad out. But he'll still go down. Some good fights here from Alliance. Top to bottom.
I mentioned the need of I mentioned the need of getting kills, and suddenly they killed Pango and Drow in a matter of seconds. Super important kills.
Davai Lama. It's going to look to go for S4.
There's a lot of creeps.
Oh, indeed. So no chance of the arrow coming in to get the connection. And S4, some nice smooth moves here. Dodges the rotations of the Rolling Thunder. And we'll be able to walk this one off. Mirage will come in, gets the catch onto Hanskin, so they'll get one kill out of this, but they won't get S4. S4 stays safe.
An incredibly awkward gank there. The fact that Morello's trying to arrow through multiple creeps, there wasn't really the angle, and on top of that, you're jumping a Tidehunter with only a couple of stuns to your name with 2-point Kraken. It probably would have got dispelled at some point. It's yeah, very optimistic from Hustlers, but I see why they're trying to make the play there. They need to out this Tidehunter from casually farming their jungle, because imagine if Lesh is farming Dire jungle, Tide is farming Radiant jungle, and on top of that, everyone else from Alliance is just chilling, running around the map, farming whatever they can, right? Like, that's where net worths are built from. So I can see why Hustlers are just throwing these spells out randomly. It doesn't even matter if they don't kill him. It's more just a deterrent of, if you stay here, next time we'll bring 3 heroes, and then you will die. So they're just forcing Alliance to show a little bit of respect to Hustlers' farm. Multiple pauses coming out here.
Sound.
First was lag, now was sound.
Few tech issues.
Yeah, luckily Alliance are at boot camp, so if one guy's got an issue, they can just,
Yeah, they can
someone
sort
on the
it.
team, surely a tech kind of guy, right? Yeah.
They might have a tech guy at the boot camp.
Ooh,
sort
they
out
might,
tech
yeah,
issues.
true. Yeah.
Get him on the PCs, fix them up.
Hopefully he doesn't start playing, though. That might have some issues.
No.
No, yeah, just fix the sound, please, mate.
There we go. All sorted, all fixed. 3-3. Those couple of kills, as we say, from Alliance. Getting things back on even. 10 minutes in. Charlie able to farm nicely now, cleaning up the jungle. Got the max start packs, of course, and going for the Echo Saber first this game.
And now, because of those kills, if you look at the net worth, Alliance is kind of all clumped up now as like middle pack, 4k gold, happily farming up together. Oh, not really hitting the spells here. Chains into the missed arrow.
Quick quelling blade there, though, from Mirage, making sure there's no tree to set up from the bushwhack.
I feel like every time I look at S4, I'm like, how does he die in this game? Like, this Drow has like 3.5k gold. Like, she's not really that threat. He's got triple gauntlets, plus a Hood of Defiance. Unless he's like egregiously out of position, where this Drow can just click, click, click the entire time. I feel like this is a pretty sturdy looking tide at this point in the game.
They're trying to hold this tier 1 tower. It's proving very difficult to do so. So Hustlers will be able to take it. Didn't quite have the Ravage back online yet, still 15 seconds until that's ready from S4.
Yeah, only 1 point in living armor right now, so not really utilizing that bonus armor to keep these heroes alive against the slight spam of Mirage.
They have
or even
got
the
eyes
towers on top.
on the fact that there's a triple ancient stack here.
That's a big stack to steal. I mean, they've taken away one so far.
Not really too easy for these heroes to do anything about that, though. So.
And it'd be pretty grief if they stayed around for it. If anything, they can utilize their vision that they placed here. Hanskin should be dewarding it, though. And then look to maybe take the fight when they go to do it themselves on Alliance. I mean, neither team really wants to do Ancients other than Tide. But right now, Tide's playing a very lane-aggressive playstyle that he's always shoving in one lane. And if he was to retreat to the jungle, then he'd be conceding a little bit of farm. So he might go now to go farm them, especially with Dieter Husser's posturing. But there's offlane Pangler already with the Diffusal Blade. I think for the Vailama, he's really excited to try and get this into something. Issue is his Drow isn't ready to join the fight, and the Ember, you get hit by one Overgrowth, hit by a Ravage or anything, there will be enough, chain CC on top of that to kill him off. So D2 Hustlers have to be careful how they enter this game. Even though they are the ones that want to be the aggressors, they have the items. They need to respect Alliance's ability to counterplay. Yeah, and there's the Ancients. Fallen.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Hustlers have got Alex and Angel being nice and annoying here for Charlie. We're able to snipe a few creeps from the camps that he was trying to clear through. The arrows and the fade bolts. See TP's coming in from Alliance. Ponlo is going to make his way towards the top. See if he can maybe set something up here.
They will see those wards placed. They have a sentry in the trees.
On Mirage. He's going to be able to scout Hanscam with the sleight of fist. Knows he's in the tree line. Ponlo try and run. He's able to turn with the bushwhack and the scurry into the tree line. See if Divine Lama's able to find him. He is. Shield Crash will catch him, take him down.
Top tower is under attack.
The Alliance is still here. They're still looking to see if they can take the fight. No TP on Ponlo when he respawns, though. And Chuan's taking bottom tier 2. Meanwhile, this is a lot of moves happening on the map right now for Alliance. You have to be careful. S4 can die if he's all by himself.
Diffusal Blade slow into the Rolling Thunder. They're not going to be able to get the angle for the arrow. Ravage comes out. Hansken has also got the Overgrowth. There's good team fight control there from Alliance to allow them to take down 2 and maybe even Divine Lama as well. Charlie building up the Essence Shift stacks. They'll be able to get all of the kills there. 3 dead after the attempted fight. Mirage is still sticking around to try and finish off S4, but he hasn't got enough damage on his own to finish the tide. S4's fine. Well-held fight there by Alliance around their tier 1 tower. Some good ultimates from the Ravage into the Overgrowth.
Yeah, luckily for Alliance, S4 wasn't all by himself. As soon as Chuen hit bottom tier 2, he retreated back into the jungle. There was no vision there, and then he just, cheeky little TP that then enabled the turnaround. So, yeah, I like the fact that for Alliance, good communication was clearly happening. It was, I've showed bottom, chill for a second, I need to reset myself, and then as soon as the Leshrac was able to join the fight, that's when like the baiting them into the engagement, the oh look, I'm a tide all by myself, bam, the turnaround. So yeah, nice stuff from Alliance there. Continuing to just kind of annoy Hustlers. They haven't allowed them to break the map at any point yet, and with heroes, you know, Pango, Ember, Drow, these are heroes that can just constantly take these fights, and they've not really been able to progress the map too well. Sure, mid-tier 1 falls, but when you're not able to take this top tier 1 so cleanly at 15 minutes, it does scupper your ability to play the game, and you might be able to get it for free now with the no Ravage available, but still, it hurts if you're Hustlers, the fact it took you this long to finally break down this tower. And there it falls.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
See Hustlers. See if they can do anything here. That's the Bloodstone being popped by Chuen. No chance to go with that though, Davai Lama.
Top tower is under attack.
Wanting to get his Blink Dagger done before they commit for the fight. Lots of space for Charlie. Diffusal Blade pretty much finished on top of the Echo.
Yeah, it's gonna. I mean, Diffusal Blade is insanely good against Pango, against Ember. Like any of these heroes, if you jump on them for a second, their mana pool isn't too big, and you take away that key bit, and suddenly they can't maybe swash or Remnant away. It's super destructive. So yeah, Charlie secretly been farming up. Hasn't had to do much other than double kill top, and he'll happily join a fight now. Tried to make the pounce onto the Ember. Wasn't able to connect on it. Probably would have actually died if he pounced, just because Ponlo was in the area behind.
The Hustlers are going to go for the smoke movement.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I feel like Hustlers, they really want to just to make something happen. Yeah, it's been a very passive 60 minutes for a lineup that could have been rather aggressive.
See if they can find it. Is into the ultimates of Alliance.
Lama's
Just
a
right
bin.
off the mark, Charlie. And he's going to come in and onto Davai Lama. They get the stun follow-up. Davai Lama the first to fall. Get the sharpshooter hit onto Angel. Mirage under the cover of the Invis rune for now. Alliance, they're stepping forward. S4 looking for the opportunity to set up for a Ravage. Charlie gets in around the side on top of Angel, but not enough damage to kill Angel straight up. A couple of leaps and Angel's fine. He'll live. See if they can go for more
Well,
here. They
Mirage.
get the Bushwhack. S4 is going to follow up with a Ravage. Bushwhack into the Ravage, into the pounce, into the stun. We've got the stolen Ravage there from Alex. It's fancy, but not enough to save their Embers. Mirage still goes down. Maybe they can find kills in return, though. Davai Lama comes in with a Rolling Thunder. He's going to head over towards, another bounce back on towards Chuen. Chuen's healing up a little bit, not enough. Chuen goes down. Charlie back in onto Angel. And again, I mean, last time Angel lived on, is he really going to live again? He's actually going to live again, Angel. 2 times now that we've seen them go for this Mirana, and they've been 1 hit away from dying. Fucking
There we
Ponlo
go.
will be able to snipe him with the Acorn shot, so finally able to take the Mirana down at least. That's of course Alliance at the end of that one do end up losing Chuen and weren't quite able to finish the tier 1 tower, so Hustler's able to take something back from Alliance there on that defense.
Yeah, a little take back, but when you look at the recap, it was 1,000 gold goes to the side of Alliance. The XP still goes the way of Alliance. It was 3 kills for the 1. Of course, Pango started the fight by dying and then respawned to re-enter the tail end of the engagement. Yeah, I think for Hustlers, they got to be very careful, especially with these initiations. Like Alliance, I mentioned it already. There's plenty of forms of counterplay in their lineup. Like pretty much every hero in Alliance, if someone jumps on top of them, they have a way of rebuttaling that moment of aggression. And yeah, Hustlers kind of showing a little bit of rashness to just get into
Will they
the
get
fight.
away with this?
I mean, they got a DD,
They
so
do it quick.
Yeah, they do it real quick, to be fair. They got Corrosion, they got the Lucky Shot, they got a DD, they got a Shard. Like, there is a scanner now. Alliance fully is aware of this occurring, but they're giving it up.
Yep, they can't stop it. They'll settle for trading for the tier 1 tower mid, and they'll get that. Hustlers, a nice opening there with the DD being found by Shad. Sets them up to take Roche and get that Aegis into the hands of Mirage.
Oh, this is going to be even stronger for Hustlers now. Like, everything we've been mentioning, like, it's all just one big spell. So now imagine if Ember jumps in, if he uses an Aegis for the Ravage, now Hustlers can like swarm in after. So this Aegis was a really good call from them to give themselves some breathing room in a game that felt like Alliance was, slowly hitting that point where they would become unkillable. But we need to see Hustlers to start just dictate a bit more of the game right now. They've tried to make these plays, but it's not really hit their stride. I'd argue they might want to wait for Ember BKB, because then you have Aegis plus BKB. Issue is it's about 1400 gold away, so can you... I guess actually you can. You can farm 1400 gold in that time. In about 4 minutes. So yeah, they've got plenty of time to use both Aegis and BKB. Oh, the Rubik's Stolen Ravage is about to expire. Farewell, sweet Ravage. Oh, there it goes. It's gone.
Oh, should have pressed it.
Yeah, it's true. He had full mana as well.
One last farewell on the Ravage before it goes. Well, I guess then because then if he stole it again, right, it would still be on cooldown. That's how Rubik works, right? Or am I crazy?
No, that's how it works, correct.
Yeah. So I guess you don't want to mess around with it long.
But it would be fucking cool.
You can't live like that. You've got to live like you're about to steal it again. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
He's got to be prepared for turning up to this fight and getting the steal. There we go. See if they can find that fight. Not going to find anyone inside their jungle right now.
Alliance, really nice map read there. Just understanding that Hustlers are going to try and sweep through their own jungle, clear it out. And once again, we get kind of this status quo. It does feel like Hustlers are respecting the need for BKB. Like once BKB comes out, this Leshrac has to be careful. The Tidehunter kind of falls off a little bit. And it's all emphasis on Charlie on how he enters the fight. Alliance, they need Charlie to jump in with his Ags, bait out a key BKB, disengage, and then look for that secondary fight. Although Charlie isn't really hitting any pounces right now. He just missed the second one by about 40 degrees.
He's heading over the way of Mirage.
He has a remnant out for now, so potentially could jump away.
He's the man with the Aegis.
Nope. Missed that one by about 5 degrees.
That was close, that one.
Yeah, he's calibrating right now. He's calibrating.
Not quite able to grab him. And even if he did, unlikely Mirage was to die to that sort of move. It's more than fine. Aegis BKB, very, very fine now on the Ember Spirit. A tricky kill to get, unless they keep him chain locked down.
And Shad, he's 300 gold away from BKB himself. There's going to be about, I'd say, once BKB comes out in Courier, like 50-second window potentially, where double BKB on Hustlers.
Well, see Chuan. It's going pretty deep on this bottom lane push.
Arrow, they hit it.
And he's not got any... Well, he's got Palmer by his side. That'll actually be enough to get him far enough away from Davai Lama at least. Mirage is in with the haste rune. They'll settle for Ponlo. They'll catch the hoodwink. Now time's been bought for Charlie to turn up with Chuan. He's looking for Mirage. We'll get him with the pounce. But BKB and Aegis still there for the Ember Spirit. Charlie building up the Essence Shift stacks. Look at the second catch onto Angel. And Ravage is there as well. Angel down. Same for Mirage. That's the Aegis gone. He will have BKB ready on his second life. And he'll pop it. See if he wants to stick around and play aggressive though. He's taking a lot of physical damage in the overgrowth there. He'll get caught. Chooses to stand his ground and try and fight, but ends up in his own second death in that fight. Aegis gone and immediately dies after. And Alliance, they're looking for more now. Yeah, the wraparound coming here behind the tier 2 tower. They've got their eyes on Alex. Shad is ready to try and help out with the multi-shot damage, but it isn't enough right now to stop Alliance from being able to finish off the Rubik and continue the pressure onto this tier 2 with the creep wave coming in as well. So it's going to be a good timing. Tier 2 going down 23 minutes.
You can see from Alliance, they're so confident with these heroes. The way in which, Chuan gets jumped is like, cool, whatever. I think for Hustlers, 2 times now, there's Pangu and Mirana have tried to make incredibly optimistic plays in this game. First in the remember it was S4 when they pushed him out of the jungle, and then again on this BKB Leshrac. I understand that they're trying to poke and prod and maybe bait out a BKB, but this the discipline from Chuan. He just knows the damage that they can actually output and the need, the lack of need to press it. And Alliance, they respond quite nicely to be able to turn it around. Hanskin, of course, with the overgrowth. I think for Hustlers, they had a nice timing to apply some pressure there, but just getting outplayed in these bigger fights.
And the Mirage has to be careful as well, even poking at Hansken. There's back up behind him, Charlie. He's looking for the pounce. Won't be able to get the catch. The Remnant out.
The fun thing is, like, anytime he actually hits that pounce when BKB's down, like, it's going to be a kill. Or he's going to have to trade the BKB charge, which Mirage doesn't really want to do in this game.
Now they're trying to find some sort of kill here, Hustlers, but Alliance making it very difficult.
I mean, what was it? They've gained like 2 kills in the last, what was it, like 10 minutes, it feels like? Hustlers have just not been able to find anything in this game. Alliance just dodging everything. And look at S4, right? He's got Greaves, he's got a pipe. He would probably go Blink after this into a shard. Like this Tide is going to be enabling his entire team. Even if they are caught to potentially rebuttal that initiation. Charlie, can he find the
leading the way. They'll get him with the pounce on the down by Llama. Will manage to get the Rolling Thunder off and looks to turn, but the Overgrowth, they'll hold him down. Alliance again making sure that Hustlers just struggle to get any sort of chance to make moves here in this mid game.
Yeah. Already on the minimap, the lines are drawn from Twen. It's like, guys, we just killed the Pango. Push out the top lane, push out the mid, let's get in their faces. Don't give them any room to farm. And just look at the minimap. Alliance, after a kill top, they just swept across the entire map. They've occupied, what, nearly 75% of this map, it feels like. Really just choking out Hustlers, and that's why this net worth lead is building. And I love the fact that Hansken did go for this blink rush. Oh, they found it. Alex. Nice quick kill for them.
Kill. Charlie. Just thinking about stepping up towards Shad, but the Moonlight Shadow comes out. The Shadow Dance already used. He's going to be a bit more careful. Maybe not over the backup of this team. They'll be able to force the BKB out from Shad. Maybe to look again. There's the Ravage. It's going to catch Mirage. Again, just catching the Ember Spirit very nicely here, Alliance. And also Angel is in trouble here. Alliance just cleaning up kills, and Hustlers, it just feels like they're losing sort of the flow completely. They're not able to achieve much at all, or if anything, against Alliance at this point. Alliance, they're just completely controlling the game.
Yeah, it honestly feels like the Hustlers having to go from the Manaspa loss straight away into this series. They just don't have the same level of, you know, I guess, confidence. It feels like whilst Alliance, obviously they had the break, they saw the series, they've been able to, you know, adjust, knowing kind of the reality of the situation. And your Hustlers, this isn't the Hustlers that we've seen throughout the DPC tour. It is rough, but, you know, Alliance, they have been improving non-stop, and this is a really good game from them at least. You see just the confidence that they're exuding from pick-off to pick-off.
Absolutely, full-on aggression here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's tier 2 in the mid. Oh, look at the chains. Hold on to Charlie. Throw out a Remnant as well, but not wanting to jump in on this. They just struggling to sort of have the tools to deal with the Slark right now. 4-0-10. Charlie's going to be on his way towards the BKB. I mean, when he's got that done, he's going to be pretty much invincible this game with the lead that he has.
Yeah, and Charlie, he did a really nice thing. He, of course, with the Echo Saber, he disassembled for Ags. He rebought the Echo Saber, then he disassembles again for the BKB. So every time he bought his items, it was always pushing towards his next aggressive item, or his next item to allow him to play aggressively. So no, yeah, I like the way that Charlie's played. And don't forget, this is a Slark game where, realistically, how do they lock down a Slark to kill him off? They don't have a clean point-and-click stun. And if Charlie jumps in, as long as he puts Dark Pact, then he can quickly dispel the lift from the Rubik, let's say, or that's pretty much it. You rarely can rely on a Pangolier. So, you know, Charlie is playing as if he is unkillable, because he practically is, other than him misplaying on his own hero, but so far hasn't really been doing that. 4-0-10.
I trust everyone was out of sight.
Just running at them here. Hustlers.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Really? It feels like it's been a while since we've seen them manage to take anything from Alliance in this game.
It feels like they're just scrambling to get some farm on Hustlers and hoping for some big high ground defense where they get to enable Shad to A-click. Maybe a scenario where Charlie goes 1 pounce too far, gets to the maybe tier 3, tier 4 range, baits his team a little bit further, and that might give Hustlers the confidence to take a big fight. But as you see here, I don't think they're expecting to try and win any engagement. Angel picked off quite quickly. And Chad already, look, he's to mid lane. Mirage is like running to bot, like, don't worry guys, let's get some farm. And Roshan probably could fall to Alliance quite easily right now, if they wanted to go there. Does have the shard available.
Oh, for sure. I mean, and at the least, you know, even if they don't do it super quick, they know it's only going to favour them if Hustlers try and walk into a team fight. And Alliance more than ready to take any sort of action that gets sent their way.
I think this shard you probably give to Charlie. Doesn't have his own shard at the moment. I know it's in his quick buy, but yeah, you give the shard to Charlie and suddenly no one can die on this team. If his Leshrax jumped, you just throw the depth shroud on him and it makes it even harder. Like, you know Ricky Mirana combos, Ember Mirana? If you just play Slark against it, it's so hard to play. Depth shroud is so important. And the value of Slark, you're seeing it here now. He's baiting out these BKBs. Like, there is no world where Charlie can actually kill him solo, right? But there is a scenario that if there's someone behind, so he has to respect it. He has to BKB.
As Angel getting caught this time by Chuen. Continuing to just hold that top spot in net worth. Incredibly stacked on the Leshrac. Full Shiva's Guard done.
I mean, I feel like S4, like, I don't want to, like, he plays Centaur, he plays Tide, and when he's on these heroes, it's like vibes, you know? Insane vibes. Even his Tide, I think his Tide's better than his Centaur, actually, at this point. I'd like to see him pick up the Shard and play on the Tendrils. Super important to give Tide playability outside of Ravage. But so far, his itemization and his playstyle has been really fun to see, fun to watch, sorry.
Charlie can get the full basher sent out very shortly. Shad has got his Silver Edge done. We'll see if Hustlers do manage to find a situation in which Alliance, maybe, as you say, go a bit too deep. And Shad's able to be in position to lay down the damage.
Alliance, they got really nice positioning. You got S4 in one lane, Slark in the other, and then double supports just kind of hugging the tree lane, close enough to either of them that if they were to initiate on Slark, you have the turnaround. They jump the Tide, you have that support turnaround. Meanwhile, you have Chuen with the boots of travel, the BKB and the Aegis, all by himself on the other side of the map. So I think Alliance have really set up this kind of, at least lane pushing really nicely to prevent Hustlers this quick pick-off opportunity. S4 though, might have spoken too soon.
They're going to get the follow-ups done onto him. In return, a lot of damage onto Shad. Pounce is going to be off the mark though from Charlie, not able to catch Angel. See if Hustlers can get more from this. With the sharpshooter hit onto Charlie. Still not going to be able to immediately step out the base and look towards chasing up into the high ground. They'll still look to see if they could turn this into anything else. Moonlight Shadow popped. It's a nice kill, Gino, to get to S4 after a long period where they weren't able to get anything at all. Can they do anything more with this? It's probably looking unlikely still, with how far behind they are.
There's a sea of wards. Like, look at the minimap. It is just ward after ward after ward. Every single lane has a ward. So no matter what Hustlers do, unless they're smoked, you're going to see them come in. And I just praised Alliance on a really cool map setup. And then the moment I finish, the supports just kind of wander away from S4 and he dies. Like, come on. It was so good.
So looking for Mirage here in the trees. And Bull forces BKB out. Stand his ground though. The arrow does connect onto Chuen. See the shard here from Slark giving Chuen some sort of safety. But Davai Lama still in with the Rolling Thunder. It's going to be Chuen down once. So I think he can go for a round two. As Hansken is going to jump forward. There's the overgrowth. He's caught Mirage and he's caught Alex. And that's Mirage out with that buyback. And look at Chuen go. He's just diving in. Up to the tier 4. That's both cores down without buyback, T.
Ooh. What's the full? Mid lane to full? Bot lane to full? Top should be fine because of the tier 2, but this easily could be 2 racks. You've got the Leshrac. I don't know how much Pangolier can really do. If Alliance wants to respect them, then maybe they back out after 1, but at this point, you test them a little bit.
Straight in they go, looking for Davai Lama. They're going to get him. Essentially a team wipe here. Everybody dead on Hustlers.
They've got Edict back up again, so They should be able to go to mid lane. A really good game from Alliance so far. It has been just a really solid performance. Move together, play together, enable each other through the aggression, poke out the BKBs, never allow hustlers to connect on a smoke. Second fortification coming in, so that will deter Alliance from going for 2 racks. Fully respecting that potential buyback. You know, Alliance, they realize that this is their game to win, up by 22k gold. 24 kills, 30 minutes.
Next few items coming out. Full Lotus on S4. Train with this Shiva's an overwhelming blink. Yeah, absolutely massive. 25,000 net worth this game. Chuen's had some fantastic games here in Division 2, and this is another one of them. Just next levels of farm, really.
I remember Hustlers in an interview that they said they shouldn't have lost to Alliance, and now they get to a best of 1 again. It's like they're going to lose to them again potentially. It's maybe, yeah, this is destiny. Alliance is actually just the better team. We'll see if they can close it out. But
I mean, it's very convincing so far from Alliance. 23k lead, having quite the hold on this game. Oh, well, look at the arrow onto Ponlo. I'll step out the base to take him out.
I think Alliance is used to this at this point. Poor old Podler, he is he's often his lonesome now and again.
Oh, Charlie's in. Come in with the BKB. BKB has to come out from Mirage. Shadow Dance here from Charlie. He stands his ground, and there's the root. Holds in Mirage. As Mirage has nowhere to go. Down again for a full minute. Shad turns with the BKB. That's actually Charlie dead. Ravage is there from S4. I see Chuen commit with the BKB himself over towards Davilama. He's going to opt for the TP out. He'll make it away. But they take down Charlie. Slark, yet to die this game, right? That's the first time he's gone down. They will manage to kill him.
Yeah, I mean, he had the depth shroud available, just wasn't able to get it off. Let me just double check. Did he get perfectly CC'd? Yeah, it was a Mindbreaker into a lift, into then an arrow, and then he died. So just perfect set of spells there from Hustlers to be able to kill off a very elusive Slark. And I'd say you have to be careful. Like, this game, it's like, what is it? 90% they should be winning it. I don't know what, win probability is saying right now, but it should be favoring Alliance quite a lot. But these types of plays, if they get a little bit relaxed, suddenly the Stroud gets one more item, and she's able to position. Like, you have to respect the Hustler's drive right now.
Yeah, that Rapier.
She's already queued it up.
Let's go. Silver Edge Rapier. I mean, why not? What do you got to lose? This is your last game. You got to go out with a bang. And Divine Rapier next up for Shad would be... I mean, I hope we get to see it. He's got a fair bit of money to build up before he can afford it. But the dream has been set here.
I'm here for this timeline. Just imagine the story. Hustlers down 23,000 gold. They get one pick off onto a Slug. Somehow the confidence of a Rapier builds in. I could see it. This could go down in Division 2 history. Realistically, Alliance should just be winning this game. It's their game to lose. I'll put it that way.
I mean, I didn't see. Did we get the Dota Plus up on screen?
I don't think we did, mate. No, we didn't.
I mean, you're right. It's got to be. It's got to be in the
like
90s.
It's 90% minimum, right?
It's 99. This is a 1%. If this 1% game gets a Rapier, on Shad and then a turnaround, that will be quite something. But
what do you think Rapier does to win percentage? Do you think like Rapier bumps it up by like 3-4%? Like, what's your history of Rapiers being bought and win probabilities?
I don't know actually. I don't know what the kind of the recent win rate is of Rapiers in professional games.
Yeah, it's not too much to be fair. It's actually quite low. I mean, ever since the whole True Strike change and the Medusa's Rapier has fallen off a bit. So
yeah, maybe fingers crossed for a Rapier change in the next patch.
Ooh, yeah, maybe I like that.
Or more items that drop on death. Let's have more of those. I like those.
That's pretty cool. We have Gem and Rapier.
Some sort of like spell casting Rapier. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like some sort of insane spell amp or something. Oh, hello. I get the jump on Charlie. They're able to change control of Charlie. Oh my goodness, he's able to get the BKB off just in time. There's still the multi-shot causing issues. He'll come in with the BKB and Shadow Lance from Shad. There's Hands Cam with the overgrowth. Gets the catch on them. That's going to be Angel going down. Mirage has to run. He's caught by the Southern Nature's Grasp. Chuen just pumping out the damage. Shad goes for the TP out. They'll get him as Chuen jumps in. Triple kill for him. 4 dead on Hustlers. It got very, very close there. And it's there
GG. GG and disconnect.
Well, let's get the order right. More disconnect than GG. But there it is. That's this game over and done with. Alliance, they will win this final best of the one. And, bittersweet, of course. They don't make it to Division 1, but they do end up 3rd in Division 2. And will get that extra bit of cash in comparison to Hustlers, who will finish 4th team.
Yeah, I think for Alliance, their journey from the first series they ever played to now has been a commendable growth for a team. Just it wasn't quick enough to actually get to the top 2 spot. So I am excited to see what they can do in the future tours.
Yeah.
It wasn't their time this time around, but again, it was fun to see Alliance development throughout this tour. And yeah, just for clarification, that wasn't S4's Ravage at the end. That was Alex's Ravage. S4 didn't even have to use his Ravage in that final fight. So yeah, really clean game from them in this best of one.
Absolutely was. And as you say, definitely a team that, whilst they didn't make it to Division 1, they have improved a lot through this Division 2. And yeah, looking forward to see what we see from them in the future, if indeed they come back as the same squad full roster for next Division 2. Because definitely a lot of potential from this set of players. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. This final best of 1 of the Western EU tiebreakers will go to Alliance. They'll take the game against Hustlers.
Thank you very much, OD and T-Governor. Yes, indeed, the feels bad fight is over, and it will be Alliance taking that 3rd place. A bittersweet victory for them, as they will not be making it to Division 1, but still looking forward to seeing more from this team. I mean, how much potential would you say these 2 teams have coming into the next season and looking onwards to the year as a whole, Kezi?
Honestly, pretty good. They just need to... I mean, you need to continue to get better, of course, but Alliance have shown that to me. I would say that Hustlers, they overperformed my expectations a little bit. Maybe not today, but throughout the season they did. It's just a bit about it's about smaller things that really need to connect, like the way you use your timings, how you synergize your heroes. I just think in this game it is incredibly hard for Hustlers to play. And over time, you figure things out like, okay, the draw on 8, it might feel good, but in reality, it is really hard to execute it throughout the draft because it just leads for bigger holes down the line.
The way you started the sentence just instantly gave me the vibes of they're a good team, but, and then the copy pasta. They just need to work on their execution, their voice calls, their, But I agree. These are both 2 very formidable teams with very good players in their rosters. I think this was the first show for Mirage on the side of Hustlers. I think he has a lot to show. He kind of made a statement in a sense that we're in the top 3 hurdle, basically, with a guy who's just, who knows, anybody knows who this guy is. So hands down, I think Hustlers did a really good job. And Alliance, as I said, was a bittersweet victory. Bittersweet victory. But Alliance, I think they still have some good things in stock for them.
Yeah, I think so as well. And T-Ban, what about standout players? You mentioned Mirage. Anybody else we should be looking at from either of these teams for the future?
I believe, since the days of Viking GG, when Shad was playing with the team, I was a bit curious why he was the reason or why he was the player dropped out of the roster during that time, because I felt like Shad had a lot of promise in him. I think that's also one thing that where does he transition into? I think he still kept that same kind of competitive level in his gameplay. Might have been just his hero pool just doesn't fit the current meta, so they need a player who's more formidable around it at the current time. And after Viking GG, they just turned into Doraccio, who just had he can play almost any hero in the current meta and worked out really well. So I think he's a player to watch. Alex was a very, very positive shining light for me as well. I really liked watching him play. But on the side of Alliance, I think this whole roster, if they stick together, I think there's a very formidable core with Leon Arthur, with the Southeast Asia experience connected with Chuen and Ponlo, and then the core of the Swedes. Unless, S4, he's got a lot of years behind him already in Dota. Just hope to see that Alliance doesn't make too many changes to the roster.
All right, well, that's a statement indeed. And what about MVP for this game, Kazu? I'd be tempted to give it to S4, but what do you think?
I'm honestly down with S4, but it's because I watched the game. I actually watched in-game. Their laning stage that they had was very good with the Hoodwink Tide. They did a lot of good things. It's one of their better lanes I've seen. The way they defended the top tier 1 tower, for me, was like just very high skill. And it's like the impact that you want to have on the Tide. Like a lot of the times, if enough, like you're not going to do too much aggressiveness. Your impact comes from you standing at a tower and defending it. I think they did that really well. Sure, later in the game, Tide is not a very flashy hero, but he laned well. He defended the towers he had to. He set his team up, and then yeah, he just played a good Tide game.
Yep, solid performance coming out from S4, which is, you know, what we've come to expect from him. At the start, I feel like he had a couple of really, really bad games, but he's just turned out and, you know, he's been collecting these MVPs like hot buns, you know, he's been doing very, very well. And been pretty much the standout player for a lot of these later on games, so it's good to see him finding his flow and delivering performances like this on in the offlane. And yeah, I think... Did you feel like this wasn't really the best we've seen from Hustlers? Do you feel like they were a little bit affected by the loss that they just had coming off of T-Panda?
A little bit, yeah. I had Dota 2 Hustlers as my third out of the 3 teams. At the start of the day, I was like, Alliance 2-1-1, Manaspa 2-1-1, and then Hustlers 1-1 and or losing both series. So they were the weakest link, and I think that second game probably had a bit of a detrimental effect because they just freshly come from a loss. But at the same time, Alliance, they were watching the game and their hopes are crumbling literally without being able to do anything. So I think they also had a bit of a bad feel at the start, but I think the team integrity is what really made the difference.
Yeah, true. And, you know, that there is that immediacy effect. But let's have a look at the day's results and just remind ourselves of what happened, because it was, of course, Manaspa who got the big wins today, coming out fighting, taking the win versus Alliance, and then that massive romp versus Hustlers going over the 60-minute mark. And Manaspa were able to take that one as well in the end. 2 very, very hard-fought victories from Manaspa, earning their spot in Division 1 with blood, sweat, and tears. And this is how the final leaderboard shall look. It's Ooredoo Thunders, of course, in that top position, dropping only 1 game where they did end up losing against Manaspa, actually. And Manaspa in the second place, which means our 2 closed qualifier teams are the 1 and 2 position being promoted.
Exactly. Open qualifiers to closed qualifiers to Division 1. I think that's... It's
Easy.
A statement. Easy. I think that's a statement in a sense, because we were talking about, before the tiebreaker started, I think on the last broadcast day, you need to make it happen now and get away from Division 2 to Division 1, because we've got some scary teams coming from Div 1 to Div 2 for the second tour, and that's going to hinder a lot of chances of getting promoted. So this was the tour to make it, and OT and Manaspa, you could say that they dodged a big bullet here.
Yeah, I think you could indeed. It's going to be hot and spicy down here in Division 2 next season. Kez, you know, it's beyond that, I'd like to say that Ivy, I think, impressed me this season as well. You know, I had low expectations for them, but they delivered, and I think I always underestimate that team, sadly.
No, Ivy are good. I hope that they can make it out of Division 2 in some point during the season. It is possible for them. Of course, they're not that far away in terms of, like, for me, I feel like every team had like 1 or 2 players that really stood out to me. And for me, this is one of the first times where it's actually predominantly the core players. I think on Alliance, Charlie and Chuen looked very good. From Ooredoo Thunders, I mean, actually, they all look pretty good. Yeah, he's like the most standout, but they all did very well. Like D2 Hustlers, you have Mirage. For Ivy, for me, it's also Mobe. Like, usually the players that stand out to me are the 4 players. They're like the ones that set up a lot of things, but there's something shifting. I don't really know what it is, but these teams, they have some damn good core players in the making right now.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of potential in this region. We're seeing it time and time again here in the Division 2, and it's been a pleasure watching all these players and teams come together and perform to their best at the end of the division. Of course, we will be saying goodbye to Waterrune Enjoyers and Team Bold. They can try and climb back in through the qualifiers, but it's a tough journey. As we've seen, those qualifiers are pretty damn brutal. So we're going to sign it off for the season. That's it. That is the end of the Division 2 and the end of the first tour. But guess what? The Major is already starting, so there's not long to wait before the Dota starts up again. I believe like a couple of minutes or something. So don't you worry, guys. We will see you next season for more Western EU action. But from today, go and watch the Major. Goodbye, and hopefully we'll see you next time.
He fought all the damage. Help the stop. We can still fight. I break the door. No passive. Yeah, we sorry. I'm looting them. It's solid. Net. Chasing draw. One is draw. That's the one. Draw. I have. Yep. Good. Falling rush. Pick up. Not even close.